everyone loves an underdog.
Oh
story.
fuck. Did I Okay. Hello everyone. I'm just killing time until Big Whistle comes out. So I figured I might as well catch up on the react shit in the queue. I don't think okay, bro. Who the fuck linked this shit? This is 2 hours. I mean, I'll keep it in mind, but I remember Fraser Smith. He's an old Unk Yu-Gi-Oh player. Speaking of Unk Yu-Gi-Oh players, this is another Unk drama that's being recycled. 2 hours? Yeah. Hello Satuna. Hello Soshadi. Hello Knuckle Queen. How's it going? Really cuh. Hello Perfered. Sup, search mark eyes. Might as well start off easy. I mentioned before I'm not a huge fan of this guy anymore. Like the first video was fine, but like it's just yapping, which is fine. But like the best like his ethos is basically a new guy on the block, right? Who has no like he has like very little experience with Yu-Gi-Oh, but he's like a nonstop grinder. And he's like talking on topics that like I don't know. What as a news perspective, it doesn't seem that like it's not that like interesting. I don't know. I don't know. He doesn't bring anything like the last few videos were just yapping, you know. It doesn't really feel like they bring anything to not that I'm expecting anything new to the table. I'm just like, "Oh, okay. It's just whatever. There's nothing that anyway, over analyzing road decks and the power gaps in Yu-Gi-Oh. Hello Sonju. Christian migrated to MTG. 2 more days until I'm right. Oh, I see. Oh, you know what? If you at me when you do your stream strength thing, I can see it better. Like it gives me a notification on like the tab, and I can like I'll be like I expect to like check it. I can like check the tab and like I mean it's not like a notification, you know, like but still. Never's gonna stream. 2 more days until I'm right. All right. What's your prediction again? I mean, you predict Izuna at 2? That didn't happen. But you're talking about like live twin shit, right? Yeah, I think that there's a good chance you're winning. Like we're gonna be right about that. Anyway, over analyzing road decks and power gaps. I don't know. If he connected it to his experience with MTG, I'd probably be more interested. But it's just some guy talking about like Yu-Gi-Oh with like kind of a limited perspective, which is its own unique perspective, I guess. But it's just like I don't know. Like I could probably go to Master Duel r/Master Duel you know. All art called by with Live Twins Minor with rerun of all art Live Twins. Okay, so I told that to Genmu, and she does not believe in the alt art Live Twins rerun. So that one, honestly, I'm not even expecting that to be right, but I'll hold you to it. Farfa was reacting to this when someone went to Mordred's chat to tell him that Farfa was reacting to your vid. Oh, he does look like Mordred. I see. Yeah, he does. It's just the long hair and the glasses, I guess. I guess the facial hair and the eyebrow. I don't know. I feel like if you put them side by side, they look completely different. But like if you were to recall Mordred from memory, he would look like this. I feel like Mordred has like specific features. I don't even think he wears glasses. Whatever. But I know what you mean. The long hair. I don't even think that the colors match, but whatever. I know what you mean. He does?
The idea of
Okay.
overcoming the odds is a theme that goes all the way back to the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! With the iconic Heart of the Cards moment signaling that comeback when all hope is lost. And it's a theme that a lot of players resonate with. You can see how excited players get when old or underutilized decks perform well in competitive events. And while these decks aren't usually winning events, there always seems to be 1 or 2 rogue decks that sneak into the top 32.
Dude, people get, not even that. People, when something in an old deck gets unhit from the ban list, even though it's not going to do shit, everyone gets so fucking excited. Why is he using a furry avatar with 4 poses? Why, is that something like MTG players do or something? I know what you mean, like, yeah, when they're like talking in front of a camera.
Which really makes me wonder, how big is the power gap between a meta deck and a rogue deck, considering that they seem to have the capacity to top events in the right hands? And I think the only way to really understand it is to try a rogue deck myself.
Did a goblin unbang go crazy
So
yet?
first, I
That's
actually wanna
crazy.
talk about rogue decks in general. And to be honest, this subject is not really my area of expertise. As much as I love and praise the arts and
I mean, you've seen people talk about Snake Eyes, right? When Oak got unbanned, people are like, what the fuck is this frog emote? Or, holy shit. Not just one of them, there's 2 of them side by what am I using this one for? This was bizarre. I'm not used to this rare Pepe. But even with the Oak unban, people are like, Snake Eye, Yummy, about to go crazy. Mythical Pepe pull. Yeah, this is like a very unique rare Pepe. But yeah, people are like, just like, what do you guys think about Snake Eye Yummy? What do you guys think about Snake Eye Yummy? Like, people got so excited over that shit.
this game. I actually have a very competitive mindset, and I tend to always just play the best strategy in pretty much any game that I try. And I do this mostly so when I make a mistake, I can really only blame myself. And normally what I do is go to r/masterduel and just try to summarize the opinions of like 1,000 angry Redditors. But this time I actually wanted to try something a little different. I wanted to ask someone who returned to the game around the same time as me, but plays mostly casual decks instead of meta decks, and ask their opinion on their experiences playing rogue decks in the modern day. So I invited a friend of the channel, Pepper Wants Yu-Gi-Oh, to this video so I could ask him a few questions about his experience. First, introduce yourself and tell us when you got back into the game and why you decided to get back into the game.
My name is Pepper. I've been streaming for like, what, 3 years maybe? I just got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently, like what, like 4, 5 months ago? I got into a rabbit hole of, I started watching like GX dub moments. I started watching the anime, the first season of
GX dub moments, let's go. Give me a second. Making sure, okay, making sure my Discord is muted. Y'all want to get Spiral go crazy? Yes. Yeah, the Goblin unban was also like, people just get really excited when it comes to like some. I perceive them as meaningless unbans. That's a little bit a bit of an exaggeration, but in the grand scheme of things, they're probably not going to do that, perform that much. They're probably going to be fine, you know, functional deck and all that, but like, there's like this, people just get so excited, you know. GX is automated on this chat. That's true. Well, you didn't get automated.
And I was like, oh, I want to play the game now. I was told that I should build something like Dragon Mates, that I would enjoy that because it's kind of easy. Not competitive, but like competent, I guess. Like usable, viable. And people told me, my chat told me, like, yeah, you're not going to enjoy this.
So I know you've tried a lot of decks so far. What would you say is your top 3 favorite?
Oh, my top 3, down in a specific order, it will be probably Cyber Dragon, Nouvelle, and... oh, Sky Striker. Yeah, Sky Striker.
So what actually drew you to these
Side Striker is popular. I can see it.
decks? Was it the art and the themes, or was it a gameplay loop that interested you?
Well, actually, I feel like I have 3 different answers for each one. Cyber Dragon is because it's the nostalgia.
Yeah, okay. I usually don't think like competitive like viability is a huge, like when it comes to people starting the game, competitive viability feels like okay, the reason why, I don't know. When you get more experience with the game, you can look back on your experience and be like, oh, if I changed this about this experience, it would have been like been an improvement. Like I wish I had known this before. You know, Big Deck, you made it so you get automatic type 6-7. Oh my god. Yeah, I know Big Deck. Big Deck's funny and wholesome, but like I feel like that's not really like, you're kind of just like, it is okay if, you know, someone new is expressing interest in like a competitive deck. That's fine, you know, that's like different. Sharky, I look for a deck that plays Toad. Now I'm a Toad hater. Yeah, things will change too. You know, I'm trying to remember I started with fucking Chain Material Heroes, bro. I was just doing like I did not interface with the competitive community at all. So like I did, you know, try to be, you know, not metagame, but like try to like read every card to figure out what card is better. I tried to put that much effort, but it wasn't like I was going to be like, oh yeah, I need to beat Inzectors, brother. Wind up hand loop, I definitely need Veiler. I wasn't even like concerned about hand trapping. Hand traps weren't that big, but like those were like Toad was banned before tier. I don't think I'm thinking TCG. Toad was banned before Sprite. So I imagine tier came later, right? In MD, yeah. Okay, yes. Reggie's using my tactics. What's your tactics? Oh, Shane material. I was okay. I'm glad you keep the flame of Shane material alive. Okay, you can carry the flame. All right, I'm happy that you are. Worry Toad, yeah, Worry Toad.
It's like super hype to summon a big monster like Saint did in the anime. It's like the coolest thing ever, right? Big monster, big number, and I feel like that's cool, right? For Nouvelle, it's like the theme, like how you use the spell cards that are like the rituals are recipes to summon the dishes, and the guys that brings those recipes are the chef. The field spell is a restaurant. There is also the menu that you let your opponent choose what you're gonna cook for them, basically. And I think like it's a very cool theme. And for Sky Striker, what I
yeah. Oh wait, he's got a little chef get up too. That's kind of cute.
really like is the gameplay. The gameplay that I connected the most with Sky Striker because of how I can just keep drawing stuff and using spells, and they have like powerful spells, and I also play with basically one monster at a time, right? And it's like super fun to OTK someone with just one monster. I love that I can go second with it, and it's a very versatile deck. I don't know. I like that.
So a lot of people talk about how this game is unbalanced between decks to deck. In your experience returning back to the game so far, do you
one thing I'm glad I never got into was like the rogue deck rabbit hole where you're constantly like basically not even like, oh, I'm never gonna play meta deck or anything like that, but like more like the like it's like this I don't know how to describe it, but it's like this rabbit hole where basically you're like the underdog, and like any new support that comes out is like a zero-sum game, basically. Like, oh, they're not gonna support my deck, and even though I've been playing this forever, and I'm glad I didn't like I tried other shit, and like figured out. Cause oh my goodness, hero players are like that. Oh my god, don't even get me started. They've got like 500 billion cards. Not all of them are high quality, which is fine. But like every new card, actually, you know what? What really pisses me off about that is when Konami releases a good card and they don't even realize it's good. Like how come someone who has never played Hero, has to tell you like like these cards are good? You know what I mean? Like that's what I mean. Like you kind of like convince yourself all the new support is ass, and like it's like the Coder thing where he thought Tour Guide was bad. Like that's actually what annoys me. Like that annoys me more, right? So it's like just like yeah, but the Hero stuff in recent memory has been pretty decent quality. Like they're not like they're not fucking like non-OPT yummy snatchy or like cupsy yummies, surprise or whatever. They're still withholding like certain things from from heroes, like I think the closest to a negate you're ever getting is probably Chaos Hero, Mass Hero Chaos, which is fine. I'm just like, honestly, okay, if you guys are wishing for a negate for Nib, you're fucking like, get out of here, bruh. Like every deck getting a negate is the most boring shit ever.
Find yourself at a disadvantage playing these decks? And if you do, how big of a disadvantage do you think it's been?
At least with Nouvelle, I feel like there is not really a disadvantage because most people just don't read the cards. They don't know that if you target something, you trigger a bunch of effects.
Did Evil here get the Omni negate? Yeah, but that one has a lot of like, yeah, you can do that, yeah. But that is, I would classify that as like, I think it's like not bad, but it's definitely not as good as it could be, and I think it's on purpose. I don't think they like it. It does exactly what it needs to do, which is negate, negate a face-up card. But like, I don't think it like makes the cut or whatever. Yeah, but I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. That card is.
that they are reading the card after they already messed up and they just render. That has happened so many times. With Cyber Dragon, it's a little easier to understand, and with Cyber Dragon, I really feel like I'm a certain disadvantage. Like there's a sweet spot.
Verona and I hope not. But like, I get that sense. Like, I get the sense. Not every hero player wants that though. But when I'm talking about the certain specific person or like that can't recognize good support because they want something really specific in mind and whatever is printed doesn't match that. That's the vibe I get.
People don't realize what they are going against, because there are some people that are really playing the meta and they only know how to play against the meta. So when they see something that is new in a certain way, they are like confused. That is my experience with Noel, but if you go second, it's like hard to go against a lot of negates. Going first is like so good sometimes.
Now, out of curiosity, from a pure gameplay standpoint, do you think there's actually a hidden competitive advantage to playing these fun decks?
I feel like there is some kind of advantage. Yeah, I feel like there is.
This is no question. Yes, there is an advantage. You know, you're skill checking your opponent if they don't have any what's called, you know, prior knowledge. However, they could use, read the cards and like make decisions. But like, because they already have the foundational knowledge of like, oh, okay, this card can add a card, but they're not gonna have like the knowledge of it, like, oh, okay, this can add a card, but they probably won't have the knowledge of what exactly it's gonna add. Just like, oh, it's gonna add 2, I might as well hit that. I was trying to argue Yubel is significantly worse without Varadras because there was no Omni. That's annoying. See, this is annoying. Like, Yubel does not need Varadras to win. 90% of the time, Yubel, like, generates enough advantage that I'm just like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. I guess it does make the board less breakable, but like you're cycling through, Fiendsmith cards. There's a Caesar. There's a. I think you'd only like. The Omni really does come up. Yubel does have weakness to like a back row removal or spell and trap. Like Tempai, if it drew back row removal to beat Nightmare Pain, and then like a breaker to deal with most of the board, they could go Samurai Destroyer and clean up the rest. Yeah, they could go Samurai Destroyer and clean up the rest. Like that's all they really needed to do. But Varadras is just hello Superbat. Sometimes Caesar plus Phantom Loam just wins the game. Yeah. Nightmare Pain is just fucking obnoxious. It's like sometimes, Snatchy plus level 1 with a Croaky face up is enough to beat most decks. It just becomes a problem when they have an imperm on top of, the Fua that they made you force a half board, right? That's when it gets more tricky. But yeah, so I think for sure there is an advantage. And even if you do have like the foundational knowledge, you still have to be able to anticipate what's coming next, which you can't just like divine, right? Like you But yeah, but it's not that crazy because the thing is, even if you do have an advantage of your opponent not having knowing what your cards do, sometimes your cards just fail you because these engines are not that strong. Like when you can get to engine, then you can start talking about that advantage. But sometimes your engine is just not good enough, and it just like falls apart. Like I think of when I play MathMech, and I'm like. And I have to normal summon Fuelos, special summon Edition, and make Alan version. Like, that is engine, but that is so ass, bruh. And a lot of other decks don't really have to go through, a lot of the top decks don't really have that issue. There's, like, enough redundancy. Like, there's weak hands, but sometimes the weak hands are, like, the cards are so, like, good enough. They pay you back. You're not investing that much. You're not going neg. Even if your board is ass because your your hand was weak, like it's not like you lost out on advantage. You probably have you didn't have to like discard non-engine to get there, or maybe you drew a few cards on that way.
Advantage of not knowing and having like pressure of with the time.
Abyss Shark. Oh my god.
That's the hardest part.
Yeah, there's like
Like,
random little
either
things
show
that
real
like
time.
hold you
I'll give an
back.
Example of like if you're learning League of Legends, you at least can understand that if you see like an arrow or like a fireball coming like right to you, you know that next time you have to dodge that, right? You understand that you got hit by something. But in a card game, you cannot do that, right? Your whole board got destroyed and you understand why, or your cards like got banished and you understand why, what happened, or you suddenly cannot activate something and you don't know why if you don't read absolutely everything. The skill of the player is definitely more important than the deck.
And finally, what advice would you give me or anyone else watching who wants to try a casual or fun deck in Master Duel? What should we expect?
So if it's someone who is just getting into Master Duel and they want to start with a casual deck that is fun because they like the theme, I would honestly not advise that. Part of having fun is also winning, right? You probably have to make some kind of concession and find like a middle ground, something that is playable. For me at least, it feels like the game is not fun if you don't win, right? Learning the game with a rogue deck, I feel like it's harder. But if you really like it, you're really passionate, you really know that you like Yu-Gi-Oh or card games, I feel like you can do it maybe. I feel like a good player can make it work with it. Like if the deck is consistent at least, a good player will get victories with a bad archetype, quote unquote bad archetype. Some bad player who has like a $1,000 deck. Yeah, but if like the deck is not consistent and you break all the time, then it's just harder, you know? That is my perspective.
Well, you're good with a red deck.
That I'm just a little guy, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a silly anime boy on the internet saying stuff. Thank you for inviting me. I honestly wasn't expecting. I feel honored that my input has some value to you.
I want to thank Pepper for actually coming on.
That scared
his
me.
insight and experiences. He brought up some points that I honestly didn't even consider. I left the link in his channel below. After this video, go over there, check him out, show him some love, give him a subscribe. I think you guys would really like his content. But after that conversation, it's time for me to decide what rogue deck set I want to play. And to give it a fair shake, I actually chose 2 decks. I picked one deck that hasn't seen modern support in a very long time and is universally hated by the majority of the community. And for the other deck, I picked something that's universally loved by the community and has actually seen some recent.
Oh yeah, Millennium is really really simple.
So let's start with the first deck that I played, and it's pretty universally hated by a lot of people, and that deck is Floowandereeze. Now, I can already hear the groans from the comments. Hell, even the guide that I read told me that I lacked a moral compass for playing this deck, which is fair. I did pick it because people hate it, but also I really love the theme of the deck as well. So like my other videos, I'm just going to give you a really quick lore dump. Floowandereeze is a deck based off of a real
sacrifice consistency to run the same hand traps?
That's famous for its record-breaking.
I don't think that's true. Like, if you're gonna play, like, I never feel like that's the issue. I feel like your engine's not even that good to begin with. You don't even have, like, you have to play cards like, I don't know, like, no, I think, I don't like this because if you play without hand traps anyway, you're getting cooked. Like, you just, what are you doing going second? Playing board breakers? If you're playing board breakers in that, you need to have something to play going second anyway. Like, it's not like I'm gonna cut these like slots for more engine.
Migration pattern, going from the Arctic to the Antarctic and back in a single year, traveling about 59,000 miles in a single trip. And Konami turned this idea into a whimsical storybook-like journey. The story starts with Snow giving our main characters, Robina, Elgin, Tugin, and Sturi, a magnificent map. Guided by the map, the group travels the globe from the North Pole to the South Pole, visiting new continents, meeting new friends, and encountering the
I break the board with Engine Gigaba. Oh my gosh.
South Pole and Pit. And their spells and traps represent different locations or challenges they encountered along their journey, with their main gimmick of normal summoning multiple times a turn, representing the birds landing in different locations along their migratory route. Which brings us to its gameplay. Floowandereeze is a control deck that's focused entirely on normal summoning and tribute summoning monsters. A lie. Which, outside of the fun and whimsical lore, this was the biggest draw to me picking this most hated deck. Because the deck completely ignores Maxi and Malcharmi Fulos, proverbially flipping the bird.
That's true. Pure Life Twin does have that.
The idea of turning one of the most universally powerful cards in the game into a complete brick was kind of funny to me. So how did it perform playing in Master Rank? And I'm just going to rip the band-aid off right away and not sugarcoat it. It's miserable. Let's talk about going second first. Because outside of unexplored wins, decks of this age don't really have built-in ways to deal with going second.
Like, okay, like the Floowandereeze example, you have one map. Map is like half the reason why you're like, not half the reason, but like, you have to run hand traps to go second in general. But like, even if you didn't have to run hand traps, like even in a world where we didn't have to run hand traps, the deck would still have the same consistency issues. It's not the hand traps. What you're playing those slot, like we just don't live in an ideal world where we can't play hand traps. Like you would still have that issue of like the engine not being strong enough. Maybe you could play, Habakiri or something like that. But even the yummy decks that play Habakiri still have trouble. You know, like they still need to make some sacrifice. Giving up hand trap slots for the Habakiri engine is still a trade-off. Like the hand traps thing conflating with consistency is a very like misleading thing. Like, mm, like the fact that you have to play more engine is like, I don't know.
You're entirely relying on non-engine to push you to the finish line. And don't get me wrong, going second is a struggle for every deck. But you can definitely tell that the design philosophy to include going second cards and engines is more of a modern design philosophy. I've won plenty of games going second with the deck, but it's not thanks to anything Fluanderies was doing. A lot of games relied entirely on blowout board breakers like Evenly Matched. So how was going first then? And honestly, better, but you can still really feel the deck's age. Your turn has the potential to end to basically any hand trap under the sun. And yes, the deck has ways to dodge imperm with cards like Advent and Swallow, but your opponent has a better chance of drawing a hand trap than you have of drawing Advent.
Do you have your copies of Chaotic Elements made? No. I'll just craft them when I need them.
Every game I played with this deck just felt like an absolute struggle. And for what it's worth, I can see why the supervillains of this world love Fluanderies, but the difference between that deck and something like Draco Tail is honestly just night and day. And it really feels like there's no amount of good deck building choices that you can make to really bridge that power gap between the two decks.
Orm, hey
Like I
KBJ.
said, I played 2 decks, and this other deck seems to be
Lose turn 1? I hate that card.
guys. And it's also a deck that receives some modern support. And that deck is... Damn.
Need more engine and non-engine get to the end. That's fair. No, I agree with that. But it's because like sometimes they just don't even print enough cards. Like they just don't print enough cards for that archetype. Like DDD, I don't think has that issue. It's got a lot of good engine, high quality engine now. LOL, LOL, hello Ray, hello Raiders, RAYDERS. Holy shit. I'm just killing time until K9VS comes, so I'm just like, oh my god. You guys were here earlier. You guys aren't even Raiders. What the hell are you doing copying the copy pasta? Okay, bros. All right, shout out Ray. Thank you. I saw you got Lion 5. Raid. Yes. I saw you got Lion 5. Congrats. I'm a Raider. You're not a Raider. You don't have the Raider thing. Oh my god. All right. Whatever.
It's a lot of fun. Sky Striker feels like it's one of Konami's babies, being even the cover art for the app itself for a while now.
Okay, you got 2 Reggie tabs now? No, as soon as Ray got Lion 1, sorry, Lion 5, I just like clicked X. Does it come out in 24 hours? You know what? I lost track of time. That Ace Attorney playthrough. All right, for those who don't know, who aren't here, the real ones who lost their stream streak or whatever, the real ones who didn't lose their stream streak. That was like a 14-hour fucking playthrough. I think it was something like that. It's in 2 days. It's more 48 hours. Yes, 48 hours. Stupid phone, yeah. It is Wednesday night? No, then it's 48 hours. Yeah, it's 48.
Like I was, Konami actually made a few animations.
Are you looking for more videos to watch? Sure.
And it'll cover the most crucial of plot points. So Sky Striker can actually be played 2 ways. One as a blind second OTK deck, and the other as a going first control deck. I chose the going first control deck version because that's...
Alright guys, someone told me, does this guy look like Mordred YGO? Is this true? I feel like if you don't like put them side by side, you would say yes. But I feel like if you put them side by side, there's like actual differences. I didn't join the Ace Attorney 3 because I wanted to voice spoiler. Yes. He does? Okay. I feel like only because they're not side by side, all right? It's just the long hair and maybe, I don't know. I actually don't know. See, I'm not even going to use my own memory. It's very unreliable. Oh my god.
And to be honest, a lot of the issues that I had with Full-On
long hair is more...
The deck's consistent. It has built-in ways of dealing with going second. It has plenty of options.
He 100% does.
Okay. It has cards like Engage, which is probably the best tutor I've ever seen in this game. Throw on top of it that...
They don't even have the same voice. That's the best part. Whoever went to his chat and said, yo, Farfo's reacting to your video. They don't even have the same voice. This guy is like, you know, Mordred reminds me of the dude from Workaholics. I could see that.
First deck can still do the OTK and close out a game on an empty board state. And when you bring all of this together and throw in the fact that it actually has a pretty good Draco Tail matchup, the deck plays and feels like it should be higher on the tier list. So what's the catch? Where's this power gap? What makes Draco Tail the literal best deck in the game and Sky Striker untiered? And after playing 100 games with the deck, I think I kind of figured it out. And this is just...
Damn, he found the method. Why Sky Striker is ass? All right. They have the same looks? Yeah, I mean, yes, I said, like, if you don't put them side by side and you're just, like, relying on, like, memory, then I completely see it. Mordred has more aura. Okay, that's fair. What about his drip? Does his drip, who has the better drip?
Theory, but bear with me. I think it has to do with how forgiving these decks are to mistakes. And when I say mistakes...
This is... Oh, come on, bro.
don't mean just outright misplays. I'm talking about situations where you just make a wrong read on what interruption your opponent has or is going to use against you. And a deck like Dracotail is very forgiving to those mistakes. Even if you make a horrendous mess up, you generally still have a way to end on some sort of half board, where if you make a wrong read on a deck like Sky Striker, it can literally result in ending on a board with 0 interruption. And this seems to be the trend with most modern rogue decks.
48 hours.
It's
No,
not
there's
also powerful
I have
card.
something to do in this morning, so I have to actually get some sleep. I don't know how long this will be though. I'm not gonna say a number because like once I start saying something and then it ends up being longer, I'm just not gonna say anything.
Cards. But instead it's a lack of flexibility when the game starts to not go your way. And it's not a power gap that can be easily measured. You aren't just counting up the amount of interactions the deck can play through. Like, oh, Dracotail can generally play through 2 interruptions, and Flandres can generally play through 0 interruptions. But instead we're trying to measure this by how well a deck can recover from its mistakes. And I think from that angle, there is a really big power gap between the two decks. With Striker, you have to...
I mean, this is really vague. Like, I mean, this could very well be true, but I feel like it's not like I don't think we have enough time to elaborate on this.
And with Dracotail, you can make a ton of mistakes and still win games. Trust me, I was that Dracotail player making a ton of mistakes and winning games still, where I rarely win games when I make a mistake with Sky Striker. And I think that's a real power gap to consider, and why there's such a big chasm between the two. Even though on paper the decks are very...
I think my understanding of the Sky Striker just doesn't have enough like engine right now. Like we're missing on the fall. Is Fallen Virtuous engine? No, I'm thinking of Radiant Typhoon Visions. We don't have that yet. That's why Ray opted to play the Mitsurugi package.
So in the end, what do I think of this? Is the vocal minority of Reddit right when they tell people that their favorite deck is unplayable? And while I don't think the answer is as black and...
I never understood those people. I mean, it's okay with understanding like the deck is like not that strong, but like calling your shit unplayable, like, bro, you're literally playing it.
white as they make it sound. I think I actually need to give the point to Redditors for this one. I was fully ready to defend rogue decks in this video and be like, oh, the power gaps aren't that bad. I was fully expecting it to be an overreaction. But after trying it for myself, there's truly a chasm
Skill
between tier 1
issue?
decks and rogue decks.
Okay, they're not gonna want to hear that.
Like a more modern rogue deck like Striker is a lot closer in power.
I mean, okay, if you compare like some shit like what's a random deck? I don't want to throw shade at. I need to make sure I don't like throw someone under the bus. Like, I would not be upset if someone called, you know, like when I play Mathmech, right, unplayable, right? Like that deck I play. I like because if they have something like Dracotail or K9 VS in mind, if they're comparing it to that, then I'm like, oh, okay, you know, my bad. My deck is like what, like 5,000 years old. Time, you know, pick up Justice Hunters, Unk. Weather Painters. That's another one. Weather Painters. I'm okay, like I like that's fine. Like that's not like what I'm. Super Quants is unplayable. Okay, that's what I thought when I picked the deck up, and I'm like, okay, this deck can actually beat Droll. All right, I can make Magnus under Droll. That's the bare minimum. All right, Maxi Nibiru. Okay, I got cooked. But that's just like the deck not having like. I mean, you can make Caesar before Nibiru, but like that's kind of a trade-off. All right, like you have to play like features and stuff, and then is Legend Beatdown is unplayable? Well, what anyone think of the Poor Brains fan? I actually not a big fan of Salmon Great or Code Talkers, so fuck them. Or Ignister. I'm not a huge fan of them. But I'm just saying. Oh, okay, yeah. Hit me with the clowns. Which Weather Painters were better, but at the same time, I don't think 4 Humming Gates a deck is a good idea. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I forgot they had that. Dude, when that shit was printed, you know, I was like, how the fuck are you supposed to use this? It's like one of the early Link decks. And I'm like, how the fuck are you supposed to use this, MF? Like, you literally can never summon her unless your opponent's asleep for like 3 turns in a row. Tendangle is unplayable. I think Tendangle is fine. I've seen Sansali pilot it. And I think Sansali is pretty accepting of like the deck not being as like strong as other decks. I'm just saying like if you call it unplayable, okay, if you're making a comparison, I'm not gonna care. But if you're just gonna be like, oh, my shit's unplayable, and then like still play it, I'm like, okay, bro. Okay, dude.
Dracotail than a deck like Fluandereeze, which hasn't seen a new card in 5 years.
I remember this Light Toward Marinesis? Oh yeah, I don't like Marinesis either.
To solve the deck's weaknesses through deck building. And
thank you for reminding me.
No matter how good of non-engine choices you make, you're not going to bridge that power gap. And don't get me wrong, I love that these decks can still exist. And that dedicated.
I don't like Ultrageist either. Oh my god, all the Brains decks, Goki, I hate that shit too. All the Brains decks. This is just like bias. There's not even like Well, actually, no. There's actual reasons you can point to, like Goku looping your hand, even though Gumblar's banned. But
Steal games from
do Trickstar players
I think it's
exist?
something to celebrate that these old decks
Salad?
have 0% win rate.
Salad, I hate because the art is so bad. I hate the art. Which is, again, okay, that's not a bias, but that's more like, it's not because, like, oh, these are well designed. You know, I'm not trying to make a design argument. I think the Salmon Great art is so bad.
They can still
I hate Alter Guys.
modern-day Yu-Gi-Oh!
I just played a lot of decks back then that lost to Silky Bounce. So, and the stupid protocol, I think. The one that negates in a monster effect and, like, lets them play under skill drain. That shit was dumb.
When find success.
Great Bubble Reef Zip here. Yo, okay, Bubble Reef is cool. I'll give Bubble Reef the pass.
So yeah, I think there's a massive power gap.
Alter Guys is
We
loud.
expected any game with power creep, but I think the difference between the two is actually a little more than I expected. But what do you guys think? How does Konami even address an issue like this? Is the answer more generic slop engines that can just be slotted into any deck? Maybe they put out a suite of...
That's kind of what they've been doing, you know? Like, they don't put locks on engines nowadays. Like, I don't know if they expect you to be like, oh, Habakiri, just put it in your striker deck. I don't think that they're really... That's like more of an emergent thing that players figure out. I don't even think... Okay, question. Do you guys think Konami intended for you to make Herald of the Arc like in Yummy and bridge into Mitsurugi stuff? Or is that something like that just players discovered on their own and then Konami was like, oh, fuck. Like, I don't know if there's a right answer to this, all right? I'm just thinking, like, for me, I'm leaning towards, like, players figured that shit out. They know? Okay, you think they know. All right, cool. I hate Black Wings and Resonators because they show rings. Resonators. They're pretty annoying. I get cooked sometimes with them. I think the latter is true. I think it's the latter. Accidentally reprint Herald after Yummy. Okay, that's not an accident. That's not an accident. Okay. I just think, okay, at the very least, when Herald was printed, I don't think you were supposed to summon that shit. They printed that during Necros, where you Kaleido Mirror, dump it. Like, it was obvious ritual support, but the method to, like, method of ritual support was literally just, you know, you need to activate a ritual spell, send Herald, summon Unicorn, then you get to add. It wasn't, you weren't supposed to, like, I don't know, like, splash the Synchro engine and then bridge into your main engine and then get the rituals for free. Anything to sell cards. True. Okay, that's true. FS Rising or Mitsurugi, maybe they didn't. They probably did, but Mitsu Yummy, they knew. Okay. All right. Like I said, I don't actually have, like, lean towards one or the other. But, like, really, they wanted Rising was flashable with FS by making Ice not lock you when you... Okay, that is actually really funny. That one feels intentional, too. Like, everything else... Okay, X is technically splashable. You could be like... I've seen people play it in... Vanquish Lore or something like that. If you squint, X is splashable because rank 4s aren't that, like, rank 4s aren't that what's called restrictive. Like, oh no, I'm locked out of like 5 billion searchers, 5 billion extra deck hooters. But yeah, the ice not normal. It does lock you when you special summon it from the hand by discarding a card, but no one's doing that shit. No one's doing that shit.
Specific subtypes, or maybe we just accept that they can't resolve it, and that these decks are pretty much just a relic of the past, and tell ourselves it's just time to move on and play a more modern.
They know because
I'm really curious
beat
to see what
sniff.
you guys have to say, and if you made it this far in the video, let me know what your favorite pet deck is, and if you're one of the dedicated players who still plays it to this day, or if you think of it, and why. What kind of issues have you guys ran into trying to play your favorite casual decks in a modern Yu-Gi-Oh environment? I'm really curious to see the answers. But until next time, I hope you guys all have a fantastic day. I love you guys. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Wait, the Sky Striker is a sword. Sparfa reaction is coming. Prepare yourself, boy. I think that already happened, though. The turnaround is crazy, though, one day ago. Sorry for lack of means at the end. Dragon Maid is a good example of simple, easy play. Konami usually makes decks to be fun, but that one old Japanese got G-Chan Hakai'd by the detonator. If someone does something doesn't happen in these shorts, they don't know about it. Decks before 20 lose to 2 handers is the difference. True. That actually is true. That actually is I mean, part of the reason why I thought hand traps were effective back then was people were playing shit bricks. Like, people were playing oh dude, what was it? The adventure engine into Scythe Lock. You could actually stop that with hand traps. Not every single hand trap checked it, but you got rewarded for, you still needed open too. But, like, after you like stopped, that, like let's say stop that, they they didn't have like that many playable cards in hand. Less cards which have started standards, less cards which have played through Niven Firm. Yeah. Have you heard of DB Grinder and Japanese YouTube auto? What the fuck? No, I have not heard that. I do have this though. I mean, if you watched Ray, you've probably already heard this. Hold on, I need to find it. It is really easy to find. Now that you mentioned DB Grinder. Okay, there we go. Can we react to ZZZ Trials? Now it's goon time. Alright, you guys can listen to this for your... Okay. There you go. WTF? I heard it, yes. Dex 124 gets soloed by Isuna Effect. Rip. Whoa, would you curse with it? Someone brought up DB Grinder, alright? Alright. That was not that bad. How does the country's economy impact their Yu-Gi-Oh player base? Okay, someone... Okay, let me... I didn't see that. What's this? The painful reality. How this Yu-Gi-Oh archetype encapsulates the life of a natural sign. Oh, it's this guy! Oh, it's this guy. This is the I don't know why I say Cambrian explosion. The Paleozoic, he did that for Paleozoic. And now I'm looking at this, the art looks terrible. I guess that's the point. They're like morphing into these fucking... Oh god. This is terrible. I don't... You just end up... Oh my god. Their faces are melting off. Or something like that. Alright. Oh yeah, this guy's cool. This guy's cool. I think he's done 2 videos on Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something like that. My fave? What is your fave? Oh my god. Okay, I shared this. And my main memory is Genmu saying like, what is wrong with this guy? I remember sharing this. 2-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Creator. Oh my god. Okay, this is a classic. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, we're not going to the DB Grinder rabbit hole. Okay. Analog horror entities you could definitely breed. Okay, this one. All right, whoever linked this one, congrats.
Nicola, what do you think? What's an unpopular opinion you have about Yu-Gi-Oh?
I don't know if like unpopular opinion is like this, popular question to ask, but I would say just an opinion. It's not. I don't think it's unpopular. I think the economic situation of a country plays a huge role on how many people they have and how represented they are.
Okay.
For example, in Europe we have 30+ countries.
Yeah.
And there have been very few people from Greece, Bulgaria, from like Eastern Europe that have done very, very well. Because
There's
economically,
really good players from Greece.
there are a few phenomenal players, obviously, but
I remember Andreas. There's a few very good players.
yeah, there are a few very good players, but overall, very few people can afford to buy a full. For example, right now, a full Radiant branded deck would probably be like 3 months worth of salary in Bulgaria, or like 2.5 months worth of salary, which is outrageous when you think about it. So that's like an opinion, and it is what it is. It's life, c'est la vie. But
this is like super uncontroversial. This is like
I know a locals close to where I live, they allow proxies on Wednesday, and then like on the bigger locals, they don't allow proxies because they can't afford like really expensive cards, and that's it.
That's actually that's a really good take. It's something I didn't really think about much until you mentioned it. It's really true. Like I remember speaking to someone.
Okay, that's fair. All right, like.
And they just randomly messaged me online, and they
it's like
there's like no locals where they are, and I'm assuming that's just because people just.
I'm ready.
Don't have the money to
I can't believe it. No shit.
Yeah, they were in the war like 20 years ago.
I've seen. Okay, if you log into Dueling Book, Julian Kahan is always in Advanced Unrated, being like money match, post burst protocol. He's always fiending for a fucking money match here. So I'm assuming that's what this is.
So to an extent. Yeah, well, let me find you.
Yeah, let's watch you guys. So the person who asked in the chat, Wales 312, I didn't know it was that expensive for some Europeans. So
yeah, man, it's
how much money's online? I don't know, honestly. I don't even think like 100 is like. What if they don't pay? Usually there's a middleman, but I imagine there's still drama. I don't pay attention to the money match scene. Kind of money match. Money match me post B Pro. Yes, that's exactly. MM post B Pro DM me or something like that or whatever. Middleman, yeah. So someone you send both the money. Money matches are stupid. It's definitely farming, like trying to farm either like content or like. Also, it's like a very very common like if you beat someone in advanced rated, they'll be like money match me, bro. After you beat them or something. Oh, you're trash. Even though like I don't know why. It's also ego too. I know what a middleman. Sorry about that. Sorry, my bad. What's post B-Pro? Burst protocol. Give me a 200. I don't think. I mean, it used to be, but it's kind of dumb. It's usually ego shit.
You know, if you came from Liberia, it probably would be 3 years worth of salaries to buy a full branded deck. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. Why'd Japan spit in? What's an unpopular?
Okay, I mean that wasn't a super hot take, I guess. I like my favorite unpopular opinion is not, and it's like a pretty gonna match 0.1 on DB. Yeah, B Pro is just 1303. If you're like, I think you're familiar with the set code. Yeah, 1303 is what I would for the TCG or OCG. Okay. Now, okay, we get to the good shit. Analog horror entities you could definitely breed. I will say this has been on my fucking recommended for a while. The thumbnail was a lot scarier than this. Whatever the... Why does he have this fucking hat? I don't watch analog horror. I think I saw like Vita Carnis, a bit of it. Goon? Yeah, alright. Why is it on your recommended? I don't know. Like that's is that a like it's not a bad thing that's on my recommended. I'm just saying I just never watched it. This wasn't in my recommended. Okay. LOB format. Like, LOB format. Yeah, legit. Yeah, legit beatdown. Are you gonna that's LOB, right? Okay, I did watch one. Which one's the one with like the I'm in your house or whatever? That one. Oh, dude, it was like the something. It started with an M. That one is a really famous analog horror one. But since I saw the memes before, when they use that as a jump scare. Oh, what the hell? Why does he have a Blue Eye shirt? Yu-Gi-Oh shirt in video? Yeah, that's a. I did not expect that. His shorts? Yeah, I forgot. These are like... Fuck. What's that analog horror? Basically, anyway, the point is, I watched that one after seeing the memes, and when they finally pulled that jump scare that was part of that, it was formerly the meme, it starts with an M. It's a really famous analog horror. I like started fucking cracking up. I could not take it seriously. Industry plant? What industry plant?
We're doing this with face cam. I just thought to myself, why not? I want to do more face cam videos, and also, in the case of this video, I need to hold myself...
Mandela catalog, yes, Mandela catalog. Yeah, that's stupid. Like, it's not a jump scare, but like, it's supposed to be a creepy face at the end. That thing showed up on so many fucking, like, I'm in your house, I'm in your walls memes that I was like, his shorts are an industry plant. Okay.
Title of the video, and I apologize. You can blame your curiosities, not my decision making. Anyway, I showed you a glimpse of Pandora's box via a YouTube poll, and I was asking what analog horror entities...
His digital footprint is cooked.
Oh man, you all delivered.
Vita Carnis is crazy. Oh hell no, the meat snake? Nah. Oh man.
Maybe a little too much, but oh well, here we are. I've chosen a bunch of...
Gabriel from Mandela catalog. No, I will not elaborate. Oh god.
You all shared with me, and I'll go through them, and we can find out if you could breed them together. I can't believe I'm doing this. Anyway, like, subscribe.
Oh, my favorite. Oh, I can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, wow. What is my life? Making these videos for your entertainment.
Hype the video. Yeah, hype the video. Totally. Check out my Patreon.
Did any analog horror through Endigoon? Bro's name is literally Goon.
Entities you could definitely breed. You know, I never really thought about my neighbors as well. I hope they're not listening. Anyway, so what is breeding? God help me. So, you know, What does it mean? What does it mean to breed someone? What does that mean? I've got some notes here. So it can refer to the birds and the bees, or just the deed with no creation of life. The way it's portrayed is in a way like some weird internet kink kind of way. Which first of all, grow up. All right. Wanting to create life or wanting someone to do that with you is not a kink. Grow up. And we have a great question / clarification from
What is
top tier Patreon
breeding?
member,
It's
Joel
when
Murphy.
you you know, when you create a Ditto with perfect IVs and you equip it with Destinaut, put it in the daycare, and you is it the female? Oh fuck. You get a salamence, female salamence, and then oh my god. I was so bad breeding Pokemon back then. I couldn't because Gen 3 at that time was really annoying. Wait, there's a clip? Okay. Salad Mens. There's this like I think I remember resetting for a Swampert because the gender spread for a starter is like 12.5% for female. But yeah, it took forever.
Colgrove, who says, oh, thank you, by the way, Joel, thank you very much, who says, like animal husbandry breeding or Vaporeon breeding. Also,
You just need a Ditto? But yeah, if you wanted to pass on IVs, you need a Destiny Knot too. So I don't know how I obtained a Ditto with perfect IVs. I think a friend just gave it to me. I don't know how he obtained it. I don't know how you do that. I think he probably used RNG manip because you could probably do that. No way in hell I was gonna learn that though.
Happy New Year indeed. I've had to look up some questionable things to answer the first part of the comment, and I have my notes here on what all of this stuff is. So, fun fact, animal husbandry is the act of selective breeding to pass on desirable genetics in livestock. I
Just
thought it
try
would
to
be
do
much
the
worse than
Dittos.
what that is, but it's not too bad. And then also, fun fact, Vaporeon breeding. And you know what? Maybe I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that. Don't search it up either. Anyway, so that answers that question.
This is like the
That
most
answers,
mundane, like internet fucking okay. Like, oh, don't search up Vaporeon. I mean, it's annoying. Every time Vaporeon brings up, people like will bring up the copy pasta, but like, it's not that crazy. Okay, you're just like, literally. Oh my god, this is like, yeah. What is this?
When are you gonna teach us birds and bees? The birds are a creature that fly with feathers, and bees are yellow that make honey. There now, you know.
All right, I'm gonna tell my kids that's the birds and the bees. Yeah, the Pokemon equivalent. Don't watch Boku no Pico. I'm so glad Boku no Pico stopped being Cory in the House too. Cory in the House is my favorite anime. You got auto modded? Oh shit. Yeah. Blue Waffle. Okay, for what it's worth, I never Googled that shit. I think it was kind of obvious. I didn't. Okay, to be fair, I actually don't think I want to Google that. even with the knowledge of what it is. But yeah, in the playground, that shit, you were tough if you said don't Google Blue Waffle. You still see Boku no Pico still? Oh, okay. Mr. Hands? Okay, actually don't.
What is all clarified. There we go. So I guess the closest thing to what we're doing would be the latter for the most part, I suppose. I don't know. Thank you again, to Joel. Thank you. Thank you again. Let's get to it. So our first entity.
The culture is
comes from
gone.
House, and he says,
Fuck.
I'm going to turn the boiled one into the bread one. And what can I say? What an incredible sentence. We all know what the boiled one is.
Put a finger down if you want to fuck me.
In case you don't, it's a cognito hazardous demon that haunts and feeds on people, all while putting them into a pseudocoma of sorts. Yeah, so... oh my god. So appearance-wise...
I'm gonna be honest, I without his appearance, I would no idea what he fucking said.
As you can see here, it's like a tower of flesh, which might sound tantalizing to some,
Bad
but I
Bunny?
assure you...
Wait, Mizu Astrum, aren't you the author of that one? Alright, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Since you just showed up. You're the author of that one giant paragraph from the Deckmaster Cup. Bad Bunny plays Hugo? He does kind of look like Bad Bunny. This one. This was a real post, right? You didn't use AI to make this? That's my first question. Oh my god. Okay, we got it.
It would not. Don't think about it that way. And that brings me to this weird hole in its stomach or something. That's
What the fuck is that?
My mind, I guess. It convulses. Yeah, it looks like it has muscle control over that convulsing. Another question I had was, can it grow?
Okay, you know what? If I'm gonna engage with that, I can see.
I'm
Can we get this as a command?
Find out, right? And if you're brave enough to do so,
eh.
good luck to you, man.
Nah.
Yeah, watch out for that hand though. You know, we'd handed it.
Oh
it
wow!
has,
I didn't
don't know if
realize they put some effort into this guy's anatomy. Jeez. Called him cowards and challenged him to a duel. Okay. I regret this video.
It looks like it moves very fast, so I wouldn't go near that. Or maybe if you're brave, no. Yeah, big hunk of flesh, weird convulsing hole.
Were you like venting, or was that like were you memeing? That's my next question.
Conclusion, yeah, if you're brave enough. So, breedable. Oh my god. All right, next up we have the Mimic, and if you notice me looking at my my laptop a lot, I do have notes, little dot points here, but I also have the image of the thing, so I can I can really visualize everything. We have the United Nations Space Command. This user, thank you for your comment. He says, okay, the Vita Carnis Mimic can develop more human features.
Venting and passing like my Starbucks story.
Hear me
Okay,
out.
got
Thanks
it.
for putting
Got
that
it.
image in my head. What, do we want to hear you out? Don't worry, I'll do all the talking for you. It's fine. Let's analyze this. So this reminds me a lot of that Ditto from Detective Pikachu. You know, the secretary or whatever it was. I'll put it up on screen, but I don't like.
I can't believe we Ditto. That's kind of freaky though.
Implications of having a Ditto be, you know.
Yeah, it is.
transformed into
It is
Pikachu.
faster
Makes sense
pass.
to someone
Yeah.
going with this. I don't like it. So,
What are
I
TCG1?
have the same feeling from hearing that the
TCG1 is like
it's just
foul.
it's like a Ditto that grows slowly. I don't.
TCG1 is the
These
most foul
implications,
copy
these
pasta
implications
I've
for
ever
success.
read on the internet.
So, and
Or
you'll
I
see-
mean
you'll see
on
the
in the
implications
Yu-Gi-Oh
as the
sphere.
video goes
TCG2 is
on,
not
but
very
TCG
boring.
Carnis, do look
I think
humanoid as
it's not that great.
older in there. Is that the word? Older,
I
or
tried
is
to
it as
recapture the magic
I
of
guess they age?
TCG1.
You know, just with their skin features. are
Oh,
really
Vita
good. When
Carnis.
they're-
Okay,
when
I am
they're
familiar
young,
with
they don't really have
this.
skin. Some other notable features that they can expand their bodies to intimidate, but can also contort their bodies to fit in tight spaces. The implications are there, man. The implications are there, and during their third stage of their life cycle, they can either become a humanoid or an elder mimic. Humanoids look the most human. Well, as I guess as human as they can be, they do look a bit still look a bit uncanny, a little warped. Elder mimics, though, let's be real, they're not in the picture here. I think humanoid mimics would be the people we're focusing on here. Unless you're into this elder mimic kind of stuff, I'll pray for you tonight. That's about it, really. Yeah. You know, if the humanoid ones are a bit too human, the implications, of course, if you know what I mean, then I guess they would be breedable in that regard. However, Vita Carnis spawn from flesh piles, I suppose, or that it's been a bit since I watched it, but you know, those piles of just flesh, whatever, that just comes out of nowhere.
Or my
They
yummy
become
take? Oh, I
creatures,
see.
Does it not? So that would mean they reproduce without the birds and the bees. They just do it themselves. They just grow. So why would humanoid mimics even have reproductive organs to begin with?
Yeah, from what I know from Vita Carnis, it's like this analog horror about like this like meat plant thing. It pretty much grows and spawns like plants would, and it's made of meat. And then there's like these like little. There's different meat creatures. One of them is kind of like a worm. It's kind of cute, and in like some of the side videos kind of market the little worm as a cute companion or whatever. That's like part of the lore. It is kind of cute. A little bit I don't know. I don't think it's everyone's cup of tea. It's like, it's gross. Would you love me if I was a meatworm? Sure. You can. I don't want to look it up because I don't want to look because okay, I'm just gonna look it up. Vita Carnis. I think it's. Ew. Okay, this not the meat snake. It's something else. There's another one. There's it's like very docile in the universe, so it's like adopted as a pet, and it is a little cute. But the worm in Top Shelf Tequila. Would you love me if I was a worm? Yeah, if you're a Chi-Shao, yeah.
Of course, that's their next step in evolution to creating more Vita Carnis. So, can you breed them? I guess like with the boiled one, the bread one, the oiled one. If you're brave enough, then yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, the oiled one is actually pretty good.
Next up we have a comment from Greek DBW9014. Cracking Goji hard enough.
Kissing Long Yuan? No,
to make
that guy's a
sense in
traitor.
that suit, let me tell you. Fantastic, man.
Boxia?
This brings up a big question on how.
No, I don't think
his
I
suit
cracked
morphing works.
Boxia.
So for those who don't know, this analog horror version of Godzilla has his suit actor completely morphed to fit the suit, and he never takes it off. Obviously, because he's become one with the suit. So the same thing happens to a few other suit actors, and I'll get into all that later. Anyway, we have a question to ask ourselves here. Does the actor still have his, his stuff? The morph in the suit would suggest maybe no, since the original Godzilla suit doesn't have, I guess, junk. So has it been?
One of the giant
has it
parrotfish?
just
I would
expanded the
never
suit
be a
and become
home
so
wrecker.
big? A big pile of flesh. There it is again, flesh. Despite that, I'm pretty sure what's in the suit is just mush that can regenerate and wants America to pay for nuking
A
Japan.
Romage Bergamot? Oh, she's pretty.
I don't like the way I've described that, but I mean, how else?
I'm like
how
a
else to describe
I'm a
just weird chunks
rosemary
everywhere
enjoyer.
inside a suit that's just morphed to it. I hate the way that denting the suit sounds as well. Greek DBW. Why would you say it like that? Why would you do that? mighty strong snoo to be able to dent the suit, but in a disgusting way, I guess. Yeah, definitely breedable. I shouldn't give a thumbs up to that. And sticking to the topic of the man in the suit, we have Kano Toro.
Bergamo is male. Still pretty. So is the green one. The green one's also male. I think they're pretty. Bergamo. What are you trying to do? Like catch me? Like, oh yeah. Actually, this person is my is Reggie. I don't really like the taste of rosemary.
The Mothra suit would be wild. You know what? It sure would be. You can apply the same logic.
Yeah, he's still pretty. What are you? Looks like Dryden though.
All these fetishes, suits, and I don't want to go.
Do we still not know shifters?
We'll stick to this topic.
I assume.
I'm
just assuming.
Anyway, I'm not sure why you'd want to do this, or even really how. I mean, there's a will.
I'm assuming shifter's a woman, but like
breedable. Next up is personally my favorite.
I don't think there's any like
entity, and that
being
is,
confirmed.
Well, told in a comment by Galactic Amethyst 8528. Kazuma Kiryu takes top spot for real.
All right.
He's there. He's there in every poll, in every one of those polls. He's there. So can I take sole responsibility for turning Kazuma Kiryu into an analog horror entity? Pretty please. If in case you don't know, he's the main character from the Like a Dragon and Yakuza game series. And if you really think about it, I guess anything can be turned into an analog horror entity, I suppose, right? This is one creature we can confirm to have a weenie. He just hasn't used it in that certain way, canonically, but he does have a weenie. So congratulations, Kiryu. You're breedable. Next up, we have a comment from Five Nights of Stop Motion. Thank you, and thank you to everyone else who's commented. That just commented on the post in general. Commented your comments that have come in that are on the video. Thank you all. If I missed your comment or I didn't read yours out, either someone else talked about it or we have too much to already talking about, and it could be for a future video. Oh god. Anyway, Five Nights of Stop Motion says, Statue of Liberty, Monument Mythos. Now, I had to think real hard about this one, because admittedly, I haven't watched much of Monument Mythos, so I needed to scrap up on my knowledge. And basically, in this universe, America's statues and monuments were made to be feeding grounds for horrors beyond human comprehension, or something like that. What I've said is very diluted and a very summarized description, but you get the gist. Now, I'm wrong, but the Statue of Liberty feeds part of the horned serpent, which used to be George Washington before he developed American Wonderland Syndrome. I think, that's what I've gathered. From what I've gathered. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but so if you're doing anything nasty to the Statue of Liberty, then really you're touching the serpent, man. Since the serpent is George Washington transformed, then does he have those kind of parts down there? Unfortunately, I've had to ponder that question, and unfortunately as well, I have no reason to say no. I have no reason to say yes either. It's debatable, so I'd still lean more to yes. Despite that, I see no reason for him to have any kind of reproductive organs, but breedable. Next up is a comment from, forgive me for getting this pronunciation wrong, I don't know what I'm looking at, but
I mean, serpents could be ovipositors, right? So it's not like impossible.
Zagata Koiti. There you go. He says, finna tap that wood crawler. What do you see?
He's just saying, I'm getting, a lot of these are humanoid too. It's like, or like formerly transfigured, they're like transfigured humans or something like that. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're gonna get yes to most of these.
What do you see in this thing? What draws you towards this thing?
Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm seeing here.
Is it the fact that they kidnap humans to convert them into fake people, or that they enter their prey to turn them into fake people? That should raise a few eyebrows. Entering their prey. Sounds like we've got enough evidence here to point to yes, breedable. But these creatures are created by the Iris, and they're made to create fake people. But there's no sign or mention of reproduction in this process other than the Iris creating them. But I don't think any sort of reproduction is going on in that. Let's just.
Is this Master Pass? Yeah.
A giant like face-shaped, hole-shaped celestial being. I'll just put it in there. Why not? Breedable. Done. Easy. Boom. These creatures, obviously, like I said, created by the Iris, and they're taking over the Earth slowly, but there's no sign or mention of that reproduction in this process. So I'm not going more into this. I'm sorry to say, but it's a no. Wood crawlers, not breedable. It's our first definitive no, and I'm so proud of this community. All right, anyway, the Beansman 1524, is that a reference to Jerry Beansman from Yu-Gi-Oh? If so, pretty cool name. They say, Philbis is
Yu-Gi-Oh mentioned?
In brackets, I'm so sorry.
Let's be real, you're not sorry.
And don't be sorry. This is what I'm here for. Don't you worry. Fuck Philbis. Not in that regard, but fuck Philbis. Unless, I mean, think about it. Philbis is this strange half-humanoid, half-chair hybrid, so I don't know how you would do anything other than...
Is he really half... These are chair legs? This is so ass. Oh, he has the fucked up top hat. Like, the MS Paint top hat. What the fuck? Oh my god.
to eat more than a chair. I guess you could eat his chair.
You think
as well.
Onami's colluding with Trump on the tariffs to drain Latin America
It's
and
funny
Yu-Gi-Oh
if you say that
exports?
you can breed him. So it's a yes for me. Don't try.
I don't think I'm familiar with the geopolitical.
In real life either. I'm not legally liable. Next up, we have
Specific-
a comment from Stupidity is my strong suit. The dinosaurs in prehistoric emergence.
Lord of the
I
Heavenly
mean,
Prince is more comprehensive than the
they're
thing.
on par with Kiryu since they're just animals. I don't think we'd be doing the breeding ourselves. I mean, not in that way, but you know what I mean, right? That's where Joel's comment comes in clutch about husbandry breeding. Theoretically, you could start a farm and breed the creatures of the emergence. Why? I don't know. I mean, to create genetically desirable dinosaurs? Hold up. That should raise a few eyebrows. I don't like those implications in the context of this video, but they're there. Here's a theory though. So the Dobber from the series is a unique and smart dinosaur. What if a Neanderthal slayed a T-Rex and a super smart hybrid was created? Food for thought. And Aizen, I know you're watching this, and just know that this is a freebie, all right? You can use that as a plot point in your series. Don't you worry. It won't cost you anything. You can do it, buddy. I also got a comment from Aizen as well. I asked him about if they're breedable or not, and I guess yeah, he feels the same way. Thank goodness. Yeah, he feels the same way. Basically saying the same things along my lines of just they're creatures. They breed to reproduce, so definitely breedable.
Alright, I don't know why I'm engaging with this one seriously, but I don't think that necessarily even links them. Like, okay, yeah, okay, maybe they benefited from the tariffs, but how is that like even like imply collusion? Maybe. So I'm gonna say IDK, probably not. Maybe they just took advantage of the situation. Like one specific, I don't know. I feel like there's other more specific entities that could be lining their pockets as far as tariffs go.
Great job, everybody. Next comment we have is from Ducky99 Part 5. Patricia from The Moon Woke Up. She's called the birther of moons for a reason. I hate the implications of that, but thank you for pointing that out. You know, it does bring up a good point, right? The comment just, it explains everything. There's an ominous and conspicuously placed hole in the center of it and tentacles, so... just had to point out the tentacles, didn't I? How would any of this work? It's enormous. Like, it's huge. It's unfathomably huge. How do you put anything anywhere?
I don't think so.
I guess it's like, what's that saying? You throw a pea into a hallway or whatever? That kind of logic, but it does make children in the forms of these celestial beings, so there's got to be a way, right? If there's a will, there's a way. And that's science, baby. So, therefore, breedable. All right, from there...
Nah.
Laki Bezekutu. If I didn't pronounce that right, apologies. But we have Gabriel about to find out what unholy truly means when I get my hands on him. And following this up, we have a comment by some guy 1894. The alternates, since they can only attack you if you're scared of them or something similar. And since they shift into people, you know, there's that. Truly, there is that. So let's group these two comments together and discuss. Alternates are the main antagonists of Mandela Catalog, and they drive their victims mad to get them to off themselves, or by physically beating them in rare cases. They want to eradicate humanity and are basically demons. Archangel Gabriel, aka Satan, and the Antichrist in this universe.
Look how goofy this is, bro. How can I take this shit seriously? This one's insanely famous too. This shit scared the shit out of a bunch of like Gen Alpha Zoomers, bro.
Recognizable threat alongside, I'd say maybe, I don't know, the Intruder, the little funny looking guy. And as we see there...
Yeah, the Intruder is the one that's all on the memes too. Like, I think the setup for this is pretty interesting though. I think it just like, I could not take it seriously after they started showing like the creatures though. First time I've seen that.
In appearance, just with a lot of exaggerated features. These features are very noticeable, but they can be exaggerated elsewhere. I'm sure if they needed to, I'm sure if they did something like that, it would inflict someone with mad. I am sure of it. It would drive someone insane. I am sure of it. But alternates having private parts, it doesn't really make sense, does it? Perhaps they're artificially made by Satan. What are the chances that they actually...
Bro, this is some dude in a hoodie. And then he like forgot to wipe his mouth after eating some like SpaghettiOs. Like I can't, bruh. If you think about it, I'm gonna say it. He reminds me of DB Grinder.
Great with each other in some sort of sick and twisted mockery of life. I just realized I hit my microphone. I've never used a microphone like this before. This is fun. I like using this. Yeah, it's good. Oh, did I hit it again? I don't know, maybe it's a bit too high, but this is good. Anyway, back on topic. Yeah, what are the chances they actually procreate with each other in some sort of sick and twisted mockery of life? I don't know, I feel like Satan just makes them, so it wouldn't really make sense, would it? Fuck it. Whatever. Don't do that, but definitely.
Kind of looks like DB Grinder.
Or anyway.
Kind of does. If you squint, it does.
Flower Boy and then a little funny face. Vita Cardinus, the meat snake. You know, the weather is so beautiful today. We got blue skies, a little bit of cloud coverage, not much. Everything is so nice, and this is what I'm choosing to do in my day. And you know what? With the meat snake, I gotta say yes, I suppose. But what about every other entity of Vita Canis? I mean, again, chunks of meat,
White guy
nothing
in
to do
hoodie
with
DB grinder. I'm sorry, okay? Oh my god. He always wears a hoodie, bro. That's like it's not even just he's a white guy in a hoodie. DB grinder's always wearing a hoodie, bro.
I don't like the implications. I don't need to go there. I did propose a theory in a previous video that this is the next step for the Vita Canis creatures. This sort of like human Vita Canis hybrid, like an assimilation. I guess if things really did escalate to that, it would be more plausible. So definitely breedable. All right, next up, I wanted to just point out a little comment that I saw from Aren't They Happy? And they said, like the Doomslayer, I can take them all at once. You have a fucked up profile picture, by the way.
What the fuck is that?
I understand why everyone's changed their profile pictures to Clippy, but why
I don't even think it's a question at this point. This person has a profile picture of a Clippy with who is. I don't even think if they could have the imagination to like.
Oh, why'd you do that to him, man? You know, I feel like your profile picture just supports what you're saying. So I really don't have an argument to try to argue against what you're saying. Basically, leave a comment down below if you could just like the Doomslayer, take them all at once. Wait.
If someone has that PFP, they're gonna have no problem visualizing all of these creatures.
Okay, next one is next comments from Reki. Come on, man, what is his name? Phaganax. Reki Phaganax, probably? Anyway, Reki Phaganax 19.
That is not Reggie, okay? I know what he said. That's not. You just can't read. That's a K. That's clearly a K.
Maybe. Outsmart is definitely one way to put things, one way to describe things, okay? In a situation where you need to grind some gears with a possessed blue bunny animatronic mascot for a burger franchise, you know, I'm not gonna say no, I'm gonna say it's possible. I don't know what situation would warrant this. I'm not sure. Can you? It's probably me or whoever it is. Just pull this up. Pull up that clip of Chica from FNAF 2.
She's such a bad bitch, though. The shit out of that robot, man. I'm not even.
Does that explain things? I feel like that might give a bit more context.
Yeah, I mean, like, it has like exaggerated thighs.
And files. Like,
why is its head so small though?
Regardless, how would you get yourself into this situation? Are you boinking? Are you boinking the suit?
What the hell is this? Oh my god, what happened? Did he just like what are they like? They're always like snacking on something and forgetting to wipe their mouths. What the fuck?
The soul stuck inside of it. These comments, what people said, really for some reason just really got me thinking. But if there's a will, there's a way. Breedable. Next up is a comment from.
Are they children stuck in animatronics? Yes, they are. Yeah, the Five Nights at Freddy's shit. Yes. I think Springtrap's the one exception. There's a couple other, but basically yes. Maybe that guy doesn't have internet. All right.
It's Gabriel Mandela catalog, Basewood County mimics.
Why do they care about Gabriel so much?
Etc. I'm gonna be focusing on just the Basewood County humanoids here because I like the series a lot, and they're pretty similar to Mandela catalog's alternates.
This is so okay. This is like,
but they come from a different dimension, kind of thing, via a portal. And the other big thing is they wear their victims like a suit and slowly morph their appearance to look more human-like. So they wear humans, and if you go to get into a human, you're going inside them. So. You know, like I've said for a lot of these, the implications are there. Need I say more? What's that? I need to? Oh man. Alright, so if a humanoid wears someone's skin and you go to town.
I mean, this is just some guy. I guess it's like the features aren't like, you know, there's like some like uncanny valley shit, but he's just some guy, bruh.
On them, what are you really doing? Who are you really doing?
Okay, he's still just some guy, bruh. Again, they just don't wipe their mouths. I don't know. They need some like maybe see a dentist for a few of these, but like. For the most part, FNAF lore true.
All right, jokes aside, that would be a disturbing scene, and
I mean, okay, this guy's kind of ugly, but all right. But I don't think that stopped people.
I don't know. I don't have the strength for this. I thought I did, but as I'm sitting here, I think to myself, like I said, I've thought too hard about this. I've put a lot of time into this somehow. Are you all having fun? What am I really doing? What am I doing here, man? But for reals, jokes aside, that would be a pretty disturbing scene, and I don't know. I'm not strong enough to describe it, or. I'm just, we'll just leave it at that. Breedable. Next up is a comment from Zach Animations N1W.
This is the guy from Mad. Yeah, he does look like the guy from Mad. Yes, he does. Oh my god, the big ears and oh my god.
Lanius, and then that funny face.
Lanius, Raid Raptor mentioned.
I just knew this one was going to appear, especially since this character, the Painter from the Painter series, actively engages in naughty behavior. And I don't mean all that torturing and killing she does. I mean a little more, but on the sadistic, non-consensual kind of gross, deplorable, kind of disgusting kind of side. Speaking of, the series is finally over, and that was one hell of an ending. Hearing Mona talk about letting her orphanage dog do unspeakable things to her and stuffing a grenade in her vajiji to blow up herself and everyone else, or as many people as she can, up in court. That was not on my my checklist of what's gonna happen.
Are you
in the
reading
series,
this?
But there it was.
Big Pussy Boom. Did you guys read that? You did not let that linger for very long.
And up in court. That was not on my my checklist of what's gonna happen at the end of the series, but.
This would take me out, bro. I'd be scared shitless, and I read this shit. I'd be like, "What the?" I'd be either like dying or like. They need to lock in when making these like analog horror, bro.
There it was. I mean, other than that, I think the final episode tied everything together nicely and ends on a pretty chilling note. Firstly, people have complained about women rappers and comedians that talk about their pussies. And I just want to put it out there. Can we route the distaste here too? I don't want to hear female murderers talk about their pussies either. All right? I don't want to hear them confess. Everything about
that's
that,
not the problem, okay? It's like
it was so weird to hear. I just thought that just like I thought, what the hell? I think it makes sense for what we're watching, but it was just so weird to hear. The big pussy.
Bro, what is he afraid of? Okay, like. Okay, the P word, they mentioned it multiple times. That's not the problem. It's like the phrasing is so silly and like fucking it's like a kid wrote it.
The line "Big Pussy Boom" reminded someone on my Discord server of that Black Ops 3 line, you know, outcome, train go boom. A legendary line, and now we have outcome, Big Pussy Boom. Anyway, spoilers, but Mona was kind of just the beginning of something that was possessing her, and that thing was whatever was in that self-portrait.
A kid did write it? Yes.
Or remember that, which has now been revealed to us to be, I'm pretty sure, the devil, or maybe like Baphomet, or some sort of like Antichrist. Either way, we have a similar question to ask ourselves here that we asked while talking about the humanoids, and that is, who would you theoretically be doing? How does that work? Is it whoever is possessed and whoever is doing the possessing? Is it one or is it the other? Unfortunately, that still makes Mona breedable. Next up from here, we have ResMat69. Great number, by the way, great username. I'm cracking Stanley from SM64 Classified.
No!
Love heart. What? How?
Not this
How would you
MF.
do that to a computer, like a computer or AI software? Like, what would you do? If Stanley is a tortured and abandoned AI stuck inside hardware, then I guess you can move him into something more crackable, I suppose, a humanoid form. Or not, you could just hump the computer, hump his hardware, I don't know. Science will have to take it that far. Better yet, why not transfer your consciousness into the hardware that Stanley is in and just give yourself a form and do what you gotta do, I guess. Multiple ways to further harass Stanley, therefore, breedable. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right at all, man. It doesn't sound right. But that's it. There we go. I did have an honorable mention that I wanted to say here. The honorable mention is the cameraman, the person behind all the footage we see recorded. Thank you, Block Destroyer Gaming, for pointing that out. Look, shout out to the cameraman and everything. We have no idea what they look like, but whoever you are, cameraman, I just want to say thank you for giving all of us all of this incredible footage and storytelling we see in front of us, and all of that is somehow culminated into this video where we ask ourselves, as what you've recorded, what you've shown us breedable. So thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you all for watching. It seems that we're oh hang on, we have one more honorable mention here. I only thought I added one. It's weird. It's this one from Nota Yelamau. You. They say you, like me. Hold on, there's a photo attached as well. I don't remember adding it. That is so weird. That's me. Like, how long ago was that? That was maybe like 30-40 minutes ago. Whoa, that's weird when I was setting up everything. Okay,
oh my god, the twist.
Okay, I'm just gonna go inside actually. That's okay. All right, well, I think we're gonna wrap things up here. Oh shit, dude, something's behind me, something's behind me. Oh my god. And in broad daylight as well. Usually this stuff happens at night. All right. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thank you for all your suggestions as well. This has been quite a funny video, honestly, to record. Maybe I'll do something like this again in the future. Yeah. Anyway, if you have suggestions for analog horror entities, you can definitely breed. Leave it down in the comment section as well. I might make another post about this. Who knows? Anyway, before we finish up, I can't forget about the Patreon members and YouTube members. Thank you all, and a special thanks to our highest tier Patreon members, Joel Matthew Colgrove and La Creatura, and a big thank you to our highest tier member, Hammer Brother 13. Thank you all for your continued contributions, and thank you to everyone else too. You guys are absolute legends. Everything what I talk about, stuff maybe is in the description. I don't know, XD. And I'll catch you in the next. Oh Jesus! And I'll catch you in the next one.
That was a pretty Oh my god. You really hit us with the Mpreg. Okay, dude. It was the shores? I think it was the shores. That explains a lot. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Thank you for sharing that one. Magistus? Ah, it's kind of... You know what? Okay, before we get... Okay. This one's like 2 fucking hours. Alright. Alright, we'll do this one next.
Before starting the actual video, I would like to reassure you that you don't have to know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh to be able to enjoy this video. My usual viewers can just view this as me talking about the unfortunate life of a natural scientist in an extra nerdy way. With that out of the way, let's jump into the content. So, last month, or maybe the month before that, a TCG World Premiere Yu-Gi-Oh archetype was teased. The theme is dinosaurs and scientists, and I was so excited.
But aren't there like only like 3 animals mentioned? There's like an Allosaurus, a Velociraptor. I don't know who the bird dinosaur one, the one with the feathers. That's not a GMX, I think it's called. I don't know what that one was supposed to be, but I didn't really pay attention. Major problem? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if there's time.
If you didn't know me, I am a zoologist, but I did
Scientists
some
be called
paper
natural
mythology
philosophers?
research before.
Ooh.
I have been playing Yu-Gi-Oh on and off since like the last decade or so, and I am an official Konami judge. That's why I care about Yu-Gi-Oh. But anyway, this archetype, GMX, was finally revealed at around maybe a week ago or longer by the time this video will be up. When I finished reading the cards, I stared at my screen and I was like, this is absolutely... So I stopped thinking about it and just moved on with my day.
Wait, what? What is he trying to imply?
This is absolutely...
Like, the deck was ass? Huh?
So I stopped thinking about it and just moved on with my day. As time goes by, I read and listened to people's opinion on it. And the more I think about it, the more I think that, funnily enough, this archetype encapsulates the life of a present-day natural scientist.
I will say, the cards aren't that crazy, but the spell is really good. Like, I don't think... It is branded fusion with the you know, like the downside of potentially, you know, minus 8,000 XCD. I excavated too many dinos, and but that card is literally branded fusion. Well, I don't want to say literally. It behaves very similarly to branded fusion. Like, you have to find some balance of GMX names because the card cannot resolve at all until you hit a GMX name. So you can't theoretically play one GMX name because obviously the downside, you're gonna burn yourself. Brandon, yeah, Brandon. But like, there's some balance in between how many names you play. Did you put any locks on the cards? Yeah. People misunderstand Allos. I don't think people realize that you need something to fuse into, and then whatever dinosaur you excavated, basically you excavate a bunch of cards until you hit a GMX name. If that's the best way to call it, to describe it. Then among the dinosaurs you revealed that are not GMX names, you send that to grave. You choose between those. Then Allos, you know, basically tutors whatever you sent and revives it. So like, it's not that crazy, but it lives and dies by the spell. And you use the Jurassic Park deck? Yeah. So I don't know, like, I think a lot of people, I've read a lot of people's first impressions and they didn't even like catch that. So I kind of like, I'm going to wait until people actually play the cards out. Like, if they couldn't even like figure that out, they're like, why isn't Allos a quick effect? I'm like, okay, who gives a shit? That's not the point. You know, selling scientist cards to me. Well, I'm just saying, it's like, okay, is it really that hard? I mean, it's not going to be that crazy. It's only 7 cards. Like, RB wasn't that like... like RB was like barely functional, and like you could argue like it's not unplayable with the 14 cards that RB got, but it is definitely dependent on other outside engines like Striker, so it's like not too impressive. The engine itself isn't that impressive. I don't know, I'm interested to see what they do with the spells. you definitely need a better payoff than Velox. I'm more interested in like if they get like some kind of layered back row. Because as it stands, it's probably just gonna be an engine splash into dinos. Gears is the best normal summon in RB. But like that spell is very good. That's a very good card. That's a very, very strong card. The other cool, it doesn't have a lock. It fields a dinosaur monster without committing to your normal summon, which traditionally Dinos has been a normal summon. Like that's what I've clocked so far. But I would have to play the cards out to like really understand like what these cards are missing, you know. But if just as a first pass, I think they need some like layered back row, you know. Velox is okay as an interaction. They literally told you like, oh, you summon Velox on your opponent's turn because it literally doesn't do anything else except interact with your opponent on your opponent's turn. Like I don't know. It's kind of like it's kind of sauceless in the way. But we'll see. What's interesting going forward is you probably don't want to play. You don't want more GMX names printed, unless they're higher quality than the current ones we received. Because you have some incentive to play less GMX cards. You don't want to play just one, obviously, because you might excavate for I don't know. I don't know how many cards you can like. I forgot the burn for each you excavate, but you'll want to avoid that, like for sure. But yeah, that's my spiel. Nothing too amazing, but I feel like people are missing the mark I don't know. I think people are ass at evaluating cards. I'll just say it.
Elaborate. The identity of GMX is
20? Okay.
until you find a GMX and or a dinosaur. Then you do something. Of course, this is a neat gimmick that symbolizes fossil excavation. Pretty sure most people would get that. But what's an even better touch is, you take 400 damage each time you do. And that is the first point that I want to talk about. Every single research is not guaranteed to succeed. In most cases, you need to do some trials and errors several times until
Oh, that's that makes sense. Yeah, the trial and error. Yeah, that's cool.
You succeed. If you finally succeed, that is. Each time you perform an experiment, you need to spend resources. No matter who you are or what you are, your resources are limited. At the bare minimum, you need to spend times. You age as you perform those experiments, and that means you are getting closer to death. I'm not being grim, that's just how it is. Not only that though, most of the time, other resources need to be spent. The most obvious example would be money. The amount that you need to spend depends on your research, of course, but even the cheapest experiment will still leave a significant impact if you fail multiple times. And most of the time, at least in natural science, you will fail multiple times. Oh, and while we're talking about costs, I want to address something. You know how some of the scientific articles are paywalled? Most of the time, it's not because the scientists are stingy. It's because making your article open access is actually more expensive, for the scientists that is. The authors themselves need to pay more money, and when you already spend a lot for your research, it really adds up. Anyway, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you start with 8,000 life points. If you fail to excavate the appropriate card within the top 20, you lose. Same with real-life natural science. If you fail multiple times, you will run out of resources, and going bankrupt will ruin your life. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I've seen some people drop out of academic life because their experiment failed multiple times. And some of them think, just don't fail them out, be better. Which is, fair enough, you can increase your success rate if you are better, you know, if you do everything perfectly. But that's not how it goes in natural science. We couldn't completely control everything that is happening in nature. There will always be X factors that could cause failure, and sometimes you wouldn't even know what that X factor is, even after you finally succeed. That's also the case with excavating cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the deck is shuffled. Unless you are cheating, of course, but that's another problem in itself. In the case of GMX, you could theoretically increase the success rate if there are more dinosaur-type main deck GMX, but there simply isn't. Literally, not a single GMX main deck monster is a dinosaur. Danin mentioned GMX, but is
this is obviously intentional. Like, that's what I really appreciate. Like they are, putting some thought. Obviously, they did some obvious synergies, like level 1 dinosaur. Ooh, Mycenaneosaurus. Ooh, summon this off. But like, I can't wait till people be like, why isn't this a GMX? I'm like, you guys, you're a tourist. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. This would be a worse card if it was a GMX. All right, this would 100% be a worse card.
And again,
this also is interesting. This one summons like a GMX from deck or like a level 3 dinosaur. Ooh, baby. Ooh, pop the baby. So like they're trying to make these cards like decent. They're just not as pushed as oh, holy shit, she has like these crazy long nails. That's scary. But like, yeah, they're not crazy pushed or anything. So like, I'm okay if people are underwhelmed. They're just like, but like, like if you start calling these shits like unplayable, like I don't know. I don't think you like figure out what they're trying to do with this.
That's just how it is in real life. Most of the time, it is so difficult to find that one specific scientist in that specific field you are looking for. Those who are not familiar with zoology and paleontology might not be able to grasp how specific a zoologist field could be. If you want a little bit of exercise, just try to name as many animals as you can. Maybe picture it inside your head, or perhaps write it down. Then look at your answer. Each of those
Not really,
names you
that's-
imagine or
yeah,
write
of course,
could
yeah.
potentially be a lifetime topic of a zoologist's research. Each
Ooh, okay. I don't know what mammologist, but ornithologist bird. This herpetologist is reptiles. Ichthyologist is fish. Anto is that insects? Myrmecologist. Oh, okay. I don't know that one. Actually, let me Google that. Myrmecology. Vermio. I don't even. I'm not familiar with that one. It's just mammals. Really? Okay, that's easy. I guess it is mammals. Oh, myrmecologist is a specific entomologist. Ants. Mathmecologist. Oh my god. Oh, I have this is kind of a lame story, but there's a guy before the 2016 election. I don't interact with this person anymore, and like this person like tried to interact with me like multiple times, and I've told him like, dude, I'm not friends with you, and would get really upset. But that's not the point. Vermiologist. What is that? Vermilia? Oh, she is an ant. Isn't she an antlion? Worms. That's vermiologist. Worms. Malacologist. Anyway, before the 2016 election, this guy used to have like a different username, but then he changed his name to Trumpologist, and that's all he did. He would just shill MAGA the whole time, like on like Yu-Gi-Oh forums and shit like that. Like he would like talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, but then like somehow try to like turn a conversation into MAGA shilling. And he was also like an OCG simp, but not necessarily. He didn't actually quite know that much about the OCG. He was like an OCG tourist. He would just like parrot what he would see for like maybe a deck list from the OCG or something like that. Interact with me? What? I see him on the Yu-Gi-Oh Reddit every now and then. The Trumpologist fella. I'm just saying. There's just some history. Are you a zoologist? I am not a zoologist.
one of those, and I'm not even.
I wanted to be an ornithologist when I was growing up. But I don't know. I never got to.
Kidding. Even if you write down a specific subspecies of an animal, a certain zoologist can specifically dedicate their life to the research on it, and only it. And what that means is, at any periods of time, there are many animals that don't have any researchers specialized in them. Most of the time, simply because no one is interested enough. And that means, if you are specifically interested
Favorite
in those animals,
bird?
then there is not.
I like herons. Herons are sick. It's nice to see herons in my area because they're yummy zoologists.
Not a single person who you can optimally, scientifically discuss about those with. Well, not at a deep enough level at least. If we're talking about surface level, then it's fine. If it's just a random question from the general public, usually your friendly neighborhood zoologist could answer that. But if we're talking about research, that could be difficult. I can say this because it happened to me. When I was a student, both undergraduate and master degree, none of my direct academic supervisor are a deer researcher. In fact, they literally haven't done any research on deer before, but they did the kind of research that I want to do, just 2 different groups of animals. That actually matters a lot in zoology, because their forms are so different, their DNA sequences are so different, their ecologies are so different, etc. Even if the general concept of the methodology is basically the same, you need to do some tweaking. And so, I either had to choose someone who is familiar with deer but haven't done any kind of research that I want to do, or the opposite. Nothing is optimal, so you just have to choose from what's available. That's my point. More often than not, if you are a natural scientist, no one is interested in doing exactly what you want to do. And I feel like that's also the case for GMX. No other archetype perfectly synergizes with it. This is like the first actual Dino Fusion archetype. Okay, technically Dinomorphia is a Dino Fusion archetype.
I still think you can splash this at dinos because the you can still treat it as like a guy that summons a dino from your extra deck, and then that guy you summon, Alos, is a guy who revives whatever you dumped off the GMX spell. But it is still predicated on playing the spell. So like maybe it's not even worth playing the package because like you have to play like this is arbitrary. You have to play like 3 spell and 9 GMX names so you don't die. This is arbitrary. I didn't really do the math or anything like that. It's probably not worth it. Compared with dinos and Twitter, yeah, I think it's very straightforward dino support. Like the typing of the GMX cards is just a red herring. Because as far as I know, there's no full turn dino locks in decks. Normal summon is just a Dino starter. Yeah. That Celand, I think. Yeah. So I think like it's not that like there's not that much anti-synergy. Like they made sure the GMX stuff is specifically not dinosaurs, so the spell can resolve and excavate your other generic dino pieces.
Plays so differently. Transcendosaur.
Oh, double evolution pill. Oh my god,
Dino wants
yes.
to be DDD, but a lot worse. Shadow Dino was a thing, but not exactly an archetype, and Dino Wrestler do have a fusion, but not exactly a fusion archetype. But anyway, this and the fact that there are not enough GMX cards makes them difficult to build optimally, if you want to stay on theme at least. But hey, new things are somewhat exciting, right? Excavating cards and paying 400 every time you do, it is fun.
Yeah, I don't know. Trying to play these pure is probably the a red herring. I don't think you like with most archetypes, you probably have to play them with some engine. And like I said, like there's probably a point where you don't want to play that many GMX names, like because of you want to maximize the benefits of this spell. So but we'll see. It's a lot more interesting than like I might be interested in like messing around with it. Getting the dino stuff is kind of hard though. Fuck. Whatever.
But what exactly is the payoff?
Who doesn't
Well,
like Dino
archetype,
Mommy?
most likely-
I think the face takes me out. So actually, all their faces take me out, bruh. They look so like, you know what this one reminds me of? If you ever play Persona 3 Reload, they have 3D models, but the faces are like shields, if that makes sense. Like they're very like flat because you're supposed to see them from in front. But when they start to you see their faces from the side, you could see like, oh my god, like their features are extruded from. It looks really weird, and that's the vibe I get. It's like they pasted a face on top of this.
Just a pop and some heals. Just to make it clear for those who don't play Yu-Gi-Oh, it basically is pretty mediocre, perhaps even lackluster. And again, that reminds me of the life as a natural scientist. The results of natural science research are filled with what the public would consider mediocre. Why? Because most are curiosity-driven, not goal-driven. We just do what we want to do, basically. I feel like this is exceptionally relatable for me because my field is animal systematic. We classify animals, we find out how to identify animals, we find out their evolutionary relationship, and while doing so, sometimes we discovered a new species, which almost always produce a decent response from the public. A lot of people think discovering a new species is cool, which is fair of course, but that's basically it though. A new species is not exactly a new thing. The animals have always been there. We barely change anything by revealing the fact that it is a new species. Sometimes we revealed something groundbreaking, a feat that we haven't heard before, something we didn't know is possible in real life. And that is exceptionally cool for us. Most of the time, it's just a thought-provoking discovery for most people though. It doesn't directly affect people's life. Honestly, sometimes it doesn't affect anything. Not until years later, centuries perhaps, when someone discovers something on top of your research. And by that time, you wouldn't
Papa
have
is new
life.
species?
Still, sometimes we discovered a certain endangered
True.
species that lives in a specific area. And that is an important discovery for conservation. In a sense, it is an impactful result. But I'm just gonna be real. The result would probably get negated by the because they want to turn the area into whatever project it is. Or, they could simply be unaffected by your research because, well,
What
you're
was
just a terrible
that?
scientist after all. It is what it is. Because our results usually don't directly affect humanity, most of the time, people don't put much worth to our research. That's why natural scientists don't make a lot of money. But that's actually not the worst part of this reality. The worst part is, because these kinds of research are not deemed that important, it is so difficult to get funding. Think of it like this, right? A person comes in for an interview. They say they want to look for a deer species that haven't been observed in over 20 years.
Is
That's why they
Lilybell
need
the
these fundings for
OG?
their expedition. Then someone from the funding agency asks, "Are you sure you will find this deer? I mean, it hasn't been observed in over 20 years, right?" And then they say, "Well,
As far as like tutored off a spell and then you add it or something like that, I guess so. Who's the other one? There's like Wadapon or something like that. There's another guy where you just add him to hand, he special summons himself. I forgot what it's called. It's like a fairy guy. Wadapon needs to be added from deck. Okay, yeah. Oh, Lilybell triggers from added from graveyard. Oh, that's true. It does. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Dang. Well, okay, Lilybell.
of course not. It's an expedition after all, and not 33. And you were like, okay, sure. And then another person comes in for an interview and says they need fundings for their research because they figure out this extract from this specific plant have the potential to cure cancer. Now, without any bias, which person would receive the funding? Surely not the deer guy, right? Unfortunate for us, but understandable of course. Because resources are limited, there is always an opportunity cost for everything. And for GMX, the question is, why would you even play this over some better archetypes? You might think it's cool, it's fun, it's new, so you want to try it, whatever.
What? Oh, I don't. Okay, I'll let him cook for a bit because I don't like where this is going.
For your reason is understandable. For real, I am also that kind of duelist. Everything is fine if you just want to have fun. But if the stake is high and you are actually trying to win the whole thing, would you play these cards? Pure. Pretty sure the answer is no, which is unfortunate, but of course understandable. Now you could just say, well, just play casually. No need to put yourself in a high stake position.
What does it have to do with? Oh, it's encapsulating the life of a natural scientist. Okay, I thought he was gonna talk about like the individual cards or something like that. This is a weird tangent though, because like, like, is he trying to say like, I don't know. Okay, I'll just let him cook some more.
And that would be fair enough for Yu-Gi-Oh! You couldn't exactly do that in your life though. What if it is the casual, non-competitive side of life? Secluding yourself in just survive with natural resources? In that case, you are competing with the animals, competing with nature.
I don't know. This
which
weird
might be
meta
harder for a lot
narrative
of
is
people to see.
like,
So yes, understandably, a lot of people just couldn't take the risk. To walk the path of a natural scientist, the opportunity cost is just too high. And that's why, unfortunately, many friends of mine who were once prospective scientists are now mostly on a different career path, because it's easier for their life. Right now, the only viable way to play GMX is probably by splashing it to another better deck. Legit, the first combo video that I see of GMX is searching Habakiri.
okay, that is troll. Okay, that that is Arctosaur add. Okay, it's interesting because it's Arctosaur adding something that's not a dinosaur. But that is super troll day one. Like, okay, maybe someone's gonna do it. All right, someone is gonna like. I don't know. This is okay. Whatever. I'm not gonna.
Several hours later, I see it doing that and making Tatsuyami wave. Brother, why? To put it in as well.
I don't know. In Yu-Gi-Oh, that's kind of been a thing. Like I said, RBs probably can't function completely on their own. They probably need, they don't have enough good cards, so you have to play other cards that are not similar, maybe similar or better in quality. That's just a lot. All these splashable engines. But I don't know. Okay, the Mitsurugi thing seems like I'm not reading too much into Arctosaur and Habakiri. All right.
Term. It's like if you advertise yourself as an upcoming entomologist, then you got hired just to look for crickets to feed some geckos. Imagine how that feels. Sure, you could be useful, quite impactful perhaps, but it just doesn't feel good, Another way to make it viable is to simply give them a good support in Blazing Dominion. This is basically like waiting for that opportunity out of nowhere. Maybe a funding specifically tailored for your research, which could always happen, we never know. It's just not reliable. It might never come, but it is what it is. Another thing which is even funnier for me, I tuned into Joshua Smith's stream where he talked about GMX for like, I don't know, maybe about 1 hour? Maybe more? And it was so funny how that 1 hour boils down to one word. Potential. What's funny for me is the fact that some people do...
Joshua Schmidt picked up that the card was Branded Fusion. So, like he at least realized that. So... Oh, man. Potential man meme? Alright, guys. Hello, Surf. How's it going? I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did catch that live. Because, like, he streams at, like, 3 a.m. for me. And then I'll like fall asleep, at a certain point. Maybe I'll wake up a little bit. But at least he caught that. So I'm like, okay, you know what? He can say whatever he wants. Branded Fusion for Dino. So like, how's this bad? I don't know. It's like I don't know. Like, I'm trying to treat this as like, it's just a shorthand, okay? It's just so to communicate like how this card, behaves. It's not meant to be like, oh, Branded Fusion elevates the deck to a whole new height. Like the original, like, dude, Branded Lord sucked ass before Branded Fusion came out. 3 a.m. Yeah. Deck has like no end board. Well, yeah, you probably have to splash it and other things to do anything. Like I mentioned before, I do want like a back row or something, so you can like, because like Velox is fine, but it's sauceless. I think that's a brilliant idea. Could be good after the second wave. I think the first wave is okay. Like, I'm not coping that the second wave is good or whatever. I think the GMX spell is already good enough for me. But see, look at this tourist. Psychic. Okay, tourist, bruh. See, this is what I'm telling you. These people are there are reasons why this deck is not great, right? But like, people are just nitpicking or like don't understand why, and are just like, oh, this should have been a dino name. Hell no, it didn't need to be. Like, Carry the Arctic Terror, shuffle himself to the deck, let others do. What the hell? That's a feature. Okay, but whatever. This is probably just a meme. This is probably just the meme part. Like, you want this guy in your deck. Like, oh my god. 7 cards with okay. Oh wait, this is just the 007. 007. Okay, whatever. Okay.
GMX. Some people have hopes that it could be good in the future. And that is literally what's been happening.
Is Dino highly searchable? It doesn't no, you don't want this to be Dino though. Like otherwise, if you excavate it with other GMX names, like it'll be treated as one of the dinosaurs. Like if you excavate 2 GMX names, you're done. Like
living life, or at least my own POV. I have several juniors that I think have a lot of potential, like a lot. I have a lot of hopes for them, a lot more than I do for GMX, by the way, just saying. I'm pretty sure they would be a good zoologist or paleontologist, but they just couldn't find their way, mostly gatekept by resources. Can't get fundings because what they want to do is not deemed worthy enough. I've taught several generations of undergraduate students, and same sentiments occurs. Some of them are promising, yet simply couldn't find their way because of the same reason, but also other personal circumstances on top of that, of course. What's kind of frustrating is the fact that I cannot do anything, because I am...
Yeah, he's level 4, yeah.
I cannot give them the resources that they need, and not just me. Many of the quote-unquote established zoologists and paleontologists are also still struggling for life, because it's just not the job that makes a lot of money. You get some, but you also spend a lot of money for your research after all. As an academic, all we can do is take some students that are interested in our research, guiding them as best as we could, hope they learn enough, and hope the best for them in the future. Hoping that those potential men and women could unleash their potential. On the other side though, like I said at the beginning of this video, when I first saw GMX, I thought they are absolutely unplayable, but they are not.
But they are not. Okay, some...
Not
alright, Hopium?
You could play with them. And when I think...
Oh my god, no, alright. Okay, never mind.
Think about it, that's what's been happening in this world too. No matter how promising you or your research are fundamentally, no matter how much potential you have, no matter how much achievement you might even have, at the end of the day, if the people that matters cannot comprehend that, then the door is locked. It doesn't matter how important your research would be for conservations, etc. If the funding agency disagree or simply cannot comprehend that, then you're not getting that research funding. That's just how it is. Last thing I want to say, and this might sound weird, but to those of you who say GMX have potential, to those of you who pick up GMX and mess around with it, thank you. I'm gonna do it too. Well, whenever it arrives in the OCG, that is. By that time, the support...
Yeah, he has to wait till like September of this year, I think. September 2026 for it. Actually, I don't know if AAE. I'm thinking of JP specifically. Biologics become a dinosaur crash out. What if Adam? See, this is what I mean. Like these people don't even care about how the cards work. They're just like, comparison that sounds right, but actually doesn't make sense under scrutiny. Like, but for what it's worth, Adamantipator cards do suck. All right, they suck ass. All right. Anytime I see a rock pile, they're like the first cards they cut. they're nice for being tuners, okay, but like. They're like hoping to hit off a guy with the Adamancer. Those times are long gone. Like, but like searchable tuner, like they can special summon themselves off of Block Dragon. That is still decent. All right, but okay, I'm just being. Second wave will be out then, yeah. But even then, like again, I think the deck lives and dies off the spell, and that's usually not a recipe for success when it comes to cards. And that's like. That to me is like what makes the cards like, you know, not underwhelming, but like I'm not gonna be surprised that they're not gonna perform, you know. But they made sure that the spell has no lock, and because you can probably if you try to splash into stuff, there's probably some combination that works. So I'm not gonna be like I don't know. I don't see any reason to be so down on the archetype, in my opinion. Like. They could have done other things to make the things they could have done to make it worse. I don't see it, you know, like design wise. We'll see what the next, like I said, like Velox is not that impressive as a end board piece. It is an interaction, but it obviously necessitates you to play other shit around with it. I mean, as far as the video goes, like I thought it was pretty interesting how it bring up the research stuff. But yeah, the meta narrative of like playing considering the deck playable or something like that, kind of lost me there, bro. Like, kind of like. Let's see, what else is there? Okay, so there is Yu-Gi-Oh! Has 3 major problems by Fraser Smith. He's an Unk Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, by the way. It's featuring Simo, but this is 2 hours. I would have to do like 3 times speed. A pack video, or Metagames GX featuring pack, or the truth about why Magician's cards are needed. Let me see if there's anything else. LGMX apply. Okay, if they make a quick play like that, that'd be very, very. Yeah, actually, that would be cool. Let me think. Let me see. Oh, the fucking. All right. Okay, we'll do. It's been a while since I've seen an MBT video. Usually, MBT videos range from like performance art. And like 90% of the time, there's Yu-Gi-Oh involved. People are in the comments are like, "I left as soon as there was Yu-Gi-Oh." Like the GMX applies for 6-7, true. So like I think this one is crazy. All right, there was this tier zoo video. But I'm just like, bruh. I think after seeing his shit on Twitter, I'm like, okay, dude. Oh wait, we don't have actually. Okay, we'll watch loopholes, and then we'll do the. Actually, I'm more interested in this than Draco Tail branded, but we'll get to those, I think.
Welcome to Loopholes. Each week, Yu-Gi-Oh! Heartthrob Luke Von Karma will deliver unto Dazif, Farfa, and myself one single prompt. We'll try to fulfill it as completely and creatively as possible. Dark monsters only? Maybe we'll break out the Dark Flare Swordsman. Winning without an extra deck? Well, no reason we can't play a speed duel. Have to use Umi? Nothing says we can't just bring our TCG decks to the beach. The most creative duelist wins, as long as they follow the letter of the law on Loopholes.
Welcome, holers. Wait, no. Welcome, my little attorneys, to Loopholes. I'm going to give you your prompt now. You must steal 3 cards from your opponent.
Ooh, what do you all think about stealing?
They know a thing or two about theft.
Have you guys ever stolen anything?
We gotta get Gage in here.
Stealing's kind of scary because it's illegal. So I guess I have to opt out of this episode.
Now you have to find a loophole to steal, but not actually steal. Like that's the whole premise, I guess. The prompt one would suggest.
What is loophole? I thought this was MasterChef 3.
No!
So Danny wants us to steal 3 cards, and I'm sure there's a lot of different interpretations of that, but I really wanted to give a shot at stealing my opponent's cards with Metal Morph, in terms of like literally turning them into steel. I've had a lot.
That's not bad. All right. I imagine there's gonna be theft like actual theft involved, you know.
Of fun with this deck recently. I was playing it in the Legend Anthology, so I want to continue playing it here. I thought it'd be like a fun little joke. And yeah, basically our goal here is to equip 3 Metal Morphs to our opponent's monsters and then use Eternal Rest to wipe their board. In my head, it's kind of like a Medusa sort of situation where we're turning our opponent's cards into stone, steel, and then getting rid of them. So we'll see how this goes. I hope that it goes fine. You'll see in here that we do have Maxi and then a couple Charmies. This deck really does need a lot of cards to function. Actually, it's pretty consistent at getting 2 Metal Morphs, but you need like extra cards to be able to do the bigger combos. I think what might end up being the hardest part about today is making sure our opponents actually have 3 monsters on the board to equip the Metal Morph to, but I guess we'll just see how it goes. So let's jump into the casual ladder. I'm not going to go into the ranked ladder, and see if we can do this against a real opponent.
So, I've been tasked with stealing 3 cards. What does that mean? Who knows? What if we took some of those cards from the competitors of the show? What is your Master Duel account and password? This may seem unconventional, but technically, I know we were supposed to steal 3 cards. What if I stole all of Doug's cards? Let's see what he says. Just give it a second. He'll reply in a moment. We got a Lamau. Does it have at least 3 cards? I can't be taking an account that doesn't have less than 3 cards, technically, to fulfill this. This is a prompt? I guess this technically counts as a prompt. Now, I do have a backup plan in case, okay? There is something I can do should Doug not actually hand over the Master Duel account name and password. Back in my day, there was a small little advertisement. You wouldn't download a car. Let's download some of the best cards ever printed. Card number 1. Yeah, let's get the one with sample. I love sample. Sample. Yeah, dude, straight from the database. Wait, I can't right click.
This isn't like a PNG, right? It downloads. What's that one format that online websites use? It's like, is it WP or something like that? I forgot, but
the official Yu-Gi-Oh database doesn't let you save image. Joke's on you, clown. I'm screenshotting. There you go. All right, card 2. All right, card
Web
number
P,
3,
yes,
I'm
Web
gonna go
P.
and take a classic as well.
Yeah, Web P,
because,
yes.
Raigeki. Guys, do not tell Konami I'm downloading their cards. That's my fulfillment of the prompt, I think. There should be enough, probably.
So here's my list, and I think that this displays. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna go in a slightly different direction.
Honor the Herald. That's not a very fun card. Red Eye's Metal Claw Dragon. When it's on the field, you can activate
You're brain dead.
Metalmorph traps the turn that they were set. So that's basically what we're trying to do here is set up 3 regular Metalmorph, which is super easy to get to. I mean, this hand currently has a way to set all 3 Metalmorph and activate them going second. So if we can draw that Eternal Rest. Okay, well.
Hello?
You,
Hi, Farf. How you doing?
You still playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Am I still? I play Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I play this game.
You got your deck on you?
I have my Genesis deck. Is that okay?
Ugh, don't send me Genesis card. I need you to send me 3 cards, okay? I'm gonna give you my address. You're gonna send me 3 cards.
That's not stealing, okay? That is like literally consensual. Like, hey, can you gift me 3 cards? Mail me. This is like, nah. L prompt.
No questions asked, okay?
Wait, am I actually just shipping you cards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 cards. 3 specifically.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
So I did a close.
That's
look
not
of Danny's
stealing.
prompt, and I heard him say you should steal 3 cards, but I didn't hear him say you should do it in Master Duel. Sure, they have to be from an opponent, but who is a bigger opponent to me than Danny? Not only will he be determining the winner of this episode, probably Doug, but he also refuses to let me hit. That's why I'll be stealing from him. So here's the plan. The cards are located at Danny's house, and he actually lives pretty close to me.
Okay,
The
so
problem is-
it's just gonna be a theft. Okay, we're gonna do some like Ocean's 11 shit. All right.
He YouTubes for a living, he never leaves. Therefore, I'm gonna get a mutual acquaintance to lure him out of the house and leave the door unlocked. After that's happened, I'll sneak in, find his cards, and paw through them. Finally, stealthily exiting with 3 of his most prized possessions. Ideally, the mutual will come back with him and pretend the door was locked the whole time, leaving him none the wiser.
Dude, my favorite casual engine, Mitsurugi. Do the people that show up with this shit think their opponent just is like not gonna instantly scoop when they act? Like what? To what end does this?
Why are we
We're on
getting a
solo mode if
Mitsurugi
you're playing
rant?
Mitsurugi. There's no other great spot to test.
Why are we getting a
interactions other
Mitsurugi
than
rant, bruh?
Just playing ranked, right? Like if you feel, I'm someone that doesn't know a lot of new decks, right? I'm still learning. I wouldn't really know how to play Mitsurugi, so would I necessarily want to jump into ranked and then immediately lose a whole bunch of times? Not really, but like.
I'm skipping this
That guy-
Mitsurugi rant.
It's not a prompt issue, it's more of a duration issue. So, in typical Rothschildian vision.
Because it's in casual. Still, I don't get. Like I don't even care if he's right. I don't want to hear like some yapping about Mitsurugi.
It's allowed from putting in the absolute bare minimum effort into Joseph's content as opposed to my own. So we're gonna have to actually play the fucking game, it seems. All right, well, heading on over to the database here. Let's see, we got Take Control. I know what that card does. What else takes control? Take Control? Gradle mentioned. Gradle.
Oh my God, Gradle! This was the Edo Pro Go back then. Kaiju Gradle.
Gradle, the change of fart. What about giving control? Does that count? What if we steal too many cards? We have to then give control, surely. But a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards take control, weirdly enough. It might be like there's a lot of cards in here that have words that aren't actually take control. All right, well, I guess the rest of this we'll fill up with some stall, baby. Are we gonna marshmallow on? My mind's going blank. I can't think of like stalling. What's that? Messenger of Piss. That card's take. And then we will also put in 1 copy of Triple Tack. We're never gonna be able to enable this, to be fair. Let's hop on into a game here and see if I can steal at least 3 cards.
Dog, it is going to take a fucking hour to get there, and an hour to come back. This is maybe more involved than I thought it would be, but I'm not giving up.
This is like literally a perfect hand. Like if we went second, I honestly kind of just want to go Illusionist Pass. These cards are so cool. I keep playing them in events, and they are a little bit complicated at first, I guess, because there's a lot of weird wordings, and the cards in hand don't work exactly the same, even though it seems like they should. But this is kind of sick. This is the Infernal. Yeah, so that's really, Bomb Man, I always bring up this example because Altergeist players seen second deck. Oh, wow, getting a lot of Altergeist vibes from this. But Altergeist Hextia, okay, fuck you, sure. Altergeist Hextia has like an absurdly high win rate because if an Altergeist player is summoning that, if they get the opportunity to summon that and they're playing correctly, you have lost the game. Fuck, dude, no, I need you to summon monster cards.
So they would play against each other. I think that's what makes this different from like MasterChef or whatever. I haven't really watched MasterChef for what it's worth, but yeah, I guess it's.
Wait, this is almost it. Oh,
That's-
hell yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're playing real Yu-Gi-Oh! On Master 1. Just set some cards and pass. Change of heart, this. He'll probably chain to negate so that it keeps his thing online or something. I think it counts itself, to be fair. I really should have put some extra cards in here. That's it. Okay, 1. Dyer, editor, put a counter. Card stolen. 1. Then we're going to set, and damn, I missed. I was trying to flick shot set it to the left.
All them shouting at each
Oh,
other?
it doesn't go to the graveyard by game mechanics? If I was a judge, I would rule that in my favor. Game's bug, game sucks, this show sucks. Don't put that in. Keep that in. Don't put that in. Keep that in. Don't put that in.
Breed gems for
Don't put that in.
Secret Man,
Don't
stole
put
3
that in.
cards that way.
Don't put that in. Keep it in. Don't put it in. Keep it. Don't. Okay.
I kind of just want to not do like anything so that they commit a little bit to the board. Just normal summon anything. Come on, like another maiden. Fuck. No, he'll normal summon another monster. We can do this. Just normal summon a monster card. God God damn it, dude. If I can set up both of these cards, I'm fine. I just Did you see that I missed? Like, I was trying to click right above that, and then I clicked defense. Do you see that just happened? So here we go. We're gonna attack with a 0 attack monster. They're not gonna negate the free attack. They're not gonna negate the free... It's a free Blue Eyes! Come on! Why would they? Because they want a Blue Eyes White Dragon. I don't even want to, like, activate the maximum because I want to, like, just normal summon a monster card. Like... Okay, so 2 Metamorphs down. I gotta get the negate off the board. I think that's, like, the problem here. Activate, discard... Target.
Yeah, why are you mad at him not playing into the negate?
Okay, so I've taken the negate off the board, so surely they will block an attack. How could they not? How could they not attack? How could they not block an attack? Nice, okay. Target this. Oh my god, we're like in the second game. I thought this would take like all day. Well, okay, we haven't gotten there yet. Let's everyone chill, everyone chill, everyone chill, everyone chill. We're gonna go 0 into the face down. We did it! Like okay, so here's what we're doing. So we go Red Eyes Metal Claw Dragon, send Max Metamorph, summon, activate. We actually fucking did it, dude!
Does it count if I steal the same card again? Oh my god. Wait, he's playing into it. Okay. Please don't have a second copy, please. Of course he has a second copy. Why wouldn't he have a second copy? Alright, Crackdown. 2, put the counter, 2 cards stolen, 2, put the counter, 2, the counter. Look, it's right here. Ding, 2, 2.
That's kind of funny.
2.
I'm blocking it. I'm pretty sure I'm blocking it. Just to make... he is like gesturing that there's a 2 right here, and a 2 has appeared.
It resolves! Oh my god, I can't believe it resolved. Is this considered winning? Hopefully he attacks over my Gradle Eagle, and that'll be 3. Within 2 turns as well.
So a mutual friend of ours...
I hate L underscore. I hate L underscore. I literally could not, like, I think this was years ago. I think it was like 3 years ago. Kotor was streaming, and he'd have like these fucking whales spamming bits of L underscore times like 99. And like I couldn't stand it. I couldn't even L-Unk? No. You don't do that shit to me, all right? There's a reason why there's no TTS there.
She is going to ask him to dinner or something, pick him up, intentionally leave his door unlocked, at which point I will sneak into his apartment and steal things. It's at this point we encountered a problem. See, Danny had already eaten, and so when Leah asked if he wanted to go out to dinner, he said no. So the obvious first question here...
Okay. Oh my god. All right. How do you... Yeah, this is some Ocean's 11 shit, bruh.
Is how on earth are you going to get into Danny's house through a locked door and steal things from him without him noticing? And would it shock you to hear I actually do have a plan? So we thought up a lie, and we thought it up quick. They went back to his house to hang out, at which point Leah said there was a Glitch Stars emergency, and that she just had to do a live reaction stream from his setup, barricading him in his own bedroom while she monopolized the front room where his computer was located. From there, she could let me in and help me steal his stuff while he was waiting for her stream to end. This would require precise timing, and most importantly, a Danny that was willing to just sit in the bedroom doing nothing. The cuck chair was prepped, and now it was time for someone to sit. So in order to facilitate step 1 of this plan, I'm gonna have to park at a garage like a mile away from his apartment.
Steal yourself now. Steal.
I like how like okay. I think it's like the lack of BGM in his DZ like portion where it's like this like high octane, frantic, scramble to execute a plan with MVT, and then it was just like cut to like no music, MDs, DZs locked in. I don't know the juxtaposition of those. It's too much
now. And finally, steal yourself now. We have stolen 3. We have stealed 3 monsters, and now they get blown up. I mean, tell me I'm not cooking right there. I mean, I don't even think we have another play. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, we'll add this. It's probably just fine if we pass. What are they gonna do? They haven't done anything last 7 turns.
Oh my god, he's playing into it! Gradle! Oh my god! Wait, I think that turns off verdict. There we go. El hombre con el marco. Wait, sorry. Did I didn't do a thing. 3. Now the problem is I don't have like what do the kids call them? Win condition? Yeah, I don't have one of those.
Okay, I made it, but as you can see, it's pretty damn bright out here. So I don't know how I'm gonna do this without being seen.
Okay, we have another problem. Yeah. Leah is live right now. So we're gonna do what we can.
No, I'll film you taking the stuff, but I can take a shit for like 20 minutes.
Wait, so is he just in another room?
Yeah, he's in his office.
Okay.
But his office is also like right in front of the door. Fuck. For the cards. Fuck. That's okay. I'll get the reminders out and see them outside.
Okay, so where do I go?
Oh, Colossus? That's what you pick? Not the cookie yum yums. All right. Is this muted? What muted? What muted?
That motherfucker has 15 binders full of Alestrals.
Oh, the heist? Oh.
We did it. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Dude, what a fucking game, man. You think Nadir was over there and he just like activated Snatch Deal a couple times? Honestly, pretty crazy top deck. Well, I mean, what can he grab? Nothing. He could go Red MD for Blue Eyes. Like, if I wasn't negating this, he could go like Red MD for Blue Eyes. I mean, that doesn't even really do anything. Nope, we got it. Red Eyes is better than Blue Eyes. You heard it here first, folks. Yeah, maybe played a little sloppy that duel, but I'm really happy that we were able to get the combo off, especially so early into the stream. I thought I would literally be here like 2 hours trying to do this. Yeah, it's a fun little deck. I really like the Metamorph cards. I think they're super interesting. I think they have a cool play pattern, and I think that their artwork is great too. I mean, how can you not like Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon or Metal Flame Swordsman? This card looks fucking sick. So who knows how the other people did the prompt. I'm not sure if this is one where people vote or if Danny picks the winner, but if it's Danny, please make me the winner. If it's you guys, please make me the winner. Yep, that's all I got.
How are we doing, Dyer? How much of this footage would you say is... How are we doing over there, Dyer? You okay? Have you took up
This is
smoking yet?
so
Is
ass.
cracked
I'm
open
not
or
gonna
anything?
lie.
Wait, why can I chain enemy controller? Wait, no, wait, whoa, why couldn't I activate enemy control? Mud Dragon says I can't target cards with that attribute. And we have 2 Earths. Your opponent cannot target this card or monster in the field with the same attribute as this card. Did he declare Earth? Was I not paying attention? Oh, he just declared Earth like earlier in the turn. Oh, I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I was too busy asking Dyer if she smokes crack. For the record, let it be known, I took a man to turn 10. Vote for me or something. I don't actually know who.
This is ass. I'm not
And
gonna
so
lie.
now, to the judge, Danny, I have just one question. Are these your cards?
When I told you to steal 3 cards, I didn't understand the gravity of the situation when I said that. I hate to give rankings because you all did actually a very good job, even though there's one of you who I think should. I really can't say on YouTube, but I will say that probably, and I say this in the worst way possible. I say this with a heavy heart, and I say it with as much disdain in my power and voice as I can. Joseph was probably the most creative because he did steal 3 cards.
I'll be honest. I feel like I feel like betrayed. Like that feels. It's funny as fuck from my perspective because I'm just an audience, but I'm like, I'm not really gonna read into what Von Karma feels. I'm not like, but I'm just like, I'm just thinking literally myself in this situation. I'd be like, what the fuck, bruh. I don't think I just laugh it off. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That's just me.
An opponent, and that opponent was
Did the
me,
least literal
which was the
interpretation?
most
I did
creative.
like Doug. I did like Doug's. Like Farfa. I don't know what the fuck Farfa. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Literally just stealing people, stealing 9 stealing cards. Like, come on, bro.
Because I really did not think he'd take from me at all. Like, it was just the most unexpected turn of events. I thought he'd give up. I thought he was faking it. And I look at my binder and I see that 3 of my cards are gone. So good job, Dick.
Telling him
Doug's
not to
steal
be
was-
mad. Was he actually mad? I mean, like I said, I'm not reading into like this clip because it's probably clip chimped or whatever. But was he actually mad? I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I'm just saying. Damn.
It's insanely funny, probably, and I did not say S-T-E-A-L. You can interpret that as S-T-E-E-L as well. So good job on your wordplay. Farfa, would you download a card? Very well done as well. You stole 3 cards, and you also just stole cards from your opponent as well for 2, 3, 2, 3. So props to you guys. Good job. That's it. Goodbye.
Channel's reaction? I'm good. I think I'm like I think I'm good. All right, what was this? What the fuck? All right.
What do you guys think is wrong with you?
All right. What is wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh? Do Yu-Gi-Oh formats last too long? This is crazy subjective. My opinion on this shit. I think it's okay. It's probably different if you ask a TCG player because like the formats are probably dictated by, you know, specifically ban list changes, and sometimes the ban list changes don't do very much. Sometimes the formats are dictated by product, you know, new product introduction. Sometimes they coincide, and like the ban list is just like, oh, ban a bunch of old cards and then you know, promote the new cards or whatever. So in MD, you get to play a lot of games though. So even the month form, sometimes, okay, month to month, sometimes the format doesn't change very much, but there is new product, you know, every month. But even sometimes if you play a lot of Master Duel, even the month, you know, rotation or whatever, you know, even probably could feel like a long ass time. Fake beef?
What is
Okay.
stopping it from thriving the same way as?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not gonna do the beef. Fake beef. Oh my god. Yu-Gi-Oh! That there hasn't been a rat archetype since Purely. True.
These other card games. This is a question I often ask myself because
Well, actually, Exhibit 8, Volcanic Rat. We recently got Volcanic support as well.
I'll fix that. I'd like to, as well as maybe I can bring attention to it as someone in social media. Or maybe it's something that can't be fixed and I need to switch my professions and careers altogether. But even beyond all that, it's something that I think is just interesting to do as a thought experiment. Beyond all the rather obvious stuff and things we've asked ourselves.
Volcanic Rat gave me for Purely.
On the channel before, but I realized one aspect of the game that I found myself rather upset with in recent years that I think I'd like
Are
to see
Mouse
change
and Rats
the
the same?
of Yu-Gi-Oh! Although I will add, it's incredibly subjective. I think it's undeniable the state of Yu-Gi-Oh! The health of the game itself has been questionable lately, especially in the wake of strong competitors like One Piece and Riftbound, as well as Pokemon performing at all-time highs. But what I'm going to propose next is not as, I guess, rigid. Usually when I come with these discussions, I propose theories that I think are well-founded and have a lot of objectiveness behind them. They are clear ways forward for the game or clear problems that need to be solved. But what I'm going to talk about today is something that's a lot more subjective, something that is very much based in my own opinions. I'm curious if these are opinions that are shared by a larger player base, or if this is only the competitive players, or maybe it's even only just me. You know, I always encourage civil discourse regardless, because I think that that's how you foster better environments. But I think for this particular one, I'm expecting a lot of people to refute my opinions, and I encourage that. I know that will happen, and that's okay. I want your opinions to be heard, but I'm curious if anybody else even shares the same opinions of me. That being said, what am I talking about? What am I spewing on about, rambling on about, actually telling you a real opinion? I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Formats last too long. This isn't necessarily talking about ban lists, but rather it feels like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has blocks of time periods in which one metagame stays in power. And this, you know, extends past a ban list or a new set release. So an example of this could be Snake Eye meta. Well, what is Snake Eye meta, right? Because Snake Eyes came out in Age Overlord, which was end of 2023, but they weren't meta until Phantom Nightmare, the start of 2024. From then, the deck was YCS caliber winning until December with Crossover Breakers and then the subsequent ban lists like right around the time as well. Of course, there's several ban lists within that time frame as well. The one that banned Baron and Linkuriboh and Savage. There's the one that banned Appaloosa. I don't know if I'm even missing any ban lists, but even within that as well, new set releases, changing the dynamic of Fiendsmith cards at some points in there. Of course, Volcanics came out of Rage of the Abyss with Impulse later on. Before that was Snake Eye to Bellstar. All these were somewhat meaningful changes to Snake Eye in some fashion, but ultimately overall, this was still Snake Eye format. The format's main core pieces stayed intact for quite a while, and then like, if you move on from that, of course, you go into they call it Crossover Breakers. What is it called? Was that the name of the set? The Malice Ryzel set. We get to that set, CRBR. So at least, which came out in July, 8 months of Ryzel and Malice being dominant threats. And that is through several iterations and supports and ban lists. Those were the highlights. And you could argue that Malice goes on for even longer. And Ryzel to some degree has stuck around a little more too. And this is just TCG, right? This also extends into Master Duel. And when you're playing both formats, that can take a long time.
I don't think format is long.
Still somewhat playable in Master Duel, but it was definitely meta. Summer Duels Cup, which meant that we essentially dealt with Malice for.
I mean, are you talking about Master Duel?
Not a whole lot changing from its core mechanics. I guess some support cards are changed with March Hare and the Ignister cards, and this ransom got banned in Master Duel and Dakota.
Or just in general, like TCG, OCG.
It is still the same game plan every single match. It's not really a change of deck. It's not a change of scenery. And this is becoming very commonplace, right? Because now as I'm thinking of this format, right? We're thinking of the health of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm looking inwards myself. Am I excited to play the game right now? And I don't know. I don't hate it. I'm not like dreading playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As a professional player, but I also am not like excited to go to a tournament the way I was a few months ago. And it's not because I dislike the format. I don't think the format is brilliant by any means, but this sort of Draco Tail VS K9 Yummy meta while with flaws, has been a solid metagame. We have some issues with some floodgates, and some have been addressed in some ban lists, but the core gameplay loop of these 3 decks has been intact for quite some time now. Yeah, I'm getting truthfully kind of over it. I still like Draco Tail, and I can play for
In general,
a bit, but
okay,
I'm not
got
excited to play test. I'm not excited to go to the regionals. I don't want to go to locals at all, and I'm not rushing to test some new strategy out because I know the gameplay loop is still going to be centered within these few core decks. And again, we've had 2 ban lists, I guess, within this time that have done nothing. And I guess the time I'm posting, the time I'm recording this, we haven't got a 3rd ban list, although we're expecting one any day right now, and it's hard to plan videos around that. But I think the point of this video comes across regardless. And I'm pretty sure that even when we get a ban list, we'll be stuck in the same format because I don't know what Burst Protocol is supposed to do to make a meaningful change to the format unless these ban lists are very drastic. So yeah, I mean, this has been very much a trend where it feels like the last 3 years have been dominated by large blocks of the same decks, of eras almost. And this has happened in the past Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not been the defining trait of the game. It feels like it has been lately. And you can argue that's also part of the reason why sets do so badly as well, because for these sets to stay in control for so long means that all the product it releases isn't consequential. Therefore, product fails. Tangents aside, it lasts too long. I know this is not a thing that's only existed in Yu-Gi-Oh! Games like Pokemon, I learned, I don't follow the game that closely, but I know Dragapult has existed for a long time. And I remember going to Yokohama for the 2022 Pokemon World.
Dude, I've seen, okay, I'm not, like, I don't play Pokemon TCG, but I see Dragapult. when I do peek into the PTCG, I've seen at least, yeah, Gardevoir too. But I feel like Gardevoir has adopted different, like different forms or whatever. But whatever. Point is, like, even that through osmosis, I've like observed that too. But like obviously, like there's nothing conclusive from that. I was like, okay.
There. I know the deck, while about to be rotated out in a few months and has changed, is still a deck within competitive Pokemon. I'm not a Pokemon expert. I follow casually. It kind of interests me. And I wonder if it's a problem that they have too, or maybe it's just a me problem. Regardless, I do find myself getting bored of these formats. I got sick of Snake Eye at the end. I got sick of Draco Tail to some degree. I'm sick. I got sick of Ryzel and Malice. It's going to keep happening if, you know, as a player base, when we don't say something, or if that's what we're okay with when we like them, you know, that's okay too. But I myself, you know, don't love this current trend. And a thought that comes to mind for me is I thought like tier format, the Shizu tier format was like the perfect blend. I will make a differentiation before the Shizu tier and the tier before it, because while those are both tier, the gameplay mechanic and loop within those strategies is very different. They are fundamentally pretty different decks, and the core things you're thinking about are often pretty different. I mean, obviously still somewhat related because you have one core archetype being the same. Instead of dangers, you have Shizu cards, but both a tier. Regardless, the point is this deck came out in, it was either the end of October, like last week, or it was the first week of November, I don't recall exactly, of 2022, and then it was banned by February the next year. So it was around for 4 months, and also during some of an off season. I really enjoyed playing that format. It was skill intensive, it was very interesting, and it was a very different gameplay experience. But by the end, I will happily admit, despite being one of my favorite formats of all time, I was bored of it. It was, especially because it's a mirror match centric heavy format. You're going to play the same gameplay and same gameplay loop over and over again. It stops being rigorous and exciting. That's the thrill of Yu-Gi-Oh for me. So while I still look following upon that, I do agree that it was absolutely time for the deck to be hit, and aggressively so, on the ban list. So I'm not actually by any means mad that one of my favorite decks of all time was slaughtered in a ban list. I think this can actually somewhat like explain my fascination with the draft formats in Yu-Gi-Oh and sealed formats, because it does keep things more fresh and random and exciting than repeating the same competitive formats over and over.
Draft is pretty fun.
For that was to
I like
decks
draft a lot.
a very swift ban list, make sure that it wouldn't be a 2-deck format, and force metas to adapt. Now, I kind of wish that would happen more in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, we had Snake Eye for the span of February, when it was actually meta relevant, until Nationals, and then done right afterwards, or right before. I would have been fine with either of those. And I know this comes from a rather spoiled perspective, because I attend a lot of YCSs, but you know, my thing is I see about like a dozen competitive YCS level events being played under the same format. It gets kind of dull, and we're seeing that now with this Draco Tail, VSK9 yummy stuff too, right? Because think about it, since Dude release, we had Lima that Triff won, and then we had the European license as well. There was one, I forget the Italian guy's name, by Odeon. The week after that was Pittsburgh, Anaheim was that one, and then it was Brazil the weekend after that, and then later than that was Pittsburgh, Bologna, we had Mexico, and remote YCS, but 8 YCSs, like 8 YCSs with no new sets, and I guess there was a new ban list, but it was a patched ban list. Like, it wasn't actually a meta-changing one. I feel like I've seen a lot. And I also wonder, like, if Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to even something exist as a viewership game as well, as an esport, we'll call it, then I think you need to keep it fresh for viewers too. And I wonder, at least from a viewer perspective, does it get stale in the same way that it does for a competitive player? Because I'm not, you know, excited by a format like this now. It's, you know, they've done that. And a new set can shake things up, but I still wonder how much Burst Protocol will do things without a large ban list. And if it's a ban list and it's small, then again, I don't know how much it changes. It's the core dynamics of Draco Tail with some maybe new tools. Radiant Typhoon maybe enters the metagame a little bit, but regardless, it's still same sort of experience. Now, I will say that there is a kind of tangential advantage to having longer formats and disadvantage for shorter ones for the players. When you have short formats, you're required to buy new cards more often. So it does mean that the game ends up taking more money. Honestly, it can be seen by Konami as a business move to generate more money, although I could argue I do it for enjoyment. So if you're looking at this from a budget player perspective, then I think having longer formats where you can play one deck for a long period of time is probably up more of your alley. But again, it's not where my focus lies within Yu-Gi-Oh! I've not been too focused on the monetary aspect of playing, because I focus more on the competing part. Yeah, if you buy new decks more often, especially if they end up being expensive decks and hot decks constantly, then it's being a lot. And then because decks, you know, would get phased out so quickly, and power creeps or banned means that your cards devalue a lot faster as well, which can be problematic and make people feel like they're wasting money on the hobby, which is a shame because when you compare it to something that has longer formats, those cards hold value for longer. Although I'll add that Yu-Gi-Oh's secondary market's been so trite lately, or shite, or I'm saying the wrong word, that I think cards will be worthless regardless. So I don't think preserving value is really a key trait of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways, this is like an opinion that I'm curious how many others share. Like, do you guys get bored after sitting this Draco Tail format now for months? How much longer is this going to last, right?
I'm not a
you guys see
TCG
that-
player,
it's
so
also
I can't
very
really
strange
answer
to add
that.
Because we see what happens in the OCG 3 months ahead, we have somewhat of a preview into our own future. So I know that while it's been months with Draco Tail, we know that unless Konami throws something out of left field, it's going to be like 2-3 months more.
To be honest, I don't
Even
even if when I did
and that's at a
participate
minimum,
in
because they don't have a set
TCG,
expiration date either.
I didn't
Just
go
to
to
move
that
on
many
with
events
the
anyway.
problem that I'm posing here, what are potential solutions? So the one obvious one is more swift ban lists with decisive actions. What really made the difference in the tier ban list was on top of just limiting cards like the restrictive hits with one of each name and one of each shuffler piece, they knew that if they didn't hit Kid Kalos and ban it altogether, they didn't cut off and sever a key part of the deck and find a new, worse, but albeit still viable, bridges of consistency to make up for the lost cards. This is a big thing that I think Master Duel and TCG and OCG all really try and avoid is banning a card, because that's how you really effectively stop decks. And it does destroy card value and shake the metagame more abruptly, which you can argue is a bad thing. But for the case of accomplishing what I'm aiming for here, it needs to be done. The
For
kit ban
guys, yeah.
is very consequential in making tier significantly less viable.
Yes,
Of course, it has
Vida?
some playability.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah,
it's
behind
was,
them?
and the
Yeah.
deck wasn't the same. Because, and I think it's the exact same in modern times, right? Because
I'll go to locals in the once a year YCS events here. Yeah, I'll go to locals every now and then, but it's not even like I make that a regular
I hate
thing.
that way of approaching, because if it's ever powerful enough that it still was worthy of being played, now we have a meta deck that's inconsistent, meaning we just have frustrating gameplay experiences on top of the same gameplay loop anyways. That's not ideal. The one thing you could do is, like, if by limiting a card, you make them opening a searchable piece less likely. So if you want them to hit Holly Pseudo 1, it means the turn 0 stuff is less likely. That is a very tangible difference in the gameplay loop. But they can still search it, and the going first gameplay would be the same. But the way they approached it meant it was just consistency. And the deck in the way it plays is ultimately very similar. There's a small difference now that Raisin, if it's on the field, can't have one in hand as well. So if you draw, you can. But Raisin from deck of Holly Pseudo, but these are small differences in the grand scheme of the deck. And if you go forward to Draco Tail, think about it again. If you go forward to the hits that are being sort of hypothesized based on what we've seen in OCG, stuff like Kiji to 1, Five-Mana to 1 or 2, and Malulu 1 or 2, these aren't huge hits, right? Because the consistency is lowered, but getting new tools to supplement engine, as well as the already worse cards you could play to fill in the gaps. Right? You can play more Pans, more Orglyphs, more Frixels, and then you just cut some non-engine to make space for engine cards like the Diffuse, Activators, your Catalysts, Conversations, your Cartesias, your Dissolvers. These cards will then make the Draco fine again. And if you get rid of enough names, there's still other solutions, right? Because if Lucius is at 1, you can now do the Magistus combo, which you're not familiar with, and uses the invoked Magistus Omega and the Zero Elevate Synchro to special summon any spellcaster from your deck. From there, you get to summon Lucaeus. So now, as long as you have one Lucaeus and one Five-Mana, and the Magistus cards are entirely considered separate, it's not on the ban list. The way Yu-Gi-Oh works and how bridgeable everything is means that there will always be a way for you now turn these cards into the Draco Tail engine and get the things rolling the way they work. Unless something is severed, the line of combo, the gameplay loop is severed at some point, there's not exactly a way to stop it, unless you take incredibly aggressive hits where the deck has to metamorphize drastically. And I think about this because I'm thinking of how I handle Draco Tail on the ban list, because while I enjoy it, there will be a time where I'll be sick of it. And if you want to hit it by banning it, these limits feel so insufficient. At some point, you will run out of good cards, and it'll be like a fusion slop deck, but it'll still retain all the core elements that Draco Tail has. It just becomes worse going second. That's what tier kind of became. That lost kit, which is the defining thing. And Master Duel, I guess, is the more of the slop one, which I love because I love tier. But also, if that was the meta and it was all I played, I would get bored of it. The other thing that Konami can do to address this, besides just having more clear-cut bans, is make their product better. This means more power creep, which is really tricky to scale. I understand being reservationist, I guess.
Reserved.
With this approach and not wanting to just pull the trigger. Just having new cards actually be good. I think it's been a problem lately where the new archetypes that are released have like good effects, but they're just terrible into like Charmies or whatever. So they become unviable competitively. And game design, that's kind of weird to me, right? Because you have to decide either you're going with the Charmies as a viable, like, second option, or you're not. And if they're not going to go viable, if you're going second, this is what the game to be designed, then the decks need to be playable, at least somewhat into it. Otherwise, you end up with garbage. Doesn't sell, and players aren't interested in. We end up where we are now, right? The other thing you can do with power creep, though, is you power creep the non-engine to keep up with engine, right? So making better hand traps, making the Charmies and Dominus cards were like that. And that's something I called for a while. I'm happy to finally see having happened. But I think we can do more, to be honest. I feel like staples have really fallen behind in card quality as opposed to engine, and high non-engine decks feel mostly pretty rare at this point in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. But I think that can change if it just print better non-engine. We are seeing the occasional non-engine deck heavy win, like the Prime Odeon deck, but for the most part, they're not the standard. And for a while in Yu-Gi-Oh's existence, it was. That's debatable if it's a good thing or not. Another very opinion-based one, which you guys can weigh in on. But for me, it is definitely a change in how I guess perceive Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, so some time has passed since I recorded this discussion. I had to delay posting it because we got both a TCG ban list and a Master Duel ban list. Something that may support my argument here is if you look at the TCG ban list and how it impacts the metagame, we're still going to be in a very Draco Tail dominant meta, maybe even more so. And a lot of the gameplay loops and ways the games kind of unfold will relatively be the same, except that there'll be less of the other decks and more just Draco Tail. Good or bad is debatable, but is somewhat more.
I mean, it's probably a minor thing, but like there are like I think the one Ketu, does affect the gameplay loop. You can use like, okay, this isn't that crazy. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it's not even that crazy. But like, you know how like the Draco Tail cards, if you negate their activation, you can just activate a second. That no longer happens. So Omnis are a little bit better, but yeah, I'm just gonna. It's not that crazy though. I woke up for water. How the fuck did I end up? Yeah, how the fuck again? Oh, welcome, Muja. Ray rated. So, hello.
More the same. There are some big changes in gameplay loops with Arclight being banned, as well as Hollow Knight 1 actually does change how you approach Vanquish Souls gameplay, going second enough of the time that you can say that is reasonably changed as well. But because those likely fall out of the metagame, it's not going to be a huge change in dynamics.
But yeah, Draco 2 gets a lot more
Is not
support.
Max T1. Rise
Like,
of-
when is it? Like in like 3 days or something? You're gonna get the White Albaz, and then also Magistus cards. And there's like, I guess there's some split between the two.
cross band. Because what this does for Ryzel is it unlocks an entirely new way for Ryzel to function, right? Obviously, it was broken before and it was very strong and was a tier 1 strategy, did well the Duelist Cup, but with Ryzel Cross being banned,
4
you no
a.m.
longer have
Reggie
Ryzel
stream. Waking
as
up
this
to a
main
4 a.m.
method
Reggie
to
stream.
beat monster effects. And if you want to play on Enhancement Ring
Thursday,
4, then you have to
Friday?
go back
Oh,
to
gotcha.
the worst method of Rafflesia plus Great Bigger Trapple, which is more prone to being disrupted, it's less flexible in how you use it, and it comes with a brick attached, as well as it is more investment, right? Because like Rafflesia, instead of if you search off of Star.
Yeah. I guess like if you really wanted to replicate crosses, you could probably play Rafflesia. But it's not that much of a commitment. But like, okay, like it's mostly if you really fucking love Onomat Ryzeal, you're willing to do that. But that's probably enough for me to be like, nope, I'm out of here. Traffic, so cute.
Or Duo Drive. And with this, Ryzel now can still be a powerful Ring 4 strategy. And
Oh, that's
all these
Brett, how's it
cards like
going?
Detonator, Duo Drive is still Search 2. Fairlamp's still insane. Eclipse Twin's still very good. But
I
you
heard.
have to
Oh
do
yeah,
Duo
Dad. I
and
heard
Cross.
you were what's it called? You're gonna quit Yu-Gi-Oh, but the new Challenger Cup force you to lock in. Who are you representing? IP or SP?
And that does very meaningfully change
Rise
how
of
you
El, yeah.
play Ryzel, how you build your board differently, and how you play against it with your disruptions and all that. So this is an example of why having to actually make these hard line in the sand sort of bans can be important. What I like about that is I actually think X is a really cool card. It's a card that is going first. It's fantastic going first, but it's even better going second because it can send cards like Aggregator or probably soon in National Valen to negate a monster effect or pop back row and search. And these X being so powerful in that capacity is I think really cool as a board breaker. I like that part of Ryzel a lot. That's why I liked the initial version of Ryzel because when you kept them off a Duo Drive, X was a meaningful play now into Detonator. So what I'm saying is now that Cross out of the equation, in theory the turn 1 capabilities of Ryzel are more fair.
You gonna pick
And
whatever
easier
team
to
I
drive
end up
and
on?
more
Okay,
manageable.
okay.
But in return, you have interesting going second play patterns. That means how you approach building Ryzel and Ryzel engines.
Personally, I'm do SP, but I don't know who are the VTubers representing that. Actually, let me double check. Did they split them? Because I don't mind repping Fuamoko. Not that I'm gonna do like I don't think I'm gonna place in 3v3. I'm just saying like, what was it? Crony kind of scares me. Fuck, which one's it? Oh, isn't it announcements? It's an announcements. Okay, SP Little Knight is Fuamoko, Mori, and Narissa. Okay, I feel like if Mori's included, that's already turning off a bunch of people. Okay. Oh, okay. Bibu, Crony, and Raura. Okay. Reggie's my favorite VTuber, Otaga. I see. All right. I don't feel any differently about Mori, but what's wrong with Mori? I don't know. I've seen people like hate on her for her music or whatever. That's basically what I've seen. I don't really care too much.
Can also be different as well. And then also how you maybe interact with the ban list can be different, right? Because if you think that Ryzel's turn 1 is not strong enough, or it's not that strong that's a threat anymore because of Cross being banned, perhaps you say put X Ryzel to 3. I think like in Draco Tail formats, X send Valen into a flame is a
That one
phenomenal
song you
approach
banned,
that-
but that was Demon Dice. Even though that is the same performer, that's like a long ass time ago. I'm willing to excuse Snake Eyes for being one of the worst songs I've ever listened to. Like I'm willing to excuse that because it was like happened in the past or whatever. I mean, okay, what I mean is like I'm not gonna use that as evidence to like dog on like her current music because I haven't listened to her current music to begin with. So Mari did all those Garbo talk shows in the 90s. But yeah, Snake Eyes was one of the worst fucking songs ever. It is really bad, right?
every rank deck would love, and it gives them more fighting chance because then you can lead into Exoton with sword and you just have a lot of power and potential. You can argue that's too strong, and I'm happy to engage the discussion. The point being is it opens up new avenues for changes in gameplay, and it keeps things fresh, which is kind of the entire concept here, right? Like you rebalance things, but also in a way that doesn't just rebalance the same format, but create new formats, and I think that's worthwhile to explore. So yeah, anyways, addendum ended. go back to the main RAM.
Puts in the
So
most
one
work
other, I
out
guess,
of
thing to
any
add,
of
in regards
idols.
to this whole
I know
discussion
she's in
is
like.
other card games that aren't
Didn't she do an
Pokemon
OP
dynamic,
for
but newer
like
ones that are less
One
robust and
Piece
still
or
find their
something?
identities. Those ones can feel more exciting because
I remember
there's so
hearing
much
about that
infancy
for like the
and
Egghead
so
arc.
each new set changes up the card pool by such a heavy degree that it's bound to have profound impacts in the metagame. Even the game like One Piece, which is a few years old at this point, is still new enough that new sets oftentimes do have meaningful impacts. But Yu-Gi-Oh's card pool is so big that it feels like 80 new cards is a drop of water in an ocean.
I'm not gonna say anything.
the idea of maybe needs rotation. I've always been against rotation though, so not gonna push it, but still gonna float the idea as possible way to address it. And I wonder if my theory in this is right. Those games experience more turbulent formats and keep them more exciting because of their infancy. We're curious to see how they evolve over time, get robust.
You can feel free to DM it. I don't mind.
The industry is hard and needs several things to go right and to not go wrong. We'll see how they do. I think One Piece is on track to continue to do well. Arcana, we'll see. I've not personally been enthralled with it. And if bound is too new to find out, but so far it's off to good starts. Questions that definitely kind of hack away my mind as I think about Yu-Gi-Oh's future, my future within Yu-Gi-Oh, what I'd like to see different, and general reflections and introspections that I think are healthy for a game, for a mind. For
Are you my Duel Links Ghost annual write-up?
Kind of
Was that the one with the like where he was doing movie recommendations and then he was gushing about that one anime ending and I listened to it? I was like, I don't feel anything. This was all right. I was like, I mean, I'm sure the show is good, but I was like, bruh. He was really gushing about it. Okay, so I was like, this is now I know how it feels when I share something that I really fucking love to someone and they're just like they don't have any of the like context or anything like that, and I expect them to be like, "You read it already? Yeah." There was one. Okay, he did like weapons. I think he liked weapons a lot. Did he? I don't remember. Did he hate weapons? There was a movie he hated and one he liked that I watched. Well, anime. It's like an ice skating anime or something like that. Not Yuri on Ice, but it's like some recent ice skating anime. There was something else. There was a movie he did not like that I watched and I remember liking. Medalist? Probably Medalist. I don't know. I don't know any. It's probably yeah. Medalist. Okay. Like the ending was good. I just like he was like, if you had to watch it, you must watch this ending. I was like, okay. He liked weapons, hated Fantastic Four. Well, like he didn't really like. Okay, it was Fantastic Four where like yeah. It was Fantastic Four. I mean, he did say it was like something about like he did say something at its expense, you know, like it's like something about like I'm glad I don't watch like the MCU anymore after coming back or something like that. Like it was like, oh, all right, which is fine. I don't care about that. It's like if you fell off the MCU, I don't think anything's gonna bring you back in. All right.
Respond to any of the questions that I've proposed here, any of my thoughts. Leave your feedback to them as well. If anything else you feel like needs to be put out there as a question. I don't want to make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Is dying post. I mean, I do think unfortunately Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not in a hotspot right now. I don't know if I call it dying, but it's definitely in a recession-ish area.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, peaks and valleys, right? You could definitely say like Yu-Gi-Oh's in a valley, and it's kind of volatile if you think about it, you know, like. But waiting for Spencer for 2 years, yeah. Carol Spider-Man. Oh yeah. Yeah. Usually that stuff is pretty. Even got my my ESO watched. I think it was No Way Home without me. That's not important, but like we ended up watching it together afterwards. But when she was telling me about the movie, what's it called? She was like. She was like so glad they included like Tobey Maguire and stuff like that, and like. Told me that he wasn't until someone explained a bunch of lore to him. I was like, if they tried to do that to me, I would not be interested. Dude, MCU lore is not even that deep either. It's just like, can you recognize his character? There's some like, I don't know, like, I don't feel like I gained very much. Okay, maybe Winter Soldier. They introduce a lot of like interpersonal like you know, like Bucky and shit like that. You know, his what's called falling out with the government, you know, which you know colors his attitude in Civil War. Not Civil War. Is it Civil War? Yeah, Civil War, whatever. Maybe, but a lot of the characters are not that crazy like I would say Captain America is probably the one they spent the most time on. I guess he had just like 3 fucking movies. But like, okay, I guess Iron Man too, but like Iron Man's arc's so lame. It's like, oh, I'm I'm being such a tryhard to prevent this next Armageddon. Oops, I ended up inadvertently creating one with Ultron. Oops. Maybe for Ace Attorney universe. Let's go. Old bag. Okay, we're all
I'd like to see it back on its feet. But regardless, I think that addressing problems and talking about them, and this is still worthwhile to post on YouTube. So hopefully I found a bit of a mid ground there. It is not as doom and gloom, but also still provide you guys this sort of space to talk about this thing. Hope this was enjoyable. Please like and subscribe if you enjoy this the content. Let me know if you want to see more. And I'll see you all. Peace.
Happy to admit that my perspective didn't align with the community. I know that I play much more Yu-Gi-Oh! Than the average person on account of it being my career, and that largely swaying my views. I figure that's probably the case. I mean, it doesn't invalidate what he's feeling, but like I'm just saying, like it's kind of hard to resonate with that because I'm not a TCG player. Two, I guess it's true for Master Duel because I do play a lot of Master Duel where like okay the format, but I feel like. Maybe if you engage in like Duelist Cup prep, that's obviously a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh than I play. I don't know. I haven't really developed that like attitude, you know. I guess Snake Eyes kind of overstayed its welcome, but there wasn't really a Snake Eyes format. There was like some, but I guess there was like at some point. Why is it even a topic? I don't know. I think he just feels like I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know. It's probably Jesse's thoughts, like as someone who like travels to a bunch of events and stuff like that. You know, not being excited for certain formats or whatever. This is like the same as YG was hard to newbie. But I figured that it had to ring true to some degree with some other players, as any sort of meta-related content cools off drastically as time goes on. I assure you, any Draco Tail video I post now, after these 6 months, would not garner much interest at all. That's why I kind of thought others may see my perspective. And everyone complaining about the money aspect, I literally addressed it in the video. Please put it aside for the sake of discussing game design. That's not really the point of the video. A Master Duel never got paper-wise. I got into the game at November 2025 with Master Duel. Always whine about MDTG. It's like, should I take the lead TG when people say it's awful? I feel like, yeah, if you're in this space, you're gonna hear that the most because it's like the most repeat. It's the stuff that garners the most attention, right? Like if someone says something positive about the TCG, no one really engages with that stuff. So I think if you want to make the jump, I would say find someone, you know, who's willing to like. It doesn't make sense to do it on your own, in my opinion. But I guess that's easier said than done. But you would probably have to go to locals and see if you know if that you vibe with that. And even then, that's probably not even enough. You know. As far as CCG goes, I think yeah, the monetary aspect is a sticking point. A lot of it is mostly the staples though. Some cores are like a lot cheaper. If you want to chase the meta, you're probably gonna. You probably shouldn't do that. Especially if you're not going to events or whatever. But if you're planning on playing. I feel like it's not that because like they complain about parts of the video, but they discourage people on it's okay, yes, it's discouraging, but even when they complain, they're just wrong. Like they're not even like it's not even like attendance is low or anything like that. Like they're complaining, but like a lot of those people are just like like they're just I don't know. I think they're usually pretty clueless, you know. Like the events that do get people will still get this like pretty much like Anaheim wasn't like YCS Anaheim happened in like 2025 and that's like a SoCal YCS and those usually get the same usually those are pretty big or whatever. Playing Jam bunch of staples for 100 200 is such a crazy oh shit. There's a sim that costs like $60. But like a single was like $10, so some of them are way more than that. Yeah. So yeah, it's really the staples that like I think are like and sometimes they'll like well the annoying thing about it is they'll print like okay, Forbidden Crown. I don't think that's a staple you need like immediately. It has, you know, but it is if it does become good, it's secret rare and it's probably gonna be in short supply. If it becomes good, it's gonna rise in price or whatever. You might get like actually I think the Vanquish Soul stuff. Okay, this is more of an engine thing, but because of the ban list, Vanquish Soul stuff like increase in price because they got unbanned and stuff like that. So yeah, those are things. Oh, Radiant Typhoon. I heard that. Is it really that? Did I heard some like Sheena, at least for pre-release prices, Sheena and like the Link 2 and stuff are kind of expensive. All right, what does Time Meter have to say? I do think it's boring to play against the same strategy for too long, but I think there's a lot of people that think the same. In my opinion, they don't admit it to 2 reasons. They don't play a lot. Once they go, because they find themselves playing against the same strategies over and over again, facing 3 times out of 4 matches, same strategy. But it's expensive. I don't know. He literally said no one cares. Oh my god, it's like the price. I think most people agree, or much like this comment. So I mean, that's kind of true. That's pretty true. Like, Link 2's kick cows and the hand trap is really good. Yeah, Sheena. A lot of people have taken to disliking the video because they dislike the argument. But please note that this does actively hurt the channel, and I assume most people are here because they either like discussion content or enjoy the channel. Otherwise, I'll be forced to not post discussion videos anymore or just spew generic crap. Just straight up says. Oh my god, holy shit. And while I may have a wrong take, it's natural, but also critical that people challenge norms and each other's ideas. So yeah, just help me foster that sort of environment. Oh my goodness. I use that. I want you to say what you think all the time. Don't panic, man. It's going to be okay. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty serious when it comes to like whether video does well or whatever, or even like, yeah. It's not just the video doing well. I'm like, but I can't put it into words because it's like, or because code is pretty competitive. It's $25. Ooh, okay. Master Duel feels bad when all the URs are the same cost. Yeah, if you compare it to the TCG, sometimes they'll rarity bump in Master Duel. You probably will have to peel that. It's kind of hard. Okay, that's easier said than done. But they do rarity jack some like cards that like it's kind of annoying because like UR is very, very a limited resource if you manage it well. But you do have to make some like, I do think you have to make some sacrifices even if you don't play regularly. No, I see it. Bulk URs, yeah, bulk URs. The bulk URs, like, okay, like Chaos Element. I'm not saying it's bulk, but the time to play when it's needed to play that card probably won't come soon, and then you're probably forced to craft it. And when it was released, you probably didn't have an incentive to pull from that pack just for Chaos Element. Like maybe down the line you could be like, oh, I can just craft it anywhere. But 90 UR is a good chunk, like it. Like, okay, if you have 1,000 UR, 90 UR is like 10% of that. So you still have to make like, that's still quite a bit of a dent. Like not everyone has 1,000 UR. So I'm just using the example to just illustrate. Like for bulk, it's kind of a like you kind of have to make or break that decision. I'm not saying that Master Duel isn't free to play or anything like that, but resource management wise, you can't just like pick up everything. I'd be so happy if they added Genesis Master and added frequent changes points to keep things fresh and cool off over. This one's interesting to me because like they'd have to have like a separate. I don't know if they'd like standardize it in Master Duel with the TCG, but it'd also probably cause weird issues too because the Genesis in TCG are gonna have like YCSs and stuff, and just to have like changes as a result born from YCSs to be born in Master Duel is kind of weird. You have to craft chaotic now. I think I'll see what I need. I'll see. I guess Joko the 2 would probably be a good reason to get at least one Chaos Element or something like that. But 12-15 URs right now is free to play. Okay, well, how long have you been free? 4 years? I mean, more than one deck a month plus stables, and my UR just went up. I mean, you still have to like. I don't know. I think it is very, very, very like. I've seen people say like MD is like predatory. I just don't agree with that. Like predatory. This if it was predatory, they would be telling you not every time you exited a duel to be like, if you can't check out this gem, paid currency, like every fucking like time. You get a refund something that's banned on paper. At least on MD, you get a refund. Yeah. I'm sorry, but formats only feel too long because people have too much time to play. I have to work. I have a social life with my family. We can't go local 2 or 3 times a week. I go to best 1 time a week, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month. I personally don't think the format is stale. There are people online who do like. Okay, this is not. I'm not saying this person is, but there are people on Twitter who just yap. And is like, oh, the format is stale. I'm like, bro, you probably have never picked up a Yu-Gi-Oh card. What are you doing, bro? They never play Gacha. Yes, I really. Yeah. What's it called? Probably have more pain. I'm just, bro. They have 99 cents, 6-7 gems. All right, what do you? They already have 97 cents, 6-7 gems. What? They already achieved peak. Master releases meta decks back to back because it's the best way to retain player base, make money. They don't want to change the meta too much because players coming back after a few months of new meta might just leave. Yeah, that's fair. 6-7, 6-7. Why is there is that Rena? Why does she have a 6-7 emote? I guess why don't I have one? Now that I know it exists, now it feels like I'm just stealing Rena's flow. So okay, I'll just paying $200 for a deck, staples new cards during you spend that time finding out every color is also not in the consumer's best interest. But I mean, if you don't play that often, like you don't have to go through this loop, all right? Like I don't know, the meta chasing loop doesn't even make sense as someone. If you have a life, I don't think it makes sense to chase the meta. You know, he sounds more like an elitist argument. Not saying you're elitist, but to the more casual audience. Okay, I think you just tank your. If you start bringing the word elitist, that has a lot of baggage. I would say, I guess literally it does apply to only a few people. But like the word elitist, it invites a lot of like, people like to argue about like elitism and shit. Photoshop on Dotscaper, yeah. Hello, the creature. Calling anyone EAFC exists. I don't know what EAFC exists. EA, but it has the word EA in it, so I'm gonna take your word for it. If you have a life, you're not competitive. Yeah, I just don't think this makes sense. You know, I was fortunate to have like Vanquish Soul, but I built Vanquish Soul back when it wasn't like even peak in TCG. So like I just got lucky and got like Holly Sue later in the I got the Holly Sue end of the deal because I ended up waiting, you know. EA is basically YGO for soccer and these. Holy shit, okay. You know, watch it. Can you make a career playing YGO video? I think that's FIFA. Oh, that's FIFA, okay. Alright. So it is FIFA. 6-7 on butt instead. Oh, I could do that. Yeah, that would be cute. Yeah. Maybe I could draw it. That'd be cute. I don't know how to animate it. There's 2 audiences, the casual and the meta driven. Games become more of a job than my actual job. I don't know. I mean, it depends. You know, if you're a tryhard, you can turn it into your job. I don't know. I guess to keep up with everything, but I don't know. My locals, during Snake Eye format, there was only one Snake Eye Fire King. All right, guy. The rest was on like fucking Cash Tira. Who was the other guy? Some zombie pile. Like, I was already fighting for my life because I haven't seen these zombie cards in a fucking long time, all right? Does it seem unfocused? I get what it's trying to say. It's saying, like, okay, your perspective only applies to a very specific player profile. For the most part, you know, it doesn't apply. You know, it doesn't apply to me, and it probably doesn't apply to other people. But, like... yeah, there's just some random stuff added in there. I stick to my machines, fuck meta. Yeah, there's already people who are just like fuck meta. I'm gonna play the underdog. Okay, if you go to regionals or something, you probably want an outcome for that. I I don't know how often. I'm just trying to think because there's a lot of regional. There's quite a bit of regional because I live in SoCal. There's like a decent regional scene. I just don't pay attention because I don't go on the website to look them up. But at least I know for sure there was like a few in the summer in like downtown LA, and maybe I think Pasadena they'll host them. I went to one there a while back. Does it matter for everything in life? Potential solution is always like the same shit. This is nothing burger. Yeah, I don't know. I'm okay with him sharing that. You know, it's like, do Yu-Gi-Oh formats last long? It's just it's like when Pac talks about well, there was one thing he talked about. That like only makes sense to there. Okay, he got flamed for it too. I forgot because it did not resonate at all with the larger community as a whole. Ah, fuck, I forgot. It's not the Dotscaper tweet. Their guy was about 2-0-1 wide open formats at the same time. Yeah, that's confusing. Yeah, I don't trust Zuckerberg. Formats don't last longer in long games. Like Pokemon have rotation, but even in that game, decks last longer there than in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the problem is we jump from one best deck to the next and don't have decks just playing at the same power level. Just that Konami always makes the newest deck better than the last and just ban the older cards. That's kind of true. That is kind of fair. It's kind of wild. We went from like Snake Eyes to Malice to we did go from Tier, which was pretty strong, and then that got like sent back. Now they're eating grilled cheese off the radiator. Then we went to Snake Eye, which almost like it was lower in power level, but it was still pretty high. Then we went to like Malice and what I forgot what it was. Ryziel, yeah, Malice and Ryziel. And then now we're in Justice Hunters, and that also feels like a paradigm shift. It doesn't feel like they're like immediately stronger than like, but like there was like a bunch of regulations introduced that made weakened all the previous decks, and so like it feels like they were able to prosper as well. Just say fuck Konami. What flame? It was just an opinion that I had to remember the Pac tweet. He might have deleted it though. Oh, it was a spreadsheet or something like that. It was something about spreadsheets. So it does not even have to do with Konami. But I don't remember it. Memory. And he's like 6-month Malice. Other stuff matters more than 3 months. We got Snake Eyes for like over a year too. Though Snake Eyes was broken up. They like I forgot what period Snake Eyes like people stopped playing Snake Eyes, but they came back as soon as Fiendsmith and Millennium were introduced. And then we're like, oh fuck. So I guess if you count that period, there was a lull in Snake Eye playing. They did hit it quite a bit. Went Tier to Snake Eyes in like 4 months, and then it was in Snake Eyes for like 2 years. Yeah. Yeah, for MD, yes, this is. Meta is more than 3 months. People say, I don't think it's an expiration date exactly, but Draco Tail has had its time for like 2 months so far. And it's probably going to be poorly positioned with the introduction of K9. So I buy that. But yeah, that's pretty like good. Snake Eye fell off due to Tenpage. Oh, it was Tenpage. Okay. Tenpage kind of. How long did Tenpage last? How are my where are my lore masters? I feel like Tenpage lasted like 2 to 3 or something like that. Something like that. I forgot about Tenpage. Same with Yubel too. Yubel got cooked by Tenpage. Like Kaima got nailed in February, so Tenpage had 3 months. Okay. Okay. Not long enough is crazy. All right, come on. Is the so play we don't have? Wait, is it the so play Yu-Gi-Oh? So we don't have? Well, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Get Move? Okay. I think I'm almost done with the React Andes. If you guys have anything, there is probably one. Okay, actually no, we're not done. There's like fucking detail Magistus. And then more discussion videos. Oh, it's 44 minutes, bro. I played Tenpai for 6 months. Oh shit. Okay, that's true. I'm not gonna. Okay, I'll just watch this video. I don't know about this one though. Okay, I don't know if I have to double up on. Kaima got limited in April. Oh, okay.
All right, guys, we're back. Okay, guys, honestly, I've been getting a lot of DMs, a lot of requests. People are hitting us up. They're like, yo, guys, like, can we see more? Okay, guys, we got another free combo for you guys on why we think this is the best way to play Draco Tail and why, like, if you open, you know, like this specific...
Some context, I guess. Not for specifically TCG, but as an MD player, Spenta was kind of... I wouldn't say hyped or call it a psyop or anything like that. That's just tongue-in-cheek. Spenta was definitely projected to perform... the best out of all the Draco Tail variants. There was like Branded Draco Tail, Spenta, and then Pure. I think that in the Duelist Cup they had a pretty good performance. It was just I think the highest placing was Spenta, but like for the most part I think it was mostly Branded and Pure. I think Pac did really well with Pure. We still have more players in High Guard. Free combo? Yeah, free combo. Senpai Jan, June, then Mouse came out July, December. Oh shit. Dang, the Genmu timeline. Okay, that makes sense. July, December, that is quite a bit. So it's interesting to have someone as an MD player. Spenta didn't perform as highly as other people spoke about it. Which is fine, you know, happens. I think right now Branded Draco Tail is the one that's projected for the TCG. To do well with the introduction of the Fallen of White or whatever, White Albaz. And, you know, a good player is now making a case for Magistus. I guess that's like the... Going into it, that's what I'm thinking, you know.
Hand in like Pure Draco Tail, you end on Dog Water, okay? The issue with Pure Draco Tail is that...
This is the last one, bro. We need to stop this, bro. This is the last one, okay?
Okay.
Like, we can't do this no more.
Spoon name localization, yeah.
Okay, you know what? Like, that's just right, okay, guys? Like, we're actually just leaking the goo for free. But realistically, guys, I want to show you guys basically why, like, you know, when you open, let me show you guys the hand. These type of, like, Pure Draco Tail hands, the issue is that, like, you don't do anything. Like, you end on the old board, okay? That's the Fail Tail board. When you end on 3 Traps, Gulamel, Arthaline, that's Fail Tail, okay? We're not trying to be Fail Tail. We're trying to be Win Tail, okay? Magistus Draco Tail.
Well, localization? Well, it's more like YGORG translated it. Well, it is Spoon in Kana, right? But the YGORG translation for the Magistus card, the new one was Spoon, and then Spoon rolls off the tongue for me better. But when we got it in MD, we got to a peek into what TCG was gonna call it, and now it's Spenta. Spoon and Katakana. Oh, okay. All right. Spoon. I got used to Spoon. All right, but okay. Spenta, yeah, Splenda, fucking Splenda sounding. Oh, this one's funny. Draco Tail Malulu. I think YGORG translated it as like Maruru or something. It's like some Nordic name, but like the kana for this is literally just it's Mururu, but the TCG localization just became just straight up like transliteration of the kana. Yugi doesn't even translate JP Spenta as anymore, but Spen. Oh my god. Okay. Labubba, yeah. Yes, Labubba. Labubu. This is what happens when dubs don't take liberties for the sake of cohesion. But yeah. This is this I forgot the YGORG translation. I don't remember it. It's like Murner or something like that. I forgot. It's not Mjolnir, but Mur. It's like Mur or something like that. It's some like Nordic sounding, and then it just became Mululu.
So This is a very common hand, okay? Obviously, Mulu went to 1 now, so you might not be blessed enough, but this Mulu could have been, in my opinion, also Argala or a Pan. It could be any dragon, yep. So, but we're just trying to showcase you guys why, if you open a pure Draco Tail hand, you can still do a lot if you play Magistus Engine or Magistus cards in your deck, okay? But guys, if you
I guess, are you going Artemis with either of with like Lucius or something like that? And then I guess go Artemis. You probably need more. Okay. I'll just like.
If you want to see completely everything you need to know about this deck, the
Some
complete
is Valve
master
like
class,
Whiteboard Field Spell.
It includes a bonus video with Nesh and I in the talking through sequencing. Talking
No,
through
you
how to
use
sequence
new
interaction.
Albaz. That's what makes Magistus good. Is that what he's gonna talk about? I guess so.
Talking through an overview of how all the deck works. It includes a.
But he's
in-depth
clearly saying if you open at least to me, it seems like he's saying like if you open the pure, the pure Draco Tail hand, you can still use Magistus stuff to bridge into other stuff.
how to play like certain matchups, like the mirror matches. How do you play the Rain Typhoon matchups? It includes like a really big combo sheet of everything as well. So it's not just a spreadsheet that we're gonna be giving you guys. It's a whole presentation. So if you guys are interested in that, definitely check out the masterclass. It will help you a lot in your journey on learning how to play this deck. Which, like I said already, we both think it's the best deck to play for the YCS. But now
Because with
let's go right
Albaz, I don't know what Albaz has to do with this. All right, but I guess I'll find out.
Looks like a fail tail hand, Nish. So like, why is this good?
This looks like a fail tail. because as I told you, in my opinion, a bridge only works if every card involved in this bridge can be reverse engineered into the other archetypes.
Yes, yes.
Now, one Spenta does it. One White Dragon does it because
In other video. Yeah, in the other video, guys, if you haven't watched it already, we showcase what one Spenta can do. But what if you don't open Spenta? What if you don't open Follow the White, okay? And we're not all talented, okay? We're not all good like everyone. Like, we can't always open Spenta, okay? If you open Spenta, you win. I'll be honest. You open Spenta, you win. But we can't always open Spenta, so this, I have to give Nesh credit for this. I didn't actually even think about this. Nesh found this out, okay? He went deep in the lab, okay? And, yeah, there's a demon.
Albaz broken. Okay,
in jail.
why are you bringing up Albaz? Oh my god, this is like. Okay, I'm just gonna watch Pack. Stop bringing up Albaz. I'll find out if he gets to Albaz's way. All right, but like you're making it sound like if you open Albaz, you're gonna win or whatever. Whatever. It's just like it doesn't seem to be clearly what he's trying to demonstrate here.
But yeah, anyways, let's show us this combo because I was literally shocked when you showed me this. I was like, bro, you're capping. There's no way this is legit. But show it to us.
So we're gonna start with the 5-minute play around Impulse because we do still respect entraps.
Yes.
We're gonna summon.
Oh, Secretarion. Okay.
In order to set.
I was like, where do you get the second body? I see.
We're gonna set Ketu, we're gonna set Rahu, and then we are gonna use the effect in order to summon Lucius using Secretariat. Lucius effect is gonna trigger, adding a normal summon that's gonna be Frixul. It doesn't have to be Frixul. Frixul is just nice. Can be literally something else, but Frixul is just nice. So we're gonna add Frixul. Frixul effect is gonna trigger his effect in order to summon back 5 mana and add back 5 mana to our end. And now the absolute goo. We can contact fusion into Magistus Choroso because it requires a fusion and Synchro XYZ or Link monster plus any spellcaster monster.
Okay, so he's going to go into Ecclesia Synchro here.
So this is what. Yes, and this is why it's so cool because normally when I was summoning Choroso, I was a bot. I thought it from like a surface of I'll just sack 2 guys from the Spelling Trap card zone to summon this like like Doom Dragon or something. But no, you can sack from the board as well, which is why it's even better than Doom Dragon. It's like yeah, this is absolutely insane. And obviously the Secretarion meets the condition for the Synchro Fusion XYZ Link monster, and then the Frixel matches the condition for the Spellcaster, like Nesh was saying. And now we have the 4+4 guys, the 4x4, the Wendy's deal. So
4+4 will go into the.
Okay. So this. Okay, so he doesn't go Artemis. He goes into Ecclesia.
And then we're gonna go Ecclesia effect in order to summon the Albaz. Albaz is gonna summon the Incredible Ecclesia.
Gotcha. Okay, there we go.
In order to go into Conflagrant.
Jesus.
That's gonna trigger his effect in order to equip the Link 1 Artemis, and then we can add the spoon. Now we are reaching our soup. Now we have the spoon. Now we can eat our opponent entraps. We're gonna add Crowley. We're gonna special summon Crowley. We're gonna trigger Crowley. We're gonna use Crowley and the Conflagrant Calamity in order to make Zoro.
Okay, this is definitely a Nesh combo. I think he was doing something similar to this in MD. Not with White Albaz, but just like Magistus. Magistus Draco Tail.
I think this is the first time we kind of showed this in like a video because we didn't even get to summon him in the last video. So explain to us why this card is so broken. Like what does this do?
This card keeps any monster from each graveyard or your opponent's field to discard, and when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can sack from the field any Magistus card.
Sack. You meant sack, not suck, guys.
Yeah, and including itself negates the effect, and then you can pop a card.
Yes. Now, guys, this card is absolutely amazing because it automatically FTKs the VSK9 matchup, okay? Let me explain. Your opponent think they're slick, normal summon Raisin, they're feeling creamy. Effect, negate, and a non-target destroys. They cannot chain Burger, they cannot chain Caesar, because the moment they do, the monster gets removed instantly.
Okay.
Okay? That's why this card is absolutely insane. Like, the fact that it non-target destroys is crazy, right? I'll give you another example. In the mirror match, your opponent goes normal summon Cartesia, effect. You go chain Zoroa, negate and destroy. The thing is, they cannot chain
Stupid fucking.
mana in response. Why? Because if they do, discard non-target destroy whatever fusion monster they make. This card is absolutely insane. And it also checks is like these cards are so broken because they also check.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. On resolution pop. What's this called? On resolution pop. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Arthalion. So it doesn't even activate.
Nibs, like this card also checks like just hand traps from your opponent. Like in the mirror match, this card is a push to OTK your opponent through their 5 mana. Like it's just an insanely absurd card, and the fact that it can equip your opponent's monsters to it also helps you push damage and lethal, which is one of the advantages of this deck for sure.
Now we're effect keeping the link. We're gonna use Spoon effect in order to equip Chorozo. We're gonna sack the Chorozo from the field in order to summon back Zoroark, the Magistus. Now here is the thing, right? Again, depending on the matchup, depending on the meta, you might sack Chorozo, you might sack the Link One.
Oh, it actually lets you negate your own cards. That's really flexible. That's nice.
Because the one that stays in the spell and trap zone, your opponent cannot activate that type of effect of monsters. If I have a Link One on the field and I have the Synchro Zoroark Magistus Conflagrant Calamity, my opponent cannot make it. If I have Fusion and I'm playing against the mirror, my opponent will pack it up because his entire deck doesn't function.
Yeah. So, and that's a continuous effect as well. So even if they have second, it doesn't matter. So yeah, if you know you're playing against the mirror, what you do is you would use the Conflagrant to pop the Artemis and keep the Chorozo equipped to the Zoroa. That way you can turn off fusion. So you have the option to turn off any fusion, any XCs, or any link. Because you also could have did a line to access like XYZ as well. But typically in these spots, it's either just a fusion or the link. So basically they're out. But in the mirror match, guys, Artemis is insane because your opponent cannot SP your flame and to try and resolve their spells anymore, which is a thing that comes up a lot. So yeah, they're not literally going to be unable to play. So that's why like these cards are like really strong. But here we're going to do Link, assuming it's blind, because it's like better to have Link blind. And now we're going to keep 2 for 5 mana, and then we're going to activate Rahu now, and then use everything from our hand and get the line. We don't use the Mulch Charmies because we just pretend these are completely dead cards, like they're like invisible for the sake and demonstration of the video. But obviously, depending on if you have Charmies or not, you obviously would sack these and add back real cards, right? As an FYI. Now we're going to trigger Pan, 5 mana, Argala.
Like if you have an extra monster, for example, we could we could add back the Albats.
Yep.
And then the Albats could sack Albion, and you could be able to set also the quick play.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, good point, Nash. Yeah. So if you have an extra dead card, guys, you get an extra quick play in your rotation, which you would. Like these Pearls and Fools would be, you know what I'm saying? Like we play so many monsters in our deck. I think we play like barely any spells, barely any traps. Like we have so many monsters in the deck that these are typically cards that you would have in your hand, which should allow you to add back the Fallen to then end on the extra quick play as well. So that's something to keep in mind for sure, yeah. But yeah, you just would add, you can still add it here, obviously. But I'm saying like maybe you could add back like, a Crowley or like a Lucaris or something along those lines, right? So yep. Now we're gonna summon this and then end phase set Fallen. So our board is, guys, this is our board. Flame, Sting, Horn, Fallen, and Virtuous. Ecclesia back to her hand. Ecclesia the Black Dragon on the board. 5 mana, pen in hand. Your opponent. Also
I guess my question is, if you get Fua, don't you have to default to like Draco Veil board? It's interesting though. It's not like I'm not saying this is bad or anything. I'm just like I mean, I guess that's the strength. You can when you don't have to, you can make this, but I don't know. I feel like most of my games are like half boards, so we'll see.
Like monster effects. And it also could have been no fusion.
Oh, you can make the negate on your opponent's turn. That's nice.
So it's just GG. So
oh yeah, because you could probably do like Crowley add back with Arthalion, and Crowley summon itself. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
You're telling me like you're just gonna do this combo and pack it up. And by the way, this was 3 Draco monsters. We did this with 3 Draco monsters. Let me repeat. We did this with 3 shitter Draco Tail monsters, guys. In Fail Tail, you would end on 3 traps, Lion, Guillemot, Pass. Looks pathetic, I'll be honest. So the fact that you open 3 Draco engine and bridge into Magistus and Fallen engine, I see no reason like that this deck is worse than like the pure Draco Tail deck. Like I said, guys,
if the argument is like better than pure, that feels like kind of that feels like an argument no one's really having. I think it's pretty clear. But I guess it's by playing the Magistus cards you can get there. But I don't even think like playing the Magistus extra deck cards are like that bad, So okay, yeah, that's interesting though.
The match was ASAP, like this is ridiculous. Like Nesh already leaking all the goo. I'm like, and when he showed me his line, I was like, bro, this is absurd. Like you're trolling. Like there's no way this is true. Because usually when you have like usually one engine bridges to the other, but not vice versa, right? So like the fact that the engines bridge to each other back and forth is the perfect like dichotomy, like the perfect balance almost like between the two. And like the ingredients just all come together, and then you'll just enjoy with the spoon. Just enjoy with a spoon.
Enjoy it with.
Nash leaking his goo.
But anyways, guys.
Whenever Nash leaks his goo, no one believes him, bro. Everyone's like, "What the fuck is this combo slop?" Like it took a while for Synchro Branded to catch on. But that's like from my limited experience. But like, that deck was sick though. I like the Synchro Branded deck.
Of course, let us know if you want to see more of this. Like, I mean, I don't know how to stress it even more. This is the goo. This is the best way to play the deck in our opinion. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it, and then we'll get some more commentary from you guys, some more games.
Also, leaking this isn't even that big a deal because like you still have to know how to interact with your, you know, your opponent and stuff. So it's like, I mean, okay, I kind of find it really difficult how you can play like a bot and lose with this, but it's possible, all right? Nif played Synchro Brandon, he just played it like normal Brandon, basically.
Gameplay in real games, how this deck works. You guys want to see the montages? No problem. Okay, we'll have that for you. But we also keep in mind, Nesh and I have been playing a lot of this deck. The reason why we're so familiar with these cards is because we played a lot of this in Master already. So in Master, we were already playing this. So the only difference is I have Anaconda and Savage. And I promise you, thank God those cards do not exist. But even without them, this deck is still really broken, guys. So yeah.
Okay, this is why your opponent interact. That's also true. That's also true.
And I hope you guys got a little takeaway, a little glimpse from this. But anyways, have a good rest of your day, guys. And if you guys are
Okay. All right. I don't know. This is like 40 minutes, bro. Oh, we're done with this. We're done with this. I think that's everything. There is the Fraser Smith video, but this is 2 hours, and I don't know. I'll probably want to sleep within an hour. Orm. Are you guys have something? Cue it up. Cue that shit up. But otherwise, okay, you know what? I have a YouTube short, okay, but this isn't like anything crazy. Let me see. 4 times speed.
What the hell is Bonfire? Oh my god. This is fine. They can't Ryziel cross before.
Who said this? Who said this? This Nip's not doing shit.
5? Yeah, I'm sure it's fine, bro.
It was Crispy Obstacle. Yeah, that was the first thing I watched.
I'm sure the Ice Ryziel they have in hand is not gonna do anything outrageous to me. Level 4 summon, level 4 summon, level 4 summon, level 4. I'm losing my mind, man.
Oh god, the Flossian hand
still
loop.
here? The chatter said they can't get crossed before 5 summons, so I'm fine. That's why I'm still here, because the game is winnable.
Man, Josh is sardonic. He has a way of like, he doesn't directly make fun of you. He has a very interesting way of...
I swear to God, if one of you guys ever argues with me again, whether Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is better for the player going first or the player going second.
Bro is losing this game. Okay, that Ash... There's no way the Ash...
Don't test me.
He already lost that game, bro. Why was he seeking to share there? For added dramatic effect, you know? What is this? Hold on, I need to translate this. Don't test me. Oh my god, translate. Opponent, no. Where did I go wrong? All right. Is this a playlist?
赶紧把神功改成1回合1次放出来吧！再这样下去，主包都快变成克魔黑子了。说到黑子，这里就不得不提一下，前几天有个兄弟找到主包，说他朋友自从奶上牛头人以后，每天晚上玩大师决斗都能听见诡异的笑声，整个人都变得抽象起来了。结果他说是主包教的。你干嘛？你干嘛？好家伙，主包怎么越听越像剧本呢？你们两个合伙来抹黑主包是吧？主包可从来没教过任何人哈，我只是给大家看看对机而已。我真求求你们了，如果下次再敢抹黑主包，那主包可要哐哐打钱了。
Okay, Fiends with the movie.
有没有克魔高手出来解释一下？
Oh, that's not good. Are we gonna see White Forest? Oh, okay, Mitsurugi. Oh yeah, I've seen this combo before. Dude, this combo annoys me because it only comes off. It only shows up when I like don't have hand traps. But it's a valid bridge.
原来是我高贵的四剑大人，那可谓是主流中的主流，顶尖中的顶尖，但也不过是主包的手下败将罢了。区区四剑，你能奈我何？不过话说四剑好像是出自于日本的神话。说到日本，这里主包的澄清一下，主包的 ID 和小栗子没有任何关系。如果有看不懂日语的就算了，但如果有看得懂的话，那我还是得解释一下，主包 ID 中的刀蟹是我爱舅家狗的名字。如果有人的姓氏雷同，纯属巧合，主包对此不负任何责任。看来对手又要用饮食来考验主包了。说实话，无负之内斩杀四剑还是有点难的，但主包 可喜牛腿人的最强使用者，小小饮食那肯定不在话下。这天从云竟然还是进 Z， 然后这么帅，不会真的是4件凯子吧？还找了个大挪煮水，估计是苏香天丛云或者沙心部的御魂状态用的。然后还不忘拿一个本家陷阱3-4康，感觉有点小坏。我说今天的风怎么如此喧嚣？原来是这4件的驾驶员不简单啊！又拿了个反击3-4康。
Holy shit. That's a Tachyon.
别忘了对手手里还有张饮食。该说不愧是主流嘛，这牌效也太高了吧！但是追求牌效往往是要付出代价的。
Oh, you already opened Primal. That makes
就
sense.
让你见识一下牛头人的性能。先记一记对手的多动症，再把他的后场3-4康给
Okay, Lava Golem, Ash Blossom.
我去，怎么还有灰？我们牛头游戏王不是这样的。那我再把你的反击给逼出来。最后一张后场了，你开不开？哎，这才对嘛。
Did he need to negate that?
那看来对手的阻抗已经交的差不多了，但是目前还是不知道怎么赢。
Like, it still does shit in Grave.
那我可要解锁大黄蜂了。
I guess he could use it for save it for follow up or whatever.
先出个火刀回收胶水。
Okay.
然后开始美美的打胶。再解锁一下牛头人的右手。接着把高攻的怪兽牛过来，同时把我的熔岩魔兽还给我。我知道你在等饮食，但接下来是我最后一次对招了。我要对你的天纵云使用 Gears。
Oh, I see.
而天纵云的效果是，这张卡特殊召唤。
Yeah. It triggers on any special summon.
主流。此时对手从墓地拉长那里，那主包。
This doesn't get. This also gets popped by Murakumo. It doesn't matter. The opponent's trying to. The opponent's trying to protect it. Uh-oh. Yeah, it still goes through.
然后自己的雷击自己吃吧。
すず、俺の手をとっくに汚れてるんだよ。それでも向かってくるなら構わない。歓迎してやるぞ。俺たちは友達だからな。
Is this the... There is a YouTuber or like a Twitch streamer that like streams them. NTR, I give you like, yeah, NTR. There's like a similar deck to this. He never got past Diamond 3 though. But dang. Okay, I need to... Yeah, this deck, this NTR deck. There's a Twitch guy I was following. Maybe it's someone else, but he would like okay, it's probably someone else. It was a JP streamer. That tried to what's the word? Like, you know, climb with this fucking deck. Also, this is very similar to a deck that Ray played for Wind and Water. Yes, the JP that had everything. Yes, you played against him. Yes, that's who it is. That's who it is. Yes. No Lava Golem. Oh, okay, it was everything green. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I followed him on Twitch, and then I was like, I would pop in every now. Yeah, but you're the one who played him. That's how I found out. Okay. Cut Geki, he's crazy. Guys, Nib is not a real word. Nib. At the pen nib. Okay, alright, bruh. Oh, we're not clicking on that. We're not clicking on that. If you watch the Ace Attorney stream, kind of unfair because you have to sift through like 14 hours of Ace Attorney. If you know, oh fuck, okay, the preview leaked it.
因为这卡组造价肉眼可见相当的昂贵，而且这卡组的强度还得看对手玩的是什么，愈强则强，愈弱的话，那就要考验你的手法了。还有就是对于从来没有接触过天杯和闪刀的玩家来说，这卡组的学习成本也很高。
Oh, is he just going over the deck?
天杯的运营以结场思路。如果你是牛头人新手，就老老实实在记一颗饮食，增加手牌的同时，下回合还能把高攻的饮食野生物牛过来，从而进行斩杀。卡组马主包闲在科乐美官网上传太麻烦了，于是想到了一个好办法，兄弟们只需要在大师决斗关注主包的小号，然后在主包的公开录像里就能查。
Okay. He's saying don't recommend. Okay, I guess you just play it for the aura. Oh, I already clicked on this. God damn it. Wanna watch this? Okay. What's this? Red Dead Redemption. John Wick's Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, I've never played Red Dead Redemption. I have watched John Wick though.
Hello, friend. What you want? Well, we got into trouble up the way.
And we got a problem. There's a corpse right here.
Desperate.
We can't help you, mister.
Not really.
Why is he smurfing, bruh? Well, I mean, he's smurfing in the in the movies too.
John? My boy. I'm going to need a gun.
Here, you want a pen? It's one of them steel ones.
Thank you. All in. May God have mercy upon your soul.
Amen.
John, cover left.
You and I left a good life behind a long time ago, my friend.
I wish things were different, but it weren't us who changed.
You lost. You and me.
Tenga list? Oh no. Okay. You sent me another thing. I'll watch that first. Wait, I think I already saw the Tenga video. I think I already saw that.
我们看看今天玩的是什么卡组。哦，既然是电子楼，要知道这年头玩电子楼的人可不多了，因为电子楼的补强补了一波又一波，但每次的补强都是差强人意，能留下来玩这卡组的无非就是两种玩家，一种是混了多个轴的牌小玩家，另一种就是玩纯电子楼的牌子了。
Part 2? I guess there was a part 2.
毕竟这类玩家在游戏王的环境里并不多见，遇到属实难得。但是细心的主播还是要留下来看看，他到底有没有带其他的轴。目前看来一切正常。讲真的，主包其实挺佩服这类电子楼玩家的。卡组这么老了还在争，如果是主包的话，早就变异成牛头人的形态了。他甚至还出了一个电子终极楼，太混了，他真的我哭死。
哦
主包打算直接点了的，但是考虑到毕竟我是一名牛头 UP 主，那至少要让对手知道我玩的是啥，也当做是给牛头人卡组打个广告了。同时还能考验对手到底是不是真凯子，因为真正的电子楼玩家是绝不会投降的。
Are we gonna get a Zane edit? Oh shit, that like straight up.
艾米，我的朋友，你选择挣扎到了最后，简直就是凯撒本人，这个胜利就该属于你。
Wait, why'd he scoop? Chinese Unk stream. I am not Chinese, unfortunately. Or, for... that is not an appropriate descriptor.
在当前游戏王环境也仍然占据着一席之地，也算是个十分强悍的卡组。还解锁了个破坏间隙的半楼，看样子还打算做封锁塔。不过还好方块上对牛头人来说问题不大。
Yeah, I guess did he just scoop just for the... Oh, okay, he scooped out of respect? For respect? Yes, okay. Got hit by Cyberdark and Dragon? Or... This is kind of a hard board to crack.
等下，怎么还拿了个混沌级楼？不会还有个白跌吧？实不相瞒，主包在另一个平行世界里可是一名猎龙高手，在那个世界里人人都尊称我一声天尊。而今天我就在游戏王里给大家演示一下。
No way, he just steals the Okay, the Buster Blade is summoned in defense.
这么一上来就哈气了，能不能让我动一下？这游戏
Okay, the Magi is not that bad.
但是追求牌上往往是要付出代价的。首先让我们挑逗一下这只龙。看来这只龙的脾气很暴躁，是个难惹的家伙。发电报实际上是为了堆魔法。再抽个奖看看究极玲珑给不给。
Did he just find another back row removal? Never mind.
这里因为长汤湖把其他的小闪都除外了，所以只能拿3台。现在我们可以看到对手。
You might ritual Archery deck versus Zoro.
只需要一只的捕捉就好了。首先是你不黑不白的家伙。 你也行，给我老实点。接下来给大家展示一下红莲跟白龙，全体目光向我看齐。不是，龙怎么跑了？那我当龙空了，不就成小丑了吗？
what the fuck is this clown, bro?
我好不容易行动一次，你却让我输得这么彻底。
难道说主导演的还不够真吗？
what the fuck? Okay, they got memes.
兄弟，你玩闪刀机吗？感觉怎么样？
Simul Archfiend pissing off combo. Simul Archfiends? Bruh. You searching that shit? Jail this MF. This one? What is this?
还行吧，机甲效你挺好看的。你没往里面加什么奇怪的东西吧？我操，他是怎么知道的？不行，我一定要隐藏自己牛头人的身份，不然待会打牌他亮线我就完蛋了。没有啊，闪刀机带点劫强的魔法不是挺正常的吗？那我玩闪刀机一点手空都不带的那种。好啊，那我也完成闪刀，你连手空都不带。
I set it and activate on the same turn. Alright, bruh.
要知道闪刀和牛头人可是同父异母的兄弟，今天这场决斗可谓是世子之争了。哎，本是同根生，相见何若情？只不过闪刀
The same shit, bro.
而主包是闪刀斩牛头人，可以说没有人比主包更懂闪刀了。后场盖4到你。
Oh, I see. Only pure.
我发抖音是你要的羽毛藻。然后再连手招毛耍个帅。我这图你后场没有木槿，先一卡你能戳到我去。你刚刚说你吃什么来着？可恶，这家伙怎么这么烫？不过还好问题不大。
Oop.
只是亏一张手牌而已。再送你一个大宝贝。那我可要开始。
Oh my god.
这倒是提醒我了。其实我知道你是牛头人。发动小丑与锁鸟。臭小子，跟我玩阴的，竟然偷偷带手坑了。说好的不带手坑的呢？哎，我有说过吗？你不也带了熔焰魔神？那我还说啥了？盖牌到你。不过我的熔焰魔神占了你的主要怪兽区，你大部分的闪刀魔法全都开不了。看来一切都在我的计划之中。接下来我只需要再次打交就好了。准备受死吧，闪刀！发动灰流力。可恶啊，这家伙专门留着灰来为我交闪，难道他真的是 CS？ 你刚刚怎么不通叫灰流力出卡没？反正你玩的是牛头人，无论你牛斗什么，吃了灰的你这个回合根本斩不掉我。只要我什么也不做，你就只能乖乖的被自己的熔焰魔神打死。哎，就是不给你发交闪。可恶，被小看了。这要是能连我还可以玩牛头人。既然如此，必须得快速结束战斗了。先把灵异抓过来，然后连接召唤火刀。今天这个交闪我是发定了，我看谁敢拦我。接下来就交给你了，我的卡组，回应我吧，这是我最后的希望。只要能抽到那张卡的话，还有一次机会，不要小瞧我和牛头人之间的羁绊了。来了，虽然给对手回了1000，但是问题不大，此刻胜利的条件已经全部集齐。再借用一下你的灵力，同时把我的熔焰魔神还给我。不好意思，这个 CS 的位置果然还是只能我来当。
Oh my god, BM. Lava Golem. No.
可是你还是没能斩掉我。上把熔焰魔神，这就是我们热血沸腾的组合技。
Okay, dudes. Okay. My bad.
不是哥们，我一觉醒来发现视频上。
Okay. I would do the same. Nice. I mean, that is perfectly valid. Okay, I didn't have to call it BM. All right, that actually isn't right to call it BM, but.
We're gonna have a special guest joining right now, chat.
Oh my god, bro, he's playing. What is he watching, bro? This is this is like the old. No, this isn't the old. What am I watching, bro? You saw the Tenga? I did not see the Tenga. Okay, I'll click on the Tenga. I feel like I've seen it already, though. This is Tenga? Da, 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 da. Aura, okay. Dude, did he summon it from hand? Dude, I fooled this fucking deck before and they summoned a fucking Labrador from hand. I was so pissed. I was actually so mad. Let's go. Oh hell nah. I mean, this still works out. As in, like, he baited, like... Gravity controller, I see how you're moving. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? This reminds me. You just reminded me. Hold on, let me I have to show you a replay. I have to show you a replay again. I have to show you. I should not have won that game. That's right, net deck, nice. Okay, we'll watch this though. Oh my goodness. Surely he doesn't have a Draco Tail in hand. Oh, he doesn't. Oh my god. He knows you have Hyman, right? Something is a power level as Chandra, yes. Okay. No material. Oh, he's recording this on his phone. Oh my god, I just realized that. Red reboot. This is just 10-5. Okay, there's the yummy. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I forgot. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, he's on Secretarion to turn off Chandra. I see. He just cuts off on normal summon Chandra. Okay. Alright, if I minimize this, does Master Duel show up? Okay. Normal summon Chandra, bye-bye, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna need your help. Oh, fuck. That's my account where I have to download the reveal. Don't worry, I can just change the account because I play on my Switch, right? So that's the I'll just go on my alt and then find my profile through there. Cock, hello, please. What is this creature on the bottom left? It's like a chicken, but lacks a beak, has a tongue. Well, like a human tongue. Let me see. What creature? Show creature? You guys can't see the creature? Oh, I see. Okay. My creature is blocking the creature. Okay, you can barely see it now because the stupid Billy is blocking it. Logos, look. I'm seeing Tenga. What is Tenga? Is Tenga like 10 pi and Ga means something else? That's a dragon thing? Ah, okay. Are you see the human tongue? It's mini Reggie. Yummy 10 pi. Oh, Tenga. Okay, I get it. He's got a human tongue, and he's got, like, no nose either. Does he know? Okay, can you guys see the Master Duel? I know what a Tenga is, bruh. Yeah, I won a Tenga off a Genmu tournament, and I was like, I'd rather not explain why I received a Tenga on the mail. I think he knows, but the old age he forgets is crazy. Okay, do you see this ranked duel? Interesting deck list, correct? Someone must have started this trend. I don't know who though. I'd buy a Genmu Tenga. There is a Genmu Tenga, right? Isn't there one that's like branded Genmu? I think that's what started the whole Tenga thing. Okay, we're gonna fast forward. Who gives a shit about this? This is not important. Yeah, it's called Genmu, yeah. Okay, this is not important, okay? Oh my god. We have to sit through this movie. Cyrus File Combo, yeah, Cyrus File Combo. Okay, he inferned me. I guess that's something. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Bruh. Blood is famous. Oh, I got nibbed. I think I fucked up somewhere. Again, not important that I combo like this. Like... Okay, fast forward. Okay. Alright. Pretty... Okay, I've already spoiled what happened, okay? I'm just gonna let it play out. I'm not gonna say anything. Okay, yummy. Alright. Okay, he's got that yum. There's more colors? Oh, good to know. Okay, I got red rebooted. I should have already lost, I'm pretty sure. How did they lose? That's what I'm asking. That's what you're here. I'm clueless. I don't know. I need you to tell me, alright? Yeah, not Red Boo Boo, yeah. Yeah, at this point I have no interaction. And I'm thinking they're a Yummy deck or something. So here I thought I was like, oh shit, they can Mitsurugi combo. I'm fucking dead. Well, I'm still dead regardless, right? Like, but I thought I was gonna lose to Mitsurugi. So here, okay, I'm not saying anything. So far, so good, eh? Okay, I'm gonna let that one sink in for a bit. Not gonna say anything. They didn't add Genroku. Holy shit. Here I thought they were gonna Hita crash. You did the same thing? No. Did you summon with the synchro? Oh, you already summoned. Oh, you already did. Okay. Yeah. I saved it specifically so Genmu could see. Oh my god. There we go. That is a creature. Okay, what's this? Happy coincidence. Okay, gel. Okay, alright, I see. Alright, I guess you learn something new every day. Alright. You saw the blue one unopened? Yeah, because oh yeah, doesn't it... I think Bread owns that now. Brain out of it, yeah. Okay. Fraser Smith live reacting to the Peter Cheng scandal. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure Fraser Smith was around the Cheddar Peng incident. 10K subs, haircut. Yeah, his haircut's kind of interesting. Alright, I don't know. I kind of want to go to sleep in an hour. Bro's ain't shit. Yeah. Fraser Smith's ain't shit. He's been around. Simo? Yeah, featuring Simo. So I imagine, I don't know, actually. They just go on call or something? ×4? That's crazy. I'll do ×2. This is OG. Yeah, this guy's one of the unks. Yeah. He yeah, Fraser Smith, yeah. He plays like Edison nowadays or whatever. But yeah, he's one of the OGs. Or I mean, there's probably other people older than him, but whatever. But like, I would count him like this thing he's live reacting to, the cheater Peter Cheng thing. He was there. I wasn't there actually. Like, I just heard stories. All right, so I don't know. Okay, Yugi boomers. All right. Yeah, time for us to sit down. Stop talking about the old days. I don't even talk about the old days that fondly. Okay, I kind of like tongue in cheek, be like, bruh, that was a. It wasn't even like that. Like, I don't even like have nostalgia for that time. Was Ankh there before it was real? What was real? You fake YGO player? What do you mean I'm fake YGO player? What makes you think what even goes through your mind when you say something like that?
Hello. Long time no talk. We have the boy himself. Alex.
Yeah, I'm fake because I don't play alt formats like Edison, I guess. Fake player because I don't play TCG. Only plays Master Duel.
Simo. I have to. So you got brought up in my chat because someone was saying that did you see Simo
Using
right now
table
on
500.
Genesis and Ultimate Time Wizard?
That's not fake. That's just ass. That's not fake. I'm still playing the game. I'm just ass. All right.
Community trending, right? Like not, it's trending. As soon as I typed in Simo, the first thing that came up was Simo, Genesis, Simo, Ultimate Time Wizard. I was like, okay, so something's going on.
Here we go.
But I saw your tweets. I'm actually gonna pull them back up now because obviously I agree.
You must be so enthralled.
I just want to hang out with the cool young youth.
Your tweets, right? I mean, I do genuinely love.
Or fake in tourists.
About the whole situation. I think it's just a really shitty situation that Konami.
I'd actually get annoyed if you called me tourist.
We'll get into it.
Yeah.
Fake
So,
tourists.
I'm
Wait.
just like the name of the points again for people who are coming into the chat now or coming into the stream now. But basically, it seems like Konami put the absolute bare minimum amount of effort into running Ultimate Time Wizard events. We still
Fake yeah, I know. I'm fake tourist.
Profit billions of dollars from this, so nuke the whole thing.
Is that Kanye East? No, it's not
As
Kanye East.
well as it's going. We had almost 500 players for nationals in 2024. That is crazy.
Oh, you're starting midway through the thread. There's 4 tweets before this.
Oh, hold on. Let me zoom up.
Because Twitter is the greatest platform ever, and somehow split my thread up when I posted that on airline Wi-Fi, so that's probably why that happened.
The good old airline Wi-Fi. Now I'm having a hard time even finding the beginning of this. Like it's.
I'll link you. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. I'm like, what is going on? I also have to be very careful because my Twitter is not safe.
I would not know what your Twitter is.
When I tell you my Twitter is not safe at all, it says it's also that Genesis is getting this much love and attention, but I can't help but be a bit salty. Ultimate Time Wizard didn't get nearly the same treatment when there's a massive community of players who crave.
Oh yeah, I saw the Simo tweet. I was like, okay. Like I don't know. I was like, it's just I don't know. I didn't read the rest of it, so I didn't really I just didn't get a good read off of it, so I was like, okay, I'm not gonna engage with it.
And that is because Konami posted, I guess this is an official like Genesis YCS now.
Yeah.
And I think it's something about
More like Drake. That's crazy.
We'll follow a big top philosophy and have both events under one roof. And whether you play Advanced or Genesis, our motto is a YCS is a YCS. So both events will have the same pricing, including the special prize cards currently under the Stratos or Stratios. Starting with YCS Columbus October for Latin America, Genesis events will switch from Invitational to standard YCS pricing. So officially, Genesis is
read the first paragraph. That's more important to my point here.
Okay, let's see what this says. We've been talking to a lot of duelists the last few months, and one thing that keeps coming up is that some folks are nervous about when a YCS does come to town. Will it be the type of event that they prefer? Some people are excited about Genesis and tell us when a YCS comes to my area, I hope it's a Genesis YCS because I'd rather play a net.
What is that haircut?
I hope it's still
I assume it has to do with this.
Why don't we do both? That is a slap in the face. I think that whoever wrote this, I think that's they're being petty. I genuinely think they're being petty. Whoever wrote that.
Sure. Like, and that's the point, right? Because we, and you can see the other tweets if you click the replies because the thread. But the Ultimate Time Wizards, as you recall, were barely advertised. The amount of times where someone said, "Oh, I didn't even know there was an Ultimate Time Wizard happening at this YCS. I would have gone." I heard that countless times because they would either never even say that there was an Ultimate Time Wizard happening, or if they did, it was like 3 days before the event. So unless you lived near the area, you weren't going to be able to attend on like a last minute notice, right?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we didn't really get advertisements. I remember, YCS Indy, the first one in 2023. This is the second ever Ultimate Time Wizard. They didn't announce it until like a week and a half before it actually happened. And I was really pissed off because I was like, yo, the flights are $400 or $500 for me to go from Philly to Indianapolis. Like, I'm not paying $500.
Yeah, that shit
because Konami
sucks.
decides to announce the event a week and a half before it actually takes place. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And so then the rest of the tweets are, if you want to pull them up, you can.
Yeah.
I can also read them.
You read them. That'd be great. Having Simo read Simo.
Just realize his bangs.
For people that actually care about that. Exactly. Next tweet was every major in quotes community-run Edison tournament caps, and sometimes
what bangs, bro?
And the entry fee is usually double that of a Konami event, usually $40+. And I said also most of the time all the Time Wizard events capped, and if they didn't, it's because they were barely advertised.
That's like
After that, I said, why not do both?
like a very basic hairline. He's just missing the rest of the hair.
Out of the game, hire more staff, rent bigger convention spaces, and make these events even bigger and more exciting for everyone. And so then after that, I said,
The cut, yeah.
I said, there's literally an entire community-created database with nearly every Edison ruling imaginable, referencing EdisonFormat.net. And I said,
The R9 cut? Is that a thing?
Like 400 different formats for Magic the Gathering, just to prove that it's like this isn't impossible for us to do, right? And then I said, what's even more frustrating is that the prize card prior to this announcement for winning a Genesis event was a Dark End Dragon.
It is,
Prize card
yeah.
format in 2010. And I said, you can't
Just Google it. Like, it's this photo right here. It's this photo.
Like, no, they've been sitting on this shit for right?
Iconic Ronaldo hairstyle.
I want to interject here. Yeah, maybe they were planning to do something for Edison or for Ultimate Time with those Dark Ends, and then somebody said, we don't want this retro shit going any further. Do something else, and they said we still have these Dark Ends and we were going to give out Edison. Like, I feel like Dark Ends
There's hella
is
TikToks
the
with
actual prize card
people.
for SJC Edison. It's weird to give that out now as the prize card in 2026. Like, people don't.
Should I get the R9 cut, guys? What do you guys think? Should I get the R9 cut? I'll make sure. Do the R9 cut? Okay. Before I might plan a hangout and I invite Genmu, and I'll make sure I have. You don't have enough hair to do that? Okay, my bad then. 2002 World Cup, yeah. Ball knowledge is elite ball. Looks like a slice of lemon. R9 cut. Now you're all trying to get the cut.
You can play that card.
No, exactly. And Justice Punch, to your point too, I'm also not saying like Hat and Goat couldn't have their own thing too.
Let your Oshi get it.
I'm biased because I played, but it has the biggest community, and it's like that's not even an argument. So anyway, then it's to where you were saying, where I said it just seems like Konami put the absolute bare minimum amount of effort into running the events. We still showed up. The community like actively tried to get people to these events, and then they said, well,
hairline reveal. I'm not revealing the chat, okay?
And you were just saying the Nats right had like 400 or 500 people.
Yeah, it was
send this to Ray.
Because that was the weekend of a global cyber outage. There was a global.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. I will incorporate some R9 jokes, okay? I might, you know. We might have unlocked a new wave of of memes. You know, I was pretty proud of that one TTS I sent when Ray was complaining about the Malulu, like getting molested by Malulu. I was pretty proud of that one. He didn't react though, but I actually just ignored it.
James Arc, I think, didn't get to go because I think the global cyber outage like affected his flight.
It affected a lot of people.
Like the day before, right? That's
Yeah,
what it was.
that's what it was. Yeah, if your flight was leaving on Friday, you were not getting to that event. Like,
Yeah, so anyone who got early was fine.
Yep.
But it was also in Texas, which is like a huge community.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But then continuing on, I said, after experiencing both Pokemon and Magic events in person, Yu-Gi-Oh events are
Uncle was too busy. He was locked in.
I thought to myself, wow, they do that was remarkable. Like, those reference to those type of events.
Busy
Wait,
Goonie?
can you
Okay.
Because you're a person who has been to. I've never been to a Pokemon tournament ever. I've been to one Magic tournament. I think it was a Star City Games, like 5K back in 2010. Can you speak to like other tournaments and other scenes?
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to Magic and Pokemon, and I'm talking about officially like sanctioned, like Wizards ran this, Pokemon Company ran this, right? I'm not talking about like SCGs or any of the other like like the RBET equivalent, right?
Right.
I'm talking about the official like ran events. It is unbelievable the amount of effort that Pokemon Company specifically, Magic does good, but Pokemon specifically, it is over the top. Like the amount of branding and effort they put into these events to make you feel like you are.
I don't
like,
give a
Pokemon
shit about
Company.
branding. I'm gonna be honest. I do not care. All right, like this is not like out of all the things Yu-Gi-Oh lacks, this is so bottom on the list. I don't give a shit like that they put the bare minimum, like put a circular on the judges photo, or they have like a Zeus banner or something like that. We talk about Pokemon. Yeah, I know what Simo's gonna say. He's gonna say Pokemon puts Pikachu's and everything everywhere, plastered all the merchandise all over the venue. They do that in OCG? Yeah, I figure OCG does that. So like yeah, okay, then what's the problem? I guess, you know, I don't know who owned. I didn't Pokemon used to be owned by Wizards? I might be forgetting, but I don't know who owns Pokemon nowadays. Or I guess licensed by Wizards. But the point is, TCG just needs balance center. Okay, true. But yeah. He's gonna say that. TCG Yu-Gi-Oh could also be doing that. You know, and they're wasting. You know, I don't know. I think it's so dumb. Like, who cares if Pokemon does that? That's like not even that. I don't know. Like, your company should shill harder than it usually does. They could, but they won't. Yeah, I mean, if they're not gonna do it, oh my god.
Pokemon, like this is the place for you. It is unbelievable the amount of stuff that they do. Like there's merch everywhere. They're running every single type of event you can think of for like any way to play Pokemon.
Yep.
I care. It's not that important. There's like
that was fucking sick.
Oh, that's cool.
Like yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the game was just funny, so I got to play the only one. But like the pricing was insane no matter which event. I think just winning that tournament, you won like a case. Of,
like okay, yeah, the pricing is like a lot more important than that shit.
Each game had a feature match area. So if you were playing TCG, if you were playing VGC, or if you were doing other stuff, they had a stage for each like area that you could just go and like watch stuff. It's crazy. And like Yu-Gi-Oh! By comparison, it's just like there's tables and chairs, and maybe there's a
more
banner to tell you where
Q-cores.
something
Oh
is.
my
That's it,
god,
right?
That's all we get.
It's like you're in. It's usually just concrete, right? It's just like concrete
Yeah,
floors, brick wall. Yeah, it's a warehouse. Yeah,
you're in a fucking big ass warehouse that has like you said, a couple banners, and you have a stage that they built. But you know, the stage isn't particularly exciting either. For me, honest, it's literally just a black stage. They don't really brand, like you said, the
it's like what
branding.
they need for the equipment. It's like what they need for equipment.
Exactly.
That's it. Yeah. And so Magic is similar. I would say Pokemon does it better, but Magic is like the same thing. It's like there's just a ton of stuff. They'll hire cosplayers like to be there just for people. Like they make it more of an experience. It's not just like you're there to play the game. It's like you can go, and even if you're not a player, you can do other cool shit while you're.
Okay, I mean the cosplayer thing, we kind of have that. I mean, obviously that's like the community showing up as cosplayers. They're not hired or whatever, but they are like promoted. Not promoted, but like they do like they show up in the social media and stuff. So it's like it's not even like they it's not that crazy. I don't know. It's like okay. The difference is that now they're like Konami affiliated, I guess. He doesn't act. He doesn't care.
There and
like
feel like you got something out of it if you're not a player, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what makes it like a unique experience. For that's what they do way better. But anyway, I guess I'll keep going. So then after that, I said I don't know, maybe it's just better that these events are in the hands of the community at this point because people seem to enjoy the events more when the community runs them. The pricing's way better. The judging is usually better because judges actually, for the most part, know the rulings. There's obviously you'll hear every now and then there's like a discrepancy, but I think if you compare like RBT or any other side event, secondary
Sexy as Dwight.
like a Konami judge, it's usually way better for us. And the vibes are usually better because everyone who's at these events like gives a shit, and it's like the event organizer, the people who are hired for the event, like everyone's there because we like give a shit about the game, right?
Yep. I agree.
And I said I remember the first Ultimate Time was in Raleigh, and everyone in the main event was absolutely miserable and would just come over to our side and just bitch about being in the main event. And then meanwhile, like you and I are over in the Ultimate Time Wizard area having a fucking blast, and the vibes were great. But the tournament itself was not the best run tournament because it was the first one they ever did, and that people complained about that. But even with that, everyone was still having a fucking blast. Like it was like so much fun. And, like, people.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is just like the grass is always greener kind of type shit. So this seems like I guess you had to be there to get the vibe. You know, but it's clearly just like actually everyone was so miserable on the other side. well, we, we're the superiorly ran event or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. I'm sure it went well. Okay, like I'm just saying, like.
The tournament was being run poorly. Everyone's like, we're having a great time. Like, who cares? You know? Yeah, and you know what? We always felt like second fiddle at Konami events too. I remember Orlando last year. We didn't get to start round 1 until 2 to 3 hours into. We were supposed to start at the same time we always start. So if that's 10 a.m. or 12 p.m. or whatever, we didn't start until 2 to 3 hours later because they were like, well, we just don't have the space to start Ultimate Town with. So even though we advertised that this is the start time, and I've been to almost all of them, we started late because we just didn't have chairs, which means they basically overbooked the main event and didn't have space. And they had
There's
to
a cons in
right?
it.
But they just didn't care.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
You guys will just start 2 hours or 3 hours later. And so we're just standing around. Everyone's there because you didn't know that was going to happen until you arrived. Right. And we waited until main event people dropped from their tournament, which takes at least 2 rounds for people to start going at 02, so we can get space to play. And that was just like, once that happened, that was one of the last events too, right? That's the beginning of the end, I feel like. Once that happened, I was like, this feels kind of disrespectful. Like, there's just something about showing up to something that says it's at this time and it doesn't start for 2 to 3 hours. I have a rule with my friends and my family that if we have dinner reservation somewhere and you show up a half hour late, I'm leaving. Like, I don't. I just feel like
eat the restaurant by myself.
that too. I just feel like it's disrespectful to just be like, be here at this time. Sure, 10 minutes, 15 minutes late. That's fine. Once it starts getting to a half hour to an hour of you just being late to do something that was scheduled, like literally it's scheduled for this time, that is disrespectful. And I understand that accidents happen, things happen, but like when you are a major corporation, you've planned this event, people have flown to come to this event, people have booked hotels to come to this event, people got up early, showered, got there, commuted, and then you're just like, we don't have a place for you to actually play, so wait 3 hours.
Money. If they travel, like they paid like hundreds of dollars to get there, and like for a hotel and a flight and everything. Yeah, it's disrespectful for their time. Also, shouts to Vexicus in the chat. I haven't seen Vexicus in fucking forever. Hope you're doing well, King.
What's up, Cordero?
Oh fuck, Vexicus? Vexicus in the chat? That's an Yugi tuber. I just remember his what's called prophecy deck profiles.
People got up early, showered, got there, commuted, and then you're just like, we don't have a place for you to actually play, so wait 3 hours.
Money. If they travel, like they paid like hundreds of dollars to get there, and like for a hotel and a flight and everything. Yeah, it's disrespectful for their time. Also, shouts to Vexicus in the chat. I haven't seen Vexicus in fucking forever. Hope you're doing well, King.
What's up, Cordero?
Oh, is that I actually don't. I don't see him.
So then continuing on, I say getting people into the Yu-Gi-Oh ecosystem.
Seeing Fraser at the party actually cheating situation is funny. Really?
Access a gateway to get players into the game, then maybe they check out Modern or Genesis or Master Duel, and then that's where the payoff is later on for them. And so I've talked countless people at Edison who had zero interest in Yu-Gi-Oh but played other TCGs, and they had no idea Yu-Gi-Oh could be played in that way because of the usual negative stigma that surrounds the game, being like the game's over on turn 1, it's all FTKs, it's a flowchart game, whatever. And they actually then, after learning about Edison, they expressed genuine interest in playing the game. And I was messaging you before you had me on, saying that's kind of what sparked me to go on this rant. Was that I just got back
What
from work, so I
cheating?
didn't really,
The Cheddar Peng video. This one. This is Unk Drama. Or I don't know. It's just some old ass. But yeah, I already mentioned it earlier. Cheddar Peng. It's Cheddar Peng, not Cheater Peng. This revisionism, bruh.
too much detail, but I was teaching people this, and they're like, "Oh my god, like this is so much fun! Like I didn't realize Yu-Gi-Oh was like this," and then wanted to keep playing against me just to like, and these are like pro players we're talking about too. These aren't just like random people. They're like, "Oh my god, like this is so cool!" And then like we were.
What do you mean ancient history? Yes, ancient history.
Like get better and like understand the game more. And
yes, you're right.
As like the more that they played, so they were getting like that feedback internally from the gameplay. I think that was so cool, and it kind of just made me sad because that's like I think I mentioned this later in the thread, but I say like this is the type of Yu-Gi-Oh that like I fell in love with and why I wanted to be a content creator.
Right. That's a big point to me.
Yeah, and it's sad that there is a way to get people who aren't Yu-Gi-Oh people into Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not officially supported. Right. That's like the thing that sucks the most.
Yeah, the thing that you touched on at the very end there.
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not free.
Right. That's a big point to me.
Yeah, and it's sad.
Well, for what it's worth, Squiddy is the person who posted that Fraser, not sorry, the Peter Cheng video, and his whole, he's been there before, so to me it makes sense that he's like, I don't want to say cashing in, but he basically is, printing a bunch of videos about all that old shit, so all the, what content creator? Squiddies. Can't see Wigglestone. Here. Can't see Wiggle Stove, I think. Yeah, he has these two. Yeah, there's Alan C. Pennington. Yeah. Yeah, Drama Farm. Yeah, I've shown some of his oldest videos before. Squiddy opens a few packs. "13 years ago.
Yo, what's good, Yugi? I've got 2 more packs here. Let's go open real quick.
Did Barba never not watch any of his older videos? Because this is a good farm, gold mine.
I hope it'll get. Oh, goddamn. Let's get these packs right. A fish.
What is this? Photon Shockwave? Oh, it's Galactic Overlord. Or Order of Chaos. Order of Chaos. Anyway, that's Squiddy. He was like a big personality. Not big, but he was like a very unique personality back then.
That there is a way to get people who aren't Yu-Gi-Oh people into Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not officially supported, right? That's like the thing that sucks. Yep. Yeah, the thing that you touched on at the very end there, in your tweet.
I rewinded it. Just okay.
Was that there are different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh. You can enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh in many different ways, right? It can be Edison, it can be Redo, it can be Goats, it can be whatever, it can be Modern, it can be Genesis. You can have like not even the shit on Modern or Genesis if that's not your preferred thing, sure. But people who
Right,
enjoy,
yes, it is.
But people who enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh retro, like retro Yu-Gi-Oh, I like the gameplay of retro Yu-Gi-Oh. Even though right now I know it's funny coming from me, I'm a frog TK player right now. But for the most part, I like interacting with my opponents and going back and forth and like setting trap cards and setting a monster without dying. And I don't have to win on turn one because if I don't win on turn one in Modern, you basically just lose. Like when I read tournament reports or see them, they're all just talking about how I didn't open up one of my 1-card starters and my opponent had the Ash Blossom or the Imperm or whatever, and I just lost the game because I got stopped one time and that was all it took. And I literally lost the entire match because of that. It's just like that's not the gameplay that I want. Some people enjoy it, and that's fine. Like it's okay to enjoy that. At a YCS, I feel like you should be able to have Modern, Genesis, and Ultimate Time Wizard in the same place. Like I don't know why you can't have all of it. That's what I mean. Like,
That's true. You can probably.
Like why not everything? You know, when there's Magic events and Pokemon events.
Is the DB happening at the same time?
How many different types of variants of ways to play the game?
I think he's like spectating.
This right here. This
Yeah. I think he's just spectating.
That's actually what made me write this rant. That line is what sparked all of this. Also, Brandon Crank, thank you for the $5. Always, I appreciate all the donations and everything, guys. So definitely want to put that out there. I didn't miss it. But yeah, I really don't like that. I feel like it's trying to be either snarky or petty or both. And why are we doing that, right? Like why are you? I feel like they're punching down at that point. It just gives punching down vibes. Like you already axed Ultimate Time Wizard, right? You wiped your hands of it, and now you see that we're still running events. We're still doing our own thing, grassroots, like we were before they came into the picture. But like to be like, why not both? When we were literally saying why not both is crazy. Like don't gaslight us now.
I'll give that person the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're only on the Genesis team or something like that, and maybe they don't know. Like I don't want to like I don't want to assume that was like a direct shot, right? Like so I'm willing to just kind of like forget. But it, as like us who are passionate about this, it does sting, right? So I don't want to go after them for that.
The
like,
language
you're talking about Coder saying it's because of the rulings in the erratums. I said earlier, I don't know when you joined, but I said earlier, Konami has the resources to hire judges who have Edison knowledge. Keegan does it. Anyone who runs retro Yu-Gi-Oh as like
I don't think it's that. People say this shit like it's so simple. Like they'll. If they do, they probably don't. I don't know. They probably don't want to or some shit. I don't know. It's just like, or maybe it's just like more trouble than it's worth. Like it's just like step A to step C. But people are saying just go step 1 to step 2 when there's probably step 1 to step 7, and then they ignore the steps in between. People are actually playing Edison. I think people show up to the Time Wizard stuff, but like the thing about the Edison stuff that like kind of like it started as a community grassroots like format, and it has been supported by community grassroots. It did eventually get support from Konami. But like when you trust, another entity with like something you've cultivated, it's probably not going to like turn out it's going to have like the original vision is probably not going to be maintained or something like that. There's going to be like other complications. And I don't think you should expect like a 1-to-1 like, like it probably is not going to work like that. They're not going to care as much as you do. That's true, yeah. Like, and I think that's a problem. There's like, I don't want to say it's a disconnect, but Konami is probably not going to, run many times better than Nintendo. But there's a lot of conflicts. Like, okay, you get the backup, but people are already complaining about the community, about the Konami run ones. Oh, we're gonna go to the RBETs instead. It's just like there's a lot of conflicts. It's just, I think you don't think OCG has those? Oh damn. And I think that's why, like, I don't know. The grassroots still want support from Konami, but Konami's not even gonna like give it the support they want, So it's just I don't think the relationship's going to work out. And they got screwed over, I guess I don't know why they decided to get rid of Ultimate Time Wizard. There's probably a bunch of reasons. Not just like what I'm trying to say. There's not just one specific reason, but more like a bunch of reasons that culminate, emerge into like, okay, it's not worth it. And then I guess Genesis was like, they want to cultivate that instead. Like, okay, we came up with this, and like, why even like there's so much like strings attached to Edison. You know, like there's judges you have to hire, judges you have to maintain and train, and then because I don't like doing. Well, I'm just talking about myself, but I don't like doing past formats because it's like you have to remember all the rulings, and yes, it's a skill to understand all of them, but it's just like I don't know, like having to own like a pre-errata card of a card that was already errated it is a lot of trouble, you know. Even back then, when like Sangan was errata, it was like annoying as fuck to explain to people. I mean, it was mostly like, you know, bottom DB ladder or whatever, but dueling network ladder, but it was still annoying as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. You got what you wanted, but it's just like a monkey's paw situation, you know. Like Konami just didn't actually, you know, reciprocate, and they got screwed over. But like they're still pining for like the Konami support. And it's just like you guys got fucked. So like I don't know. I feel like you just stick to the RBETs where like there's actually people who show up and like people who actually care. So I don't know. I'm just an outsider, but just from like, so my words don't hold that much weight. But
a circuit does it, it's doable. Konami just didn't put in the effort, or they hired the wrong people, and that's on them in either situation. Yep. Right. So that's on them. To act like it can't happen because of ruling differences is crazy. When I literally just came back from two successful events. I heard that was an amazing event, by the way. I was trying to go, but I'm like, I can't do it. But I heard it was really well ran. It was. So you know, Raleigh. Shout out to your wife Brittany, who put me on to Herons and the Umstead. Amazing. Go. I didn't go this time because I was with my best friend wasn't with me, and he's the only person who spent $300 on dinner. Sorry. So I didn't go to Herons this time. But my whole thing is like, that event was run. It was one of the best events I've been to. First of all, it was ran on a college campus. It was a beautiful room we were in. It was well illuminated. The time, Konami, for whatever reason, ultimate time was we never knew the time. You had to ask the judge. We never had a clock. I mean, like, there's many things I did not get into on this thread. But yeah, we never had a clock after. The first event, like, okay, they're trying to figure it out. Maybe it's forgivable, right? The second event, we should probably have a clock by this point. The third event, we still didn't have a fucking. And every time there was never a clock, and it was just frustrating because there was usually one judge for the whole event, and people would have to shout across the room, "Judge, how much fucking time is left?" Do you know how annoyed I would be as a judge though that most of my judge calls are how much time is left? That is disrespectful to the judge that you put in that place. That is very disrespectful. Exactly. I agree. Yeah, there's no excuse. Sorry, I didn't realize you were not disagreeing or anything. I was really annoyed that is the excuse that a lot of people use for why, like, oh, the rulings thing. It's like, bro, you know how many RBETs there have been? You know, now that we're having LDSs, we're having Retro Reborn events, we're having all kinds of grassroots events. Yeah. People. One in Vegas in May, by the way, so I hope you see there. Well, so I'm actually.
I don't know. They're already complaining that they didn't even run it well. So it's like they're already going with the idea like their events, the RBETs or whatever, are already ran way better. But like they're also using it as like, oh, they could just copy us or something. You know, hire the judges we use that ran smoothly. Like it's not that simple. You know, I don't know. It's just like it doesn't make sense to me.
Like
crazy rage bait. Okay, it's Trip Gaming. Are you? That's not crazy. All right. Just watch the top European players' theory about the format. Holy shit, that was a hard watch. Gap between Top View and Yu-Gi-Oh! And the rest of the world is crazy. Europeans are hella behind our first Pro Cup. Is it Philip Whitinger? Was it Farfa? Yes. Okay. Oh my god, it is Philip Whitinger. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it better it's not official? If Konami just is ass? Like, it's just like, don't even bother. Just don't even bother pining for Konami, bro. They fucking suck. Yeah, it was Philip Whitinger. Oh my god. Does he make content or something? It's not Farfa. It's not Farfa. It's this guy. Yeah, this is who he's talking about. This is the European player he's talking about. I fucking clocked that shit. Even though I don't agree with Philip's Yummy plays, I'm not talking about Philip in my team. Oh, never mind. It's not him. It's not him. Okay. If it's Farfa, then this is crazy bait then. Philip Whitinger? No. Never mind. I got the timeline completely wrong. Philip Whitinger is just a guy a European player who tops. He was on Triff's stream earlier. But I got the timeline wrong. They actually didn't even argue on stream. They were just like, you know, like, why you gotta call out Joshua Schmidt like that? Okay, if it's Farfa, then, bruh. Yeah, if it's just Farfa, this is boring. Come on. Farfa's been the punching bag for, like, I don't know.
to go to straight to Vegas from Tokyo, Japan now. I'm so serious. Like I'm trying to go from Japan to Tokyo.
Gotta connect. There's
From
no
Japan to
direct,
Vegas. Yeah, I know. What the fuck is that about?
We're a big airport. We're not like an international airport. That's the thing. We're not like on the coast. That's the biggest problem.
Because it was very expensive. I was like, why is it so expensive to do? Or it was like a layover or something I had to
You
do.
have to go through like LA or San Fran typically.
Oh my god, I want to go
I'll
so
get a
bad.
heads up for that. Yeah.
Thank you, because I was looking at it. And
Anyone
like,
not in
it's always
Metabyte Discord is bad.
I think
Damn.
Gage and Ruxin are coming up too. So,
Oh
that'll be
my
fun. So if you're
God.
here, we get to ball out on food too. So
I'm
we can make it.
going to try my hardest to make that event. I really, really want to go to Vegas. It's crazy that it lined up perfectly
Not
with my
you.
Japan trip this year. Because last year I went at a different time, but this time it lines up perfect. Like I'm coming back to the States. Yeah, I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try my hardest to get to that event. I really want to go. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can make it. I'll let you know if I can. Then you can include
I
my
need to
reservations.
frame this tweet or this message. Amada said, would love if Konami hired Simo as consultant. Boy, they don't know my history with them. Anyway, back to the tweets. So I continue on saying, if Konami was a problem from Edison, I literally said, make the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro battle pack where they can print all the cards to make it even more accessible than it already is. You can build any Edison deck for like $20 basically. You can make special rarities of the cards for collectors. So maybe they bring back like ultis of cards that don't have ultis in like the retro frame, right? Or maybe with the new frame break full art shit. Imagine a full art Caius, how hard that would go, right?
That would look
like,
fucking insane.
Yeah, like they have the or like full art brain control. Oh my god. Anyway, and then I said, but it's also draftable. Like Yu-Gi-Oh's one of Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest problems from a product perspective that Magic doesn't have. is
There's
that-
no side for Worlds? What do you mean, like in the TCG? There's a side deck. Oh, you mean side events? Like public events? No, I don't think so. In Seattle, they didn't even have spectators. Talking about JP side event? Really? Let me see.
Then you can
I
include
need
my
to
reservations.
frame this tweet or this message. Amada said, would love if Konami hired Simo as consultant. Boy, they don't know my history with them. Anyway, back to the tweets. So I continue on saying, if Konami was a problem from Edison, I literally said, make the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro battle pack where they can print all the cards to make it even more accessible than it already is. You can build any Edison deck for like $20 basically. You can make special rarities of the cards for collectors. So maybe they bring back like ultis of cards that don't have ultis in like the retro frame, right? Or maybe with the new frame break full art shit. Imagine a full art Caius, how hard that would go, right?
That would look
like,
fucking insane.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so funny to me because it's just like, do what you're already doing it, but make it for Edison. I don't know. It's like, I mean, that would be cool. Some retro packs or whatever. I mean, what if they printed it for hat format? Like, what was it? Is it Primal Origin, I think? We got. He said something Japan? I see.
Like they have the like full art brain control. Oh my god. Anyway, and then I said, but it's also draftable. Like Yu-Gi-Oh's one of Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest problems from a product perspective that Magic doesn't have is that people can draft Magic, but Yu-Gi-Oh is impossible.
Also, as being
And
JP,
this is
that's
one
true.
of the only formats that you could build a set and like draft it. And I know this because I literally made a whole simulator for people to draft it.
That's true. The formats are different back then too. So even if they did, well, to be fair, don't we have retro packs though? Those are unique to TCG. We do have retro packs. So okay, that's not necessarily the case, but we also have rarity collection. We finally we're not gonna have like the overframe pack, so it's just the same pack but rebranded. But I guess that's but they did reprint like LOB. Talking about full art. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
And I played it with
Oh
the-
yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's not perfect, right? Like obviously it makes some concessions, but it's like it's the closest thing you can get to doing like a real draft experience for Yu-Gi-Oh! And it feels good. Like you don't feel like your pulls are shit. Like most of the time, like you get good cards, and every game feels like it's playable. Right?
Absolutely.
And so I made the argument that people would not even just like us as like a community would buy the fuck out of that. People who are old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Heads would also buy that because it's like, oh, I remember like all these old cards. Because Edison just played a lot of old cards that people remember, right? So people would be like, that's so cool. Like I remember these cards. So like people just buy that anyway, just to like remember the old cards. If someone gets like a full art like Heavy Storm or Brain Con.
I mean, what stops them from just doing that for like Legend of Blue Eyes, LOB or whatever? I don't know. Like, why did that? Like, why specifically Edison?
Like full art had this go crazy.
Yeah, so it's like they have like I talked about this with Keegan before. The biggest issue with that, they could probably do that one time and never do it again. But I feel like that set would be a home run. Maybe I'm delusional. I don't know.
I think that they can even do it in waves. They can do like you can use the Blackwing. You can do a Blackwing one, and you can do a Frog one, and you can do like a Light Storm one.
Why
You can
is
do a little set that you
specifically these decks, dude? They do. Yeah, I'm just saying like, why is it like? I don't know. It's just specifically Edison. You know, it's like they're not the only like old ass alt format. You know, like if they want to capitalize on nostalgia, they could just go further back to or like. I mean, that's why they do DM pandering or whatever. You know, people say like, "Oh, I hate DM pandering." You know, Go. Oh yeah, that's true. They could do Go. Why don't they just do Go or something like that? That's even older than Edison, and probably has more recognizable cards because of like BLS or I guess Yatagrasu. I don't know. Chaos Emperor Dragon. I don't know. What's the other one? Invasion of Chaos or something like that. You want Yata? Vanless print.
Was a pack or something? I don't know. Somebody can work out the math and logistics of it, but you could do something to like have Edison players really excited to buy actual product.
Fraser, if you do want to go to that event, Gage messaged me, said register right now because 200 people already signed up.
That's what I saw, yeah. So I'm gonna after this stream, I'm going to try to change my flight to come back Thursday to Vegas. Originally I was gonna come back Friday to like Philly, basically, and now I want to try to get to Vegas on Thursday. That way I can be there all. I'm gonna be jet lagged as fuck, but I want to be there all of Friday to try to get my bearings back on my. And then.
Oh my god.
And also, I'm good friends with Lewis, the TO who's running that event.
Might be able to get you in anyway.
I should.
What was that?
I
Chimera
should-
Tech
I should-
Overdragon
I should-
revealed?
The 200 and everything. But if I want to play the event, I should be fine to play in the event. But if you are thinking about going, or if you know you're going, definitely register right now because it is filling up really fast. So,
People had a really good time with the first one. Yeah. Anyone wants the Edison Arena Simulator?
That's
Put
what
it in the chat.
Yeah, thank you so
Someone was
much.
asking for it. I hope the link was okay.
I'm gonna send it to me and then I'm gonna post it in the chat because I don't think links work for anyone but me. And,
Oh, does it not? Here, let me do that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Looks like one of mine. Here you go.
Yeah, it doesn't show you that. It's completely not that thing until.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, Twitch will be like, oh, okay, it doesn't show you. Okay. And then, continuing on, I said, old Yu-Gi-Oh! Is why I fell in love with the game, and the sentiment shared by a lot of people who grew up watching the show every Saturday morning, and people don't realize that Yu-Gi-Oh! As an IP has made more money than fucking Call of Duty, which is like insane to think about, because like everyone talks about Call of Duty nowadays, but like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not like that.
Right.
But mathematically, Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the top, granted, Yu-Gi-Oh's been out longer, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, at what
Well,
point
I mean, for what it's worth, Call of Duty comes with like almost yearly releases of a game, so it's like always going to be like in conversations. I'm not going to say like, oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Needs an anime to advertise or whatever, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Does like exist. You know, it just does. It's not specifically the card game. It's like usually the anime or something like that. Like I don't know. It just seems like
So people don't realize it was like a top 10 IP like in the world. Like that was back in the day, it was so monumental that there was few things that could touch it. And now obviously over time Yu-Gi-Oh! Has dwindled. But the fact that it still made more money than Call of Duty across the entirety of its lifespan is insane.
I didn't know that. That is wild.
Yeah, I didn't know that either until recently. I was like, that's
the
insane.
IP's not the TCG and shit. You know, it's like there's the OCG and and it's not even. It doesn't necessarily even have to be the card game. It could be like, I think it lives off like the iconography, you know, like the logo and shit like that. It's like, oh, I don't know, man.
So then I said that it's just sad when I get excited about people playing Edison and like learning it like for the first time, but there's like no official place to direct them because the amount of times I've had the conversation of like, oh hey, this is really cool, where can I go? And I'm like, you don't really have an option. Like it's like you have to go on the black market, you know, side circuits, right, that are community run, and like that's it. Like there's, or you go online and play like, you know, like what you're hosting right now, where you just have to find like the online communities. Like there isn't an official way to do this. And then any excitement that they have just immediately vanishes because they're like, oh, well that sucks, and because they want to play like officially sanctioned stuff, right? I don't blame them, you know. And so they're just like, well, all right, I guess I'm not gonna do this now. And so I ended the thread by just saying, call me a Yu-Gi boomer, that I'm in the Yu-Gi retirement home. It shouldn't feel like pulling fucking teeth to get someone to join your game's community, regardless of your preferred way to play the game.
Yeah, that's what stuck out to me the most is that I feel like we got ostracized for no reason. Like if you wanted to do Genesis and you felt like you had to do one or the other, that's just not real. I feel like people who want to play Genesis are always going to play Genesis, and people who want to play Ultimate Time Wizard are still going to continue to play Edison. As you can see from all the events that have happened this past weekend, RBT in Vienna was over 300 players, and the LDS in Raleigh was over 250 players. So you have over 500 players, almost 600 players, if not actually 600 players, I think. Yeah, the math works out. You have 600 people playing retro Yu-Gi-Oh! On the same weekend in different parts of the world too. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Also, that link. Can you send me the what's up, Can you send me the link to the draft thing? It didn't go through. I don't know where you sent it, but it's not on Discord. I don't see it.
Oh, I sent it to Gage.
Oh shit! That's why Gage showed up.
Because Gage messaged me about the LDS thing. And
He's like, what the hell?
I know. He's like, why'd you send me this? He's like, I know what this is. Yeah, sorry. There you go.
No, it's all good. All right, so I'm gonna pin that, guys. If you want to play Simo's draft for Edison format, which is actually really fucking cool. I
It's so fun.
played it with him on his subathon. You did a subathon a couple months ago.
I did.
And I played against Simo. It was actually a very close set. He could have won.
I could have won. That's why I was so pissed.
Like he actually could have beat me. 100%. He had it. So it's really fun. And Gary and Stango and Luke Feeney, my true hero, my friends, they also occasionally will play this exact same simulator. No, they love it because the other simulator crashes.
Yeah, you can adjust it too. So if you make your own cube, you can just load that, and if you want to take stuff out or put stuff in, you can.
Okay, I'm a little. What is these three major problems? Obviously, this is just a rip of a stream. So like you know, like whether there's like a, you know, structure to it, it's pretty loose because it's just straight up people on a stream. There's no timestamps or anything like that. So I'm kind of like losing the plot. King Yappers right here. So it is straight up yapping. Okay, I'll watch for like 20 more minutes, but it's just like if it's just the classic like
It's easy to modify.
Yeah, what they ended up doing was increasing the number of cards you get. So that this was what I talked to you about, like making
Yeah,
it
because
where
you're like,
it's
oh, I only get 40 cards.
on
Yeah,
a
I like
dot.
that for content, they only get 40 on the dot.
Yeah.
Because like each pick matters like a lot, even if there's like bad picks.
That's true.
I
Yeah.
just want to have some bad cards for content reasons.
I think they did like 45. So not too. It's not like they didn't go like 50 cards or anything. There's just like 45 or something like that. Some odd
Having an
number.
extra 5 is pretty good.
Yeah, and then that way it's just like you can cut like some of the cards that are just this does not synergize at all with my deck or doesn't even, you know. But
Yeah.
it's really fun and definitely check it out if you haven't already, guys.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just sad. I think that's like the overall sentiment I think we all share as Edison players. It's like, yeah, like obviously the communities are taking up the reins, and we have Keegan, we have the LDS, we have
Retro Reborn.
Retro Reborn. Like there are people who do want to do this, you know, and they're finding ways to make it work. And like I said, the crazy part is they're charging double, sometimes triple what Konami was asking for an entry fee. And people are like, fuck it, I'm in. Like, sure, no problem, that's fine.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Pricing
Because
also
is literally double.
Yeah.
And
it's more expensive. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Pricing is also like another thing I didn't touch on, is because it was just like, again, there was a special mat just for playing in Ultimate Time Wizard, and that was nice. The problem is that it was the same mat that you get for top 80.
I forgot about
that if
this,
you just
Simo.
won,
You're bringing up some traumatic memories.
I'm sorry, but it's relevant. It's the same mat that if you just won a 16-player Edison Time Wizard pod, you got the same mat as top 8ing the Ultimate Time Wizard, which is way harder because you can only go X1
Yes,
to
yeah,
top.
that was another thing. You had to be X1.
Yeah, like I would argue it's harder than main event, because main event you can go like X2 and shit, and
Yeah,
like
sometimes
some
X3.
round sure. Yeah, sometimes X3 you can top, or like X2-1, right? But if you lost one, you were like, and even if you lost one early too on top of it, because not all X1s like typically, like I think, or did all X1s always make it?
There was one event where GYBU in Houston 2025.
That's what it was. Yep.
He didn't make it. He got 9th place. He actually beat me and they got ninth place. So that fucking sucks. You're X1 and you don't top. That is crazy.
Right, that's crazy, and they never changed it. And also, we did all this. It was still a 2-day event, which like sure, whatever. But yeah, no, like even if there was just like a little tiny logo on it that said top 8 Ultimate Time Wizard, like something, right? Like just to distinguish those mats from. And okay, the best part is we're talking about playing for a fucking mat.
I know, right?
This is like, the only other difference is what first place got the dark end. That was no,
the giant
first place got the giant card. That's what was the giant card. And that was it. Like, if you got anywhere else, you didn't get anything.
Okay, yeah, this reminds me, like the original tweet was basically because in Genesis they're offered one of the prizes is like the Dark-End Dragon, and I guess it was like I guess it's like a big deal for like Edison or whatever. So I guess it was like, Konami's spitting in the face of Edison players by offering actual prizing for Genesis, and not taking the sucking ass with the Ultimate Time Wizard or whatever. But I don't know, man. Yep, I guess I guess they want to make Genesis. They want Genesis to work. I guess
They're getting an oversized card. They get a smaller, they get a smaller version of it. But still, like to your point, like so many things are wrong. First of all, 4th place getting shafted for no fucking reason at all is crazy. Like it's just like I got top 4 and my prizing is no different.
It's not even like Genesis is that perfect either. Genesis has double losses. Like you don't get prizing if you earn a double loss. It's single elimination and double losses. Actually, is it single elimination? Yeah, it is single elimination. And if you get to top cut, you can still get a double loss and not earn prizing or whatever. I think most people don't like it. I don't know, like I don't know if I have a good read on it. But I've figured like after the Droll ban, I feel like people haven't I haven't even seen people complain about Genesis that much after the Droll ban. From what I see on Twitter, okay, Twitter's like I don't even know. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the people who yap on Twitter have like never picked up a card or whatever, or they just react to fucking like the point changes and that's about it. But I don't really see that much chatter about it. But I also am not in those. I don't know. It's probably going to be like a little niche community. What's it called?
That just the salt of that. I don't know why they like that shit, but Konami really enjoys the whole 4th place gets nothing thing, which I think they changed it now. But I think that shit was so cringe. Like I think 4th place now gets things in YCS. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't play Modern anymore.
I don't either. So like they've been changing the pricing so now that there's like prize packs with like stamped cards.
Right.
So I think each tier you go up.
Right.
I think there's like a stamped card you get for each like top 32, top 16, whatever. And then there's I think it's like a path. You get like one of like 10 random stamped cards or something.
Nylon
So
confirmed.
they've been slowly increasing like the pricing at higher brackets.
Right, because usually 4th would have to play off, 3rd and 4th have to play off to see who gets prizing. And if you just lost that one match, mind you, you're playing that match in the worst mental state you could possibly be playing a match Yu-Gi-Oh. You just got eliminated from the main event, so your chances of being a YCS champion for the first time or again are just completely gone.
We feel like they don't know how they want to balance it. Yeah, that's fair.
Play someone who also just lost for more prizing that is actually worth money. But like
I think the pack releases are like very, very like I was kind of worried the pack releases would like throw everything off, like because they're not going to point new cards that strongly. I mean, maybe individually strong cards like Fallen the Virtuous or stuff like that, but they're not going to be able. I don't know. It just feels like they're not going to be able to keep up unless they do like more. Gone are the days of air fryers. No, you can still get an air fryer, but those are for like smaller like locals or something like that. Though I guess maybe there's a regional in like I think in Latin America there's like a regional that would award air fryers. Not in the US that I know of, at least not in SoCal. But yeah. I don't know. The new pack releases also feel like they're not. Oh my god. I mean, they point Sheena and what locals are handing out for air fryers. There's locals that I don't know. It depends. Like it definitely depends. I don't know if it's like I mean, there's OTSs where you just get the OTS packs, but I've definitely seen people who've done like locals have done case tourneys and stuff like that, and
you're kind of bummed out because you lost, and so now you're like, okay, continue to dance. And I've been in that situation multiple times before. It does not feel good. I can tell you play way more aggressive. You're not trying to make leads as much. You kind of just
okay.
It's not fun. It's just not fun. And then if you lose, which I've had that happen before as well. If you lose that top 4 thing, like it just feels so bad because now you just get nothing. Like you get nothing.
Yeah. And then on top of it, first place.
I don't know. It doesn't seem that relevant. like the whole mental thing, right? Like. I guess the point is you just don't get during those playoffs. You don't earn pricing if you lose.
the giant card, which is cool, and the giant card they are worth like a couple grand each.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it's the most awkward, inconvenient prize to award if you travel from out of state, because now you have to find a way to ship that fucking thing
And it's a
back to your
minimum
house.
$200.
I've seen some people like bring them on planes, which is even more insane.
That's
to me.
crazy. I wouldn't do
They basically like bought a seat on the plane for the card.
Yeah,
Which is hilarious.
which is $100. Yeah, it's a minimum of $200 to ship it too.
And Konami has like no way, like they're like that's your problem basically. So most people, if they don't want to keep the card, they try to sell it at the event just to like get the the money.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Or they sell to the vendors might buy it too.
Yeah, vendor got mine basically in so
But then
many
on top of
ways.
it, but then on top of it,
I mean, that's probably what they. I know for like judge mats, Konami has already explicitly stated like that those judge mats are supposed to recompense judges for their travel and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be too surprised if that's what they expect you to do with the giant card. Which is kind of, it's pretty lame if you have no choice. It doesn't, it kind of sucks for that if you want to keep it, but I think that's probably intentional. I'm not saying that's like a good thing or whatever, but yeah, I guess you have to be local and not have to like fly with those. Basically your pay. Yeah, it makes sense. Does it make sense to complain about handles before we lose so many FTKs legal? Konami trying to hardest points combos unviable, basically banning cards. Yeah.
they were reprinting the same prize cards for the giant cards. At first it was cool because it's like, oh, here's a DMOC, oh, here's a pot degree, right? And then it's like, okay, here's the 5th DMOC, or like the 5th pot degree, right?
That's what I hated. They kept reprinting them.
Yeah, they kept using the same cards. Like, it would have been cool. It's like, okay, this time it's pot, this time it's DMOC, which DMOC's weird because we don't play DMOC. This time it's Substitute, right? This time it's JD, right? Like Ad. Like, just pick like Ab-Zero, right? Like, pick like the iconic.
Yeah, Christia, like Heraclinos.
Heraclinos is a good one, yeah. Armor Master, like, there's so many, like, Stardust Dragon, there's so many slam dunks they could do, right? But they kept reprinting the same, like, 3 fucking cards for every prize,
Just
which
destroying
diminished the
the
value
secondary,
of everyone who won before or won one later because it was the same fucking card, right? So now the prizing.
Oh, yeah, that makes
on top of
sense.
everything.
I'm just kind of repressed, I guess, a lot of these things from my mind because it's been like 7 months since they stopped. The last event was in like June or July last year.
You're like, shit.
I mean, the air fryer thing was always a meme, right? I think I've only seen like maybe a couple Latin America tournaments or something like that do that. Or maybe there was one in like the East Coast, but
yeah, like when you bring it up now, all the things that just were ridiculous at the end there, it's like the reprinting was. I hated that. I hated it. Even when I was playing them, I was like, why is the prize card? First of all, they wouldn't communicate before the event what the prize card was. Whereas in Europe, they blatantly told you in Europe, like, hey, you're playing for Goyo Guardian this weekend. Hey, you're playing for Dark Arm this weekend. We would have to show up, and then a Friday night before the event, they would have it on display in the convention center, and they'd be like, oh, this is the prize card. But they wouldn't put it on the website anymore. And I feel like they were doing that on purpose because they realized they were going to keep giving out reprints, and they didn't want to like make people say, I don't want to go to this now because you're giving out the 6th JD or the 6th DMOC or the 5th Pot Read. So just I don't know, it's just really bad practices all around for that.
Yeah. And Nylon said, I remember this. They said they did hat format at Nats.
that sounds
Like, it was a
plausible.
different format.
Actually, that sounds very
So they made a
plausible.
real hat format. And it's just like, I don't know. It's the overall message I was trying to convey with this, even though it sounded like I was just ranting, was that it's frustrating being so passionate about something when the company that runs it is actively trying so hard to make you not enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right?
She's worse
And
than any block of
it doesn't have to
MTG.
be
I'm not
easy,
too familiar
but
with
that's the reality of it.
MTG.
And it's sad because as I slowly like appreciate myself in other communities, I see it's like it's very much like grass is greener on the other side because I get to see like the cool stuff these other games do, and they have their gripes, but it's so funny because I'll listen to their gripes about their games,
And you're like,
and I'm
yeah,
just
how
like,
good you have
you
it.
guys don't have a fucking clue what we deal with on our side, right? And so I think that's just like I can understand if they were a small indie company, didn't have the resources to do it, but the fact that like people like Keegan or like LDS or Retro Reborn, the fact that like there are grassroots efforts that can easily do the same thing and do it better is just kind of sad to me.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
I mean, then why do you want Konami to host it? I just don't understand. Like, yeah, okay, Konami sucks. We get it. Like, I don't know. I feel like you just don't want to pursue that relationship with Konami anymore. They suck ass.
It's crazy. All of the arguments that I've heard against Ultimate Time Wizard are proven wrong by the fact that there are grassroots communities just doing it without millions and millions of dollars behind it.
I don't know. I feel like Edison has always been
These people
grassroots.
are, like you said, the entry fees are double basically because they aren't backed by like a game a company that produces Metal Gear Solid and all the Pachinko machines in Japan and all the other revenue streams that Konami Digital Entertainment has, so they can fund something like Yu-Gi-Oh because they literally are a $1 billion company, not $1 million company. They're a $1 billion company. So it's just like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't get it.
People don't realize that Yu-Gi-Oh makes more money than the Pachinko machines as well, which is insane to think. But it's someone asked earlier like why are the entry fees double? It's like you said, one, these grassroots efforts, they don't have the backing of Konami to be able to sort of they can, because they're already renting the big spaces.
Okay, that was oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna
be able to like host an event, right?
Yeah,
But
like, first of all,
the prizing that these events are giving is leagues better in some
like,
instances.
GG players don't want to
Because
engage
inside
anything
first
that's
place,
officially.
yes, Konami prizing is probably better in the sense that
It
Konami players
depends.
probably come out-
Like, it's not even if you could get like a player off the street, teach them medicine. Even if it was like, I don't even think you could like convince them to go to a Konami sanctioned event. Maybe a locals or something like that. But it's like it's still like not that like, I don't know. I don't think it's the fact that like Konami doesn't provide an outlet for that. I like, I know people want that, but I don't know. Even for something with a low barrier like locals, people usually just show up when they Like, I don't know. It's just I don't know what's I mm, Can I help you huge confident? Oh my god.
More ahead.
That
but
stupid
it's not cut
image.
That even if you don't get first, you still get something way better than if you got like third place in an Ultimate Time Wizard.
Yeah.
And so you're helping pay for that pricing essentially, which is like ulti Kaises or like ulti whatever, right? Typically it's just like ulti like whatever the or like ghost rares or like
Yeah,
whatever the
Ghost Rare Stardust First Edition is one of the prizing that's for Retro Reborn.
ulti Kais is very common for a lot of these. I
Ulti
keep seeing
Kais.
every time it's like ulti Kaises.
Triple Ulti Kais. So
Yeah, not just one, three, which is crazy because that's like money.
yeah, like genuinely, and it's also something that here's what I like about it. It's relevant to the format you're playing. So if you want to keep them, you can use them. Like JXO.
You mean I can't play my giant Judgment Dragon in my Lightsworn deck? That's illegal.
Right, or the fucking prize cards they're currently giving out for modern that are unplayable. It's like it's nice to have relevant things as prizing. So winning the Kaisis, JXO won the Kaisis, and then he was like, oh, I can actually use these. Like I can use these.
And then it's cool because then it's like you get to play with your prize, right? I'm pretty sure like some of like because Gage has been on a tear lately. I'm pretty sure he still like keeps some of the stuff that he's won because he's like, oh, I can play with this, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah, I actually won a second Ulti Colossal Fighter this past weekend on Sunday. Part of my prizing was a mat invite to a thing, and then also this Ultimate Colossal Fighter, which I didn't even know I was getting a card when I got top 8. But the Ulti Colossal Fighter, I actually played 2 Colossal Fighters. I only had one Ulti and I had one starter deck super rare.
There you go.
And so when the guy put
Now
on
I have
that,
Lego.
I was like, oh shit, I have 2 Ulti Colossal Fighters now. Like, how nice. And I think that card's over $100. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Expensive.
Yeah, I feel like it's over $100. So I was happy. I don't have to spend $100 to ice out my deck anymore. So that was cool.
Right, and like on top of it, you don't have to pay to ship your pricing home if you win it,
Oh,
right?
that
It's
too.
cool.
And
Money
then
like
the
that
price,
because you're already neg 200 if you win that, right? Minimum,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
That is
it's,
so crazy. You win, you incur an expense.
Yeah, literally, you do. Yeah.
Literally.
Ulti Colossal apparently is like 200 now, by the way.
Wow. So I just won $200 that I don't have to come out of pocket for because I was going to have to get one eventually just to match rating my deck even more.
Same when you win cash though. Yeah, but Konami doesn't give you cash. So
Yeah, they're big against that. When is
some
Flawless
of these
Flawless
events will give out like cash. You know, usually it's cards, but like there are some that have like just straight up just done cash, and
Yeah.
that's cool too.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll buy back too, like certain grassroots things. I know on Sunday, one of the things at the LDS, they did a PS5. Like a PS5 was the first place prize, I believe. And I'm pretty sure because he knows, like the TO knows who the fuck wants to carry home a PS5 unless you already either live in North Carolina or you drove there. You can just put it in the trunk. It's not as bad as a giant card because like, at least you can put it in the trunk. But he was offering a buyback on the PS5, so it's like if you don't want it, yeah, you can just here's I don't know how much. I'm not even going to say a number, but like here's how many hundreds of dollars for the PS5. I'll just take it back.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. It just sucks. You know,
Yep.
it's just it doesn't have to be this way, and it's
It doesn't have to be this way. Yeah, here we are. I appreciate you, man, for coming on and just basically putting those tweets into real life. Like now I have the full Simo experience on how he feels about Genesis and Ultimate Time Wizard and everything. And I
suck at the game. It's not like I'm winning any of these events, and I feel this way. You know.
Yeah, and to me, the thing it's always about.
That's not relevant. Who cares? You could be the GOAT of Edison, and if you're like, your points still need to make sense.
I'm gonna leave that to you guys who are tryharding. I'm gonna go play side events because I know I can probably snipe a side event mat. If everyone who's really good is in the main event, they won. And people just grind the side event. Some guys walk around like 3 mats. And he's like, yeah, I got all the mats because all you guys are fucking playing in the main event. Like everyone plays for their own reasons. And I just
Never heard OTG complain about pricing. What even is the complaint with pricing though? Like, okay, actually, before I even get to that part, are like, is this like, do they play for the love of the game or whatever, or is it just like? Because I feel like at the end of the day, that's probably what you're no cash basically. Top 5 zipline, and I think people should play high guard. Really? Oh my god! Thank you. Is high guard goated? Oh no, that's you're joking. You're joking. Oh, never mind. No, I get it. I understand now. I understand. That's an actual quote. What the fuck? Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm not saying. I don't know. The pricing thing. I think it would be super nice to have good pricing, but I also kind of understand that, like, even if they had good pricing, only a select few get to reap the benefits of that. So I'm not really going to advocate for it that strongly. I'm going to let the players who top a bunch of events advocate for that. It seems like more within their interests. And I think, like, it kind of, like, makes sense that it's not, like, that high of a priority because it only benefits... You know, we're talking about all these new players that we're losing or whatever. I don't think pricing is going to draw them in. Like, I'm going to be real. They do act like they always topping. That was the nicest way I could put it, okay? Like, I'm just going to let Triff advocate for better pricing or something. I'm using Triff to be, but like people will actually like go to events. But I also understand that like there's only a few people who like who actually benefit. So like I like if it's like fourth not getting anything, it's kind of like a weird policy. I'll be honest. Like I'll give them that. It's not like it just seems like something that could be like if you like talk about it. I'm annoyed at the double losses not giving you prizes though, because like that can happen in public events. And air fryer is actually chopped. Okay, air fryer is a meme. Bring back air fryer. Air fryer for you on Vita.
And there's no reason why the company who owns and runs the game cannot allocate for that.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I mean, I think at this point we've been around long enough, like both you and I, that we know this is kind of just like how things are.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I might make a video, not exactly about the edits and stuff, but like more this overarching, because right now you're seeing a lot of changes that Konami's making, right? They're improving pricing for the events. They're making the full arts. They're like Genesis is like, I mean, they're very gung ho about this because it seems like Konami NA has like full autonomy on it, which is why they're able to do that. Before everything usually has to go through Japan for like approval and stuff. And so you're seeing all these changes happening, and I see a lot of people sort of like praising.
Normally with Jim back air fryer.
The problem is, it's so ingrained in this like abusive relationship with them in the sense of like, oh, we get shit on for 5 years, and like, oh look, Daddy Konami gave us a piece of bread, right? Cool. Like this is like the best we've gotten in 5 years, and then it's supposed to like make up for everything that's been bad historically, or like what they may do in the future, right? And then things like become shitty again, whether it's like a bad format or like whatever, then people go back to complaining, right? And so the reason that Konami is making these changes to the pricing, for the full arts, for a lot of this stuff, is because their bottom line is hurting. And I think historically, and you can probably agree with this, Konami only makes changes when they feel like their back is to the wall and they have to.
I agree.
And for anyone who's been paying attention to like the greater,
I think that's fair enough, but I don't know. It's kind of like hard to pinpoint when that's happening. But like for drastic changes, that kind of they're also like competing with other card games or whatever. But again, like it's not like it's dying in the OCG or anything like that. I don't know. They're just slow to change and shit. So I'm surprised it took us this long to get overframes. They're cool though, and they went kind of crazy with the overframes. So they like, I feel like I don't know if they're overcorrecting or whatever. It doesn't die in it OCG because of anime. That's true. Yeah, you focus on the card game. It could probably like I don't know. I don't think you need to focus on the card game to keep the IP alive. Jesus is the bread.
of things, Konami product has on release immediately lost half of its value, and distributors.
What is up with that?
So it's because I'll go into this, and this is why I want to make a video on it.
Yeah.
So it's because people have no confidence in Yu-Gi-Oh product anymore because Konami aggressively reprints everything.
Yep.
Here's a perfect example: the Starlight Rare came out in I think Rise of the Duelists several years ago, it was like 5 years ago at this point, and that was supposed to be the new Chase Rarity. That was supposed to be the new Ghost Rare, right? And so your Starlight Rares were supposed to be the super high-end, high rarity version of any particular card, just like a Ghost Stardust. Unfortunately, they've made this thing called Rarity Collection, and Rarity Collection reprinted not just Rarity Collection, but now they've done 4 Rarity Collections total. There's a 5th one coming, where they basically reprint any card imaginable in like 10 different rarities, and one of these rarities, which is the Quarter Century Secret Rare, looks basically identical to a Starlight Rare. And so as a result of that, these new premium, these are supposed to be the high-end collector items, cratered in value because now you can have a card that doesn't cost like what a Starlight Rare costs. And so essentially, the greater issue is that
maybe it's on a decline or something like that. It's on a decline probably. You could probably point to signs of a decline, but like that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to crash or anything like that. The game experiences peaks and valleys, and it's more volatile than other card games. I don't feel like I've ever felt like, well, I'm an outsider, but Pokemon has felt kind of like maybe there was some inciting incident. When I think of peaks and valleys, I think of fucking when they introduced links and pens. There's some like, you know, a lot of discontent during their implementation of the game and how they handled, you know, card releases and stuff like that. But the game didn't die. It eventually, you know, they undid certain things and, you know, reinstated rule, you know, like Pokemon One Piece of scalping. Okay, there's two. Pokemon's got the scalping issue. Yeah. Hearthstone's got to the point where it's bad. It might be worse than Yu-Gi-Oh! Damn. Like, I don't know. I feel like besides Pokemon has like I've seen people who don't even engage with the game at all. They're just collecting shit. Like I don't know them. They're more acquaintances. But they literally just fiend. They're not even like crazy collectors either. They just like, oh, this is a cute holo or something. I'm gonna chase the fuck out of this one. Hearthstone's like MTG in China.
They're so aggressive with reprinting everything into the sun that now people don't want to buy product, like the collector market especially.
Hearthstone player gets YGO card.
And so as a result, they need tanks. They are selling the
Yeah,
boxes
okay, I'm
for
not.
the
I
shop
believe you. I
values,
believe you.
which is insane. Yeah, so like you're paying $40 a box, trying to sell it for like 70, 80, whatever, and the value of the box will go below that, so they lose money instantly on the box. So shops are like, why the fuck am I stocking Yu-Gi-Oh if I'm just going to lose value on it as soon as the set sells? And I'm literally buying this to lose money. What's the point?
Yeah,
so now shops
That'll make sense.
It's not, and so as a result of that, shops stop stocking Yu-Gi-Oh. They stop hosting Yu-Gi-Oh events because they don't stock Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, and so now people now can't get caught. Like there's just like less cards like going around, and so then it's a self-fulfilling cycle of it never ends, right? And so this has been going on for years. Like you can look historically. I think the last like 10 or 11 core sets have cratered in value as soon as they've launched.
That's what I've
and
been
there's like, yeah, and like there may be a card or two in there that like has some value, but everyone's like, oh, it's just gonna get reprinted in 3 months in Rarity Collection fucking Infinity, right? Or it's gonna get reprinted in whatever set. So like,
Well,
why
that's-
do I care about this? And
Unfortunately, I don't know. I think the general populace did enjoy Rarity Collections. You know, Rarity Collection, and I mean, it was it made things a lot more affordable. But I don't know. It's I guess if this is, you know, where the, you know, if it trended towards, you know, cards because of the aggressive reprinting, cards are losing value pretty quickly or being pretty worthless for vendors. I don't know. Yeah, there's just some like give or take. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Jesse when I get a chance. For vendors, it's also like being able to order a product in advance and having confidence that people will, you know, want something from there. There's like actually something valuable. So you actually have to make that call before, like when you're like assessing inventory or ordering stuff or whatever. You know, costs. Yeah, I'm curious how Rarity Collection 5, because that will include overframes, will perform or whatever. But I'm sure people. I'll see if I can get ask Jesse about how he felt about Rarity Collection. But yeah.
so, like I said, historically they only make these big changes when they feel like their back is to the wall and it's affecting the bottom line. And I think they're making this new Grandmaster rare and all these things to try to
What's Grandmaster rare?
That's the new like the full art. The,
Oh,
like,
is
the free
that what they call it?
I think they're called Grandmaster rare. Yeah. And so well, there's also like the super premium serialized one as well. So there's like only 100 of them total. And it says like 1 of 100 or whatever. So they're going that route too.
That's a Grandmaster rare for what it's worth. Simo, the one that's serialized, there's only 100 copies. That's Grandmaster rare. The overframes are the ones that like, you know, have the frame breaks and the nutty effect and
so they're making these changes
Yeah,
because
these are big changes too. Wow.
it's a problem. Like this is a problem, and it's been a problem, and now they're trying to like correct course. And the thesis of my whole video was going to be: is it too late? Essentially, because
Ooh,
even if
that's gonna be a good
even if they make these
is
changes,
it
right,
too
they make
late?
cards
Oh my
surprising.
god. Maybe, I don't know. It is pretty late though, but the straight up leaning towards the TCG dying is crazy though. Like, can we like give it like a year? Oh my god.
It's good, like all this stuff. Stores don't want to get fucking burned again buying Yu-Gi-Oh products
They've
because
lost faith.
historically, anytime they've done this, they have basically said like pull the rug out from under them. No, not trying to make Edison fun, but like they pull the rug out underneath, saying fuck you, we're gonna reprint this, and now all your stock has no value, right? And so why, as a shop owner, when I've been burned several times from this company, and I believe that Konami's gonna come out with this new premium rarity, and a few years later, it's just gonna tank in the market and crater again because they're gonna reprint it in Rarity Collection 48 in the same rarity.
Are the
right?
reprints happening that fast too? Like, if I get, let's say a launch comes out and it's a secret rare, it's a chase card, and it costs like, let's say $70, are they really reprinting it within the next 6 months?
Sometime sooner.
Wow.
Yeah, Rarity Collection was both good and a mistake at the same time. I feel like in terms of like.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
The marketing game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Also, and we haven't even talked about, and you know, you're gonna do your video. We haven't even gotten into
I might
the.
do it. We'll see. I'm hesitant. We'll see.
I think it would be great. If you don't do it, I might have to talk about it. The whole is it too late? Because here's my other thing too. We haven't even gotten
Yeah, that
into
makes
the
sense.
actual gameplay of Yu-Gi-Oh currently, like modern Yu-Gi-Oh's gameplay, because it does have issues, and they are currently addressing like basically other problems like logistics, things that are going on with the stores that are official Konami stores. They're going through things with like the secondary market, basically addressing the problems there where people don't have faith in the product. They're addressing those things. They're addressing the pricing. They have not addressed the fucking game though. The actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh. How do you get a child ages 6 and older, as it says on every pack? How do you get a child to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh as is? It is impossible for a 6-year-old to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not convinced that this game is made for children anymore.
I hate this stupid ass argument. Like, oh, 6+ Yu-Gi-Oh player can't normal summon Alistair. Oh, it's too complicated. Who gives a shit? Okay, when I was 6, that was not important. No one was trying to indoctrinate me into the TCG. I just wanted the cool ass fucking cards. Maybe I would compare attack values with my younger brother or whatever. It's not important to go to. Oh my god. Like, I just. Oh my god. I hate this so much. It's like, we're not like. People can purchase the cards. They're gonna be kind of worthless, right? Because like, you know, if you give a 6-year-old a bunch of cards, they're gonna do whatever they want with them, right? Like, you kind of have to accept that they're gonna get like, you know, wear and tear and shit like that, you know. Like I don't know. I wasn't doing shit with Yu-Gi-Oh card. I was not a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I was not a Pokemon player when I Oh my god, it's so annoying, man.
If you'll allow me. In the Vegas Facebook group for Yu-Gi-Oh, which somehow still exists, there was a mom who posted in there saying, "Hey, I have a 10-year-old son. Can someone like teach him how to play? He bought like a structure deck and some cards, and like he just wants someone to help like to play with essentially."
Yep.
And I'm like, "Okay, I'll go ahead and do this because there could be a lot of weird people, and I have like an online presence, so this person can like feel confident. That
Yes.
I'm not, like, I mean, I'm weird, but not that weird. So it's like okay, and then everyone in the comments is like back me like, "Oh, Simo's like the perfect person for this. Like he's you can trust him. Like he's fine." So that was nice of people to do that. So I go to this woman's house and I just sit down with the son and we're just like, all right, let's play. And so he bought the newest Blue Eyes structure deck. Okay, that one that just came out like recently. And he starts to try playing the game and he just doesn't have a fucking clue what he's doing.
Oh,
like
no.
he tries to play like one card and like.
Wow. Kid who's learning the game has no clue. Wow, wow. Oh my god. What is his point? Okay, I'm gonna let him talk, but like, holy shit. Oh my god, he had no idea what to do. Holy shit, he didn't know how to synchro summon. Oh my god. This point is ass. If he's going where he thinks it's going, if he's gonna, dude, I didn't know how to play Pokemon cards. Okay, when you gave me Pokemon cards as a 6-year-old, I didn't know shit. Okay, I had the rule book. I could read, but I didn't give a shit. I didn't care about hit points and shit like that. Well, I mean, they had the HP or something. Oh my god, so ass,
Solved it
bro.
incorrectly, and I was trying to explain to him like, oh, this is like how this is supposed to work, yada yada.
Oh, no.
And it was a
That's so awkward.
miserable
Yeah.
experience. Right now, I came prepared, thankfully. So I made the equivalent of.
You're such a tiny personality. I love it.
Yeah. So I'm like, let's call them enhanced goat decks. They're not complete goat decks. They didn't have enough like extra like goat
What is going on, bro?
cards to make 2 full decks.
Yeah.
So there's like Cyber Dragon, there's like
Yeah,
Pot of
sure,
Duality,
sure.
there's like simple cards to understand, but they're like not crazy overpowered, right? So I call them enhanced goat decks.
Yep.
And I said, okay, this isn't working. Can I offer we try something else? And they're like, sure. So I pull out these decks and I said, I made these decks specifically because I thought it'd be easy for you to understand and like learn the rules, and I think it'd be a good time. Like, if you want to try it, and they're like, absolutely. And so it only took the first game, and everything just clicked. Like they're like, this is a normal summon. Like this is how spells work.
that's
This is how
funny.
traps work. Here's a special summon, right? You know.
Yeah.
And the kid all of a sudden falls in love with it, and even the mom is like a gamer too. And she's like, can I try this? And I'm like, be my guest. And so now all of a sudden, the mom and the son are playing together, understanding everything. They make a mistake here and there, but for the most part, every card has like one line of text on it, so it's not that hard. And I was there for like 6 hours, and they were just jamming games like the whole time, and I was kind of just there like reffing essentially.
Yeah, that's awesome actually, because you had to use Ultimate Time Wizard to teach them how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and
Pretty much,
that is my point.
I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, you're not gonna give someone a modern deck, right? And I don't think you should expect someone to get a modern structure deck and expect them to figure it out. You know, that's kind of why I didn't really like MBT's Yu-Gi-Oh tutorial, because he was trying to use like modern cards as examples. You know, like it makes sense to start with something really small and start slow. You know, like I don't know, it's just like they got the entry point at least. But I don't know, like this is just like, okay, draw 2 cards, Pot of Greed, XED, normal summon Jin. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You start small. Oh my god. But I don't know. If with a modern deck, you know, like let's say the Blue Eye stuff, I think you can just allow the person to make mistakes. I think that's the other thing you kind of have to, if you have no other, recourse. Like, I feel like you shouldn't get too caught up in them, like, not performing the correct, link summon, add field spell, and stuff like that, I think, like, I don't know, you just, like, let things play out, and then kind of guide somebody. If there's something confusing, then maybe you I don't know, I don't think you have to get things right the first time. They get it right immediately, lose interest. Yeah, that's actually the annoying part, they don't have to get it right the first time. But whatever. This is an anecdote. I'm not gonna be like pulled a Royal Rosin, craft a Royal Caesar Valleys. Oh, that's amazing. I'm kind of jealous. I have a Royal Stake Your Soul and a Royal do I have a Royal Rock? I know I have a Royal Stake Your Soul though. But I don't know, it's just like, this is kind of annoying because like when someone else in Master Duel, people will tell them pick up the Salamangreat structure deck. I don't know, when I teach someone Math Mech, or when someone picks up Math Mech and they like don't know circular or shit, you know what I mean? You can, I don't know, on their own, they come up with some wild stuff. It's pretty interesting. Like something as simple as that. You know, I'm gonna use that. Even if you show them the right way, it's not even gonna be guaranteed that they like figure. You know what I mean? Because the Raran video, yeah, Raran could not figure out Salmon Great combo. Yes. Raran, that's the one. Royal Sega Sick, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to open it every game and then have people accuse me of going to basically just remember lines. Yeah, but that will take time. You know, you're not gonna get it right the first time. You know, knowing what your opponent is doing. Yeah. I mean, if you're starting clueless, then I think you figure that out later. I don't know, but yeah, that is when the game gets like you start to hit a wall. Because it is, yeah. At the end of the day, doing the combo is rote memorization. Like at the end, like you can get that right if you put the time in. Clueless, I don't have that.
Right, and so it was a really cool experience. The mom ended up like paying me for it. I'm like, I wasn't expecting to get paid. I just like, wanted to do it to be like nice.
Yeah.
She ended up like just giving me like $100. She was like, oh, thanks for your time or whatever. Like, you didn't have to do that, but like, sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. But the moral of the story is, it took Retro Yu-Gi-Oh to teach a 10-year-old, not even 6, a 10-year-old.
It took Retro Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh my god. Retro. Oh my god. I think you just have to be like really patient. I think that's.
Who can understand concepts a bit better than obviously
This guy's hairstyle? Yeah, I think it's this Ronaldo right here. Oh, you can't see it.
And the problem that modern Yu-Gi-Oh has
right here, Ronaldo. It's an existing haircut.
They are trying to tackle. It's in their financial statements. It is in their actual financials right now that it says, like, you know, they do a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And their biggest weakness / threat is that they don't know how to get new players. Everyone who's playing Yu-Gi-Oh Modern right now has been playing Yu-Gi-Oh Modern for years. New players
we're used to as each set has come out. Like the biggest like shift would probably be like when Pendulums came out. That was like a huge shift, right? And Link Monster sort of. But if you're it's not a huge jump to go from no.
I dropped 7 skill levels to like muscle memory lines. Yeah.
No, you're right. If you have no experience playing Yu-Gi-Oh, this is like the example I use. Imagine just bringing like a 10-year-old kid to locals, and he's excited. He sees all these cards.
That said, if I do run into a new player, I'm not like gonna make them play modern Yu-Gi-Oh. I think my SO has expressed interest in Yu-Gi-Oh as well, and I'm like, we can play like Battle Pack, which is not retro, but it is a bunch of old cards. They're just simpler, and you know, and I'm pretty okay, dude. When I played Among Us with my SO, she just did not give a shit about the rules of Among Us. And I just had to accept that, like, even though Among Us is kind of a simple game, right? She just wanted to just run around with the little jelly beans and, like, interact with stuff. Like, that's all she wanted to do. She wasn't interested in the social deduction game, you know? I offered gear, I didn't care. I just went out to do game. Okay. So it's just like, at that point, I was like, okay, so it's not even important that we learn the rules of Among Us, all right? So with Yu-Gi-Oh, I think I'm going to expect something similar. Like, okay, I'm going to, like, okay, am I going to... Civil Tashi? Yeah. I mean, like, we didn't play Among Us after that because it was just like, I think we found other things to do. You need babysitters, just don't play it. I mean, like, you probably aren't going to return to it either. So it's like, there's other things you can enjoy. Normal summon BE. Lying to see my friends ill task and running around UP. We didn't even play it right. I think we turned VC on. We have like I think her sisters joined us and they were just chilling. We didn't even like turn our VC off. We just like, I don't know. I think it's fine. Like that example is like interesting to me because it's just like I just gave up. I mean, I wasn't trying to make everyone learn it, you know, or get it right. But I think I was like, you know what? We're not playing Among Us anymore. We're just gonna. My SO just wanted to troll, not troll, but you know what I mean. It just mess around. It wasn't like meant to be like, you know, like a serious game. I don't know, as serious as Among Us could be. You know what I mean, right? Like a game where everyone follows the rules. You start vent leaning. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Enjoy things with fighting games. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but it was just very interesting. I was very surprised. I was very surprised. But I guess I shouldn't be because that's not how. You know, actually, with like school children, I don't know what age bracket though. Most of the time, their learning comes from just play, like literally just playing around, or and you're not supposed to be like. It sometimes can be detrimental, especially our school system, to like make them sit down and then memorize like, you know, the order of numbers or something. It's just at that age, you know, you're probably, I don't know, I forgot my pedagogy. Oh my god, I forgot about that shit. But I think there is some borne out like real examples. The kid ended, but Edison fixed it. I know, that was pretty clown. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know, like I feel like to interface with Yu-Gi-Oh, you don't have to be a TCG player. You can talk about the anime, you can like LARP, do art or whatever. I don't know, there's like the obsession with like getting people into modern, or I guess it'd be nice if we have like someone could pick up the game and then you know, okay, I guess I could have someone I could teach and then have someone to play with. Like that's the dream, but I think I also deep down have to accept like you know, I said my SO has expressed interest into playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't think we're gonna become like playing Yu-Gi-Oh regularly. It's just like probably a kind of like one-time thing, you know. You're a TCG or OCG? I only have experience with TCG, but I wouldn't call that a preference. Yeah, large percentage probably don't play TCG or MD. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's true. They're MD tourists. Might as well just fuck it. Yeah, you might as well. Yeah. But anyway, whatever.
Swords are pretty nice looking, and he sees people of all ages playing this card game. It looks really interesting. The cards are shiny. Everything's great. Like everything about the vibe is fantastic until you get to the point where it's tough for him to try to play it himself. The kid is already nervous about playing a new game because every human being who's ever tried a new game is nervous. But then when I get overwhelmed when people are trying to explain that this is going to take a 6 minute, this is a 6 minute combo you're about to do. It's going to take you 6 minutes to get through this, and you have to memorize all these steps. You have to do it all correctly. If you mess up at any point, it's illegal. And it's just like it's too much. You can't just set a monster, set a back row, and pass anymore. Like you will die if you do that. Like you will literally lose the actual game if you ever think.
I think it's fine if you don't know shit. And like if you're starting out and you just set a back row because you fucked up or something like that, I guess that's fine or whatever. Why are they learning? I don't know, man. This scenario is weird. Kids can click shiny buttons. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They can be shiny.
Okay, so it's not good for new people.
I think what my two biggest takeaways from that were was one, not only did the mom get interested in wanting to play, but the fact then that they both wanted to keep playing with each other. Like one of them would win or lose and be like, "Do you want to play again?" And they'd be like, "Sure." And like I jumped in for like a game or two, and like one of them would have to like go to the bathroom, like take a phone call or whatever.
Yeah.
But the fact that not only was someone interested as a spectator, but then as they were playing, was
But very specific Zodiac. You know what was interesting? There was that one creator tournament with Saikuno and what's called fuck. What's his name? Ludwig. And he had Tri Brigade Zodiac. I think it was just Zodiac. And he still fucked it up. Even though he didn't have every single option available to him, because whoever built the deck didn't, grant him that. But he still fucked that shit up, bruh. Yeah, Ludwig still fucked it up. Ass traps? Yeah. The ass traps? Yeah, he still fucked up Zodiac. But to be honest, he wasn't like seriously going to. He did pick up the game for a good bit. But I mean, I'm not saying like it's okay to fuck things up. Okay, like, but even something as simple as that, like, it shouldn't be surprising. Yeah, Volt End board lesson 1. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I would teach it because it's hard. It's not easy. It's also like if someone's already knowledgeable at the game, there is some like knowledgeable as in like they don't have to ask what a normal summon is or whatever. You can allow a bit more. You can be a little bit more lenient or whatever. AI it's the highest win rate ability. It's not hard if they were willing. True. Started learning the game with Draco Tail. Oh shoot, that's interesting. I've seen people learn the game with Purely. And I feel like it wasn't because the deck was strong or anything, though that helps a lot. But like I think the person who played purely was like legit. Like I liked summoning these little cats, you know, and it's like and like even if they were messing up, they were still motivated to like learn it eventually. And I wouldn't say they were like they put in a good amount of time. The rest is just make it easy explanation, yeah. But yeah, Draco Tail is like I've seen people like describe it as basically like I wouldn't call it brain dead, but it is very like if you don't think about sequencing, like you just activate a spell and then you send 2 monsters, and like the Arthalion introduces a little bit of complexity because it's removal and like you can add back resources. But after you finish that, all the chain links, there's not too many actions you need to perform. Brendan introduced me to Draco because it was top tier. It was because it was a dragon deck. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. My friend started with Dragon Maid because he thought, my other friend, he thought like he liked the card seals, and he also thought they were cute. Brain Dead is yummy. It's okay. I think there's definitely a difference between a good player, good yummy player, and a not so great one. And I think like knowing how to interact with your opponent is pretty important there. But you could probably mess up the combo and end on like a weaker board and still probably win with just Snatchy and a Croaky in level 1 and just go nuts. Sword Soul for basic? Yeah, Sword Soul's pretty basic. My younger brother, when I taught him that, well, actually, like when he picked up the deck, he made Barone and Chi Shao, activated Chi Shao, and targeted his own Barone. Action 1. That was pretty interesting. Man or Mark, nothing wrong. Yeah. I've seen Millennium. Millennium is another like pretty simple one. Like actually, Millennium doesn't really give you that much choices. You find the spell, summon the stupid fusion, set trap, and then maybe there's a little bit more decision making when you choose to negate and pop. But Runic, all right, Runic. Runic's interesting because like you have multiple like you don't actually win on the spot. You pretty much like outgrind the opponent. But it's not like, oh, are you talking which Runic are you talking about? Are you talking about flipping floodgates? Because okay. Now I'm picking up what you're putting down. Sort of thing was playable. I was not interested. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I think being interested in the deck helps a lot.
Saw what I did wrong in the previous games. Let me try to correct that. And I saw that as they were playing. So I was there for like 6 hours.
I'm saying it doesn't matter. Okay. Well, I'm not like saying like it's bad because you judge, but like, it makes sense to me because it's like, oh, okay, it really like actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Game called Spirit Island. I lean towards spirits who has appearance I like. Yeah. Even with fighting games, I'll choose the guy. I think when I didn't know about Persona 3 at all. When I played Persona 4 Arena, I think I just chose Akihiko because he looked cool. I had no idea who the fuck all these fucking Persona 4, Persona 3 characters were. But yeah, that was my exposure to Persona. Seeing a lot of like, they don't think the game is fun if you aren't winning. Oh god, that's annoying actually. Dude, when I started playing this game, I lost so much. But I think it was like the motivate. What kept me going was like I wanted to play my cards. At least at that point, there weren't like that many cards that shut you down. Ophion was a bitch though. Fuck Evil Swarm Ophion. I fucking hate that card. I was playing like some hero pile. So Ophion floodgated me out of summoning anything. Skill Drain was also annoying. But for the most part, like they were like not that like. Yeah, you want to play Pikachu? That's like the full envoy can't do anything I lost. I want to do correct chicken. But just being able to play out my cards was like enough. But fuck Ophion. Fuck Ophion. Holy shit. I was looking up, I was like so annoyed at Ophion. I was looking up ways to beat it. I was playing some stupid ass cards to beat it. And they weren't even like, they didn't even make sense. They were like Solemn Judgment. So it never gets summoned going first. But I already went first. Yubel was meta? Oh. No, Yubel is so fucked up. That deck is so annoying. Oh my god.
So I was just like, okay, like I'll stay. At one point, the mom's like, "Do you want lunch?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So she like, she's like, ordered like DoorDash or whatever. And so.
Wait, are you saying Infirm on the Ophion? Infirm wasn't legal. Also, the Ophion deck searched a fucking spell, the quick play spell that protects it from spell and traps. So it was actually super stupid. It was impossible for me to beat when it got summoned. So I don't know what I did though. But I mean, it was like the anti-meta card at the time. Was it D-roll Spellbook for it? Yeah, around that time, basically. But yeah. Hidden Arsenal 6. When it...
Yeah, like the fact that they just like kept like, again, it's a 10-year-old, right? Like the mom was older, so like obviously, brain more developed, But the son was like really picking up on it and having a lot of fun. And the mom was like, "Oh, can you like send me like a list of all the cards in these decks so I can like buy these and that my son and I, or even like him and his friends, can like play together?" I'm like, "Absolutely, that's very easy for me to do." So I did that. And the same thing happened when I was away traveling and I was teaching other people how to play. We were at so when we were playing till like the early hours of the morning, we were at a bar, like just sitting there playing, and there was like people coming over to us in the bar that were like, "Oh, what game is this?" And we're telling
Brain
them,
more
"This is, like, really
developed.
interesting." And so just like again, this is old Yu-Gi-Oh, so just like having that that like draw for people, seeing us all having a good time, like what that is, I think that is emblematic of a good game, right?
Yes.
And
Also, not looking like it's too much, because if you walk up on someone doing a modern combo, you would be like, "That looks like it's way too much happening."
No, precisely. And so you'll appreciate this metaphor I'm about to make because I know your background. I like to say that Yu-Gi-Oh is the fighting game of card games, because modern Yu-Gi-Oh specifically. Because if you want to get into modern Yu-Gi-Oh with minimal background, you essentially have to do the homework. You have to spend time not playing with other people, or if you're playing online, whatever, that's fine.
Right.
You have to learn your combos. You have to learn what your opponent's combos are. You have to learn when you can stop those combos, and you have to learn when your combos get interrupted, what your next actions are. It is very like I don't think people understand that modern Yu-Gi-Oh is flowcharty, but it is very similar to how a new player approaches a fighting game. You're gonna get your ass kicked a billion times, and you have to learn how these cards work together prior to even sitting down to play a game with someone else, right? Master Duel can sort of hold your hand, but it can only do so much at the end of the day. And so
Oh yeah, the Dino.
I say that is one of Yu-Gi-Oh's greatest strengths.
One of my college friends like picked up the Dino structure and wanted to play it with me.
It keeps a lot of people from wanting to even try it in the first place. So
I don't talk to him anymore, but
this type of experience, just like someone trying to approach a fighting game.
he was pretty into Yu-Gi-Oh, but he wasn't that crazy into Yu-Gi-Oh.
You're going to get your ass kicked a lot before you get good.
Yeah, that is the reality of it. And I mean, honestly, I'm not even mad at the fact that there's a learning curve to the game or whatever, but I think that the modern learning curve got out of hand at some point. They lost the plot somewhere along the lines, and they just never recovered that shit. Like who do you want to play the game? That's kind of my thing.
I wanted to do another video titled "Where Yu-Gi-Oh went wrong," and I wanted to like.
You are so good at these fucking clickbaity titles. I'm learning, like, as a content creator who just got the 10,000
You
subscribers.
wanna go play K-Man?
Thank you. I'm listening to you talk, and just the way you come up with this shit is they're so concise and just exactly what gets me to click a video.
Yeah, and so the thesis of this video was, because both of these would be more like video essay style, and the thesis of this was that, especially because I like played through all of like historical history of Yu-Gi-Oh, I wanted to retrace at what point I felt like the game took
I mean,
a
that
turn
was
in a
the
direction
fun
that I
part
felt
to
like-
me. So I guess that really speaks to a certain, like, if you really want to learn this game, it probably speaks to only it already self-selects for like specific people anyway. Like Ophion motivating me to figure out how to fucking in skill drain. I had to look up skill drain rulings too. Fuck that card. But that was like the fun part. I was like, I mean, it's still kind of fun now. I'm not like, but for different reasons. Back then, I was trying to fill in like a knowledge gap that I didn't. So I was like actually learning a bunch. Temple Gunplay is also flowchart. MC's well known for a meme like Coco on 4 and played into Wrath of God. Fun with Friendly Dragon. That's the dog, right? Don't even know what opponent doing.
like was overall like negative for the game.
Yeah,
And,
like a point of
I
saying.
Right, and I haven't figured that out yet myself. Like I need to like kind of like do my homework.
I have
for this.
opinions.
But
And
I also-
you should poll.
Go for it.
You should poll some of the best players in the game's history. You should get
I think I
contact.
want to get people like interviewed for this.
Yeah,
Is that-
and you should clip us all up. I think for me, when I quit was 2017. It was when Lynx came out. When Lynx came out, they started off very subtle at first. It was just like that one Earth Bell, Milus Radiant. It was like Milus Radiant.
Mrs. Radiant.
Mrs.
You're thinking of the OG. You're thinking of the OG Metal Raiders one.
Yep. So they upgraded that card.
Tenpai, no.
That was fine. And then at the time,
It's the rank 9.
Masterpiece deck with that. Then it went to Spiral.
Everyone calls it VFD, but the
And people were
TCG
creating, I
name's
believe, a
different.
with spirals, and your opponent literally could not do anything. Like you would end up with so many monsters. I would tell my friends, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh now allows you to have like 6 monsters on the field. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you can now have 6 monsters on the field. And they're like,
I'm trying to remember the original name.
I was like, you can technically have 7 monsters.
Something Calamity.
This is a common turn 1 thing that people are doing, and that's just how YCS is getting ended right now. Like they're just ending on someone going, you link, and you didn't draw the right hand traps, I guess, so you fucking lose. Or you have to die roll, you fucking lose. Or whatever. And seeing
Out of
that
those,
become
did you
the state of the game in 2018 is Goki for that.
Calamity, yeah.
Same thing, but more consistent. And then there's a pendulum FTK because that one pendulum.
True king of all calamities. Oh yeah, it makes sense.
Like,
shout outs by the way,
True
just headed against 4 back row and the 4 back row player scoop. I just want to say.
Oh, we just walked. It just straight up walked.
You just walked. Yeah, they're like, okay, you got it.
I love that because I always tell people, I don't have you activating. Just know that if you play against me, I'm giving you a spoiler alert. If you set too many back rows against me, I don't have you. I'm not even thinking about the spoiler alert. I do not give a fuck. I never cared not once. I'm activating him, so I'm putting in my deck to not play it. But
biggest balls I've ever seen. Anyway, go on.
But yeah,
one of the traps.
And I'm down to do an interview.
It's like the True King trap, I think. The one that like special elements from graveyard.
They can't. There's so many things they can't do at this point. Like they can't use the extra monster zone because they don't have one. They can't special because they have Ibli. It was just
evenly to break the board because you had Ibli on your field.
It was so toxic, and then the Goki thing with the Dumbledore became the next thing, and then it was an FTK with Electromite is the name of it. Electromite,
yeah.
People were getting FTK'd again, and then it went to Thunder Dragons. You can't search, but I can. So you can't. All the decks at the time were searching, but this Thunder Dragon says you can't search. It just got so floodgatey. The Mystic Mind becomes a thing. Then Artifact Scythe becomes a thing. I just feel like it completely stopped representing like Yu-Gi-Oh. It just became floodgates or combos that were game on turn 1 every single game.
Yep. So I would argue, and this is again with me not doing a super deep dive on this. I've been floating this video around for a while in my head, but I thought about it. But I haven't like gone like as deep as I want to. Don't click that. So my initial thought.
Oh my god! I thought I was gonna. I didn't realize this shit
2011,
like.
2012. And the reason I say that, it's gonna sound weird, and you played during this time, so I'm curious.
Oh my goodness.
The reason I say that is because
I should
my
get
initial
some
thinking
sleep
is when we first started getting monsters that either floodgate the opponent or represent an Omni gate that's once per turn.
Yep.
And the thing is with that, Heraclinos is.
I knew this was gonna
Heraclinos,
happen.
It's not a full Omni, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Right.
2007.
Heraclinos. Yeah. 2007. He's a menace. Like in Edison, he's insane. Right. It's like when you summon Heraclinos, the game is basically a wrap. Like that's like the only time you really summon him.
Yep.
But the thing with Heraclinos is that not only does it require a huge investment to create.
Guess I'll sleep in the
but
car.
he still has an associated cost for his negation. You have to discard a card.
Yep.
Right. And as Yu-Gi-Oh started to introduce monsters with Omni negate style effects, the problem is that these monsters didn't have costs to associate with that. So like Shockmasters,
play
for example,
MTG?
yes, you have to detach from Shockmaster's effect.
Yeah.
That's not really a
The
cost
game's
because
not
you've
gonna last long
already the investment is already been
Reaction
that you're
hell.
not using an
I mean,
extra
this is pretty
resource to
much
get
like
that
the
effect,
last
right? It's already built into the card itself. And so I feel like the Omni negates are one of the biggest turning points because as we see, the Omni negates initially, and I'm gonna go back to Heraclinos as an example here.
Because I'm not
Omni
even
negates
like.
only GBs
I'm like
yeah.
sticking
Yeah.
around
Heraclinos is a
because
reason,
I want to
not
at
a
this
great
point.
reason, but it's a
Because
reason
like.
that if you want to play Gladiator Beast, you get access to this really insane, like this card locks up the game if you summon a type of effect in a simplified game state, right?
Yep.
And so as the game evolved, these types of Heraclinoses, let's call them, became more and more generic and then applied to like literally everything. Like it became a true Omni negate. And on top of it, then you didn't have to discard a card for cost.
Yeah.
Right.
Baron
And then
like prime example.
prime example, right? So then we start getting these Omnis that any deck can play aside from just needing to fulfill a certain summoning mechanic, like synchro summoning for Baron or whatever, right? And so that to me is the biggest issue because in older Yu-Gi-Oh, and Edison's a great example of this, monsters for the most part did not have the built-in negations, right? The negations were in the form of spell and trap interaction, primarily trap interaction, sometimes with spells with like Book of Moon, different things like that, Shrink. You know, you have ways to interact, but it's not like a negate, right? The traps were the true negate.
Okay, previous format was
Divine
different.
Wrath and,
okay.
You know, pulling the rug sword is like a negate.
Yeah, like 7 tools and a bandit. Solemn
tools,
Judgment. Like they were built into
the best one.
built in the trap cards. We love it.
Right. And so the problem was, and this also pairs with your U-Link example, but I think this is why it started sooner, is because not only did the opponent have 7 monsters on the field, but like 3 of those monsters would blank a card that your opponent had.
So Wizard, Tri-Gate Wizard or something?
Exactly, Tri-Gate Wizard. Yep. And so Firewall Dragon would bounce stuff, which if it's the extra deck, that's the extra. So that blanks a card there, you have to invest 2 cards in.
I don't know. It's just kind of oversimplification of modern. It is definitely not desirable gameplay for sure. Like I don't know. I feel like a lot of modern is decided by like you getting Charmied and then setting up a half board and then probably, you know, trying to squeeze out a win based on that. Like I think a lot of the time, or you get hand trapped twice and you shit out a half board. There are decks that can just like not give a shit after they got impermed and Valor twice. That's like, you know, they just still continue. But it depends. You know, I'm okay if you got not you guys, but like if people are just like, this is not my cup of tea. All right, I'm gonna go play Edison. But like I don't like the idea of like saying like this shit is ass, you know, or like you don't need to praise Edison at the expense of another format, in my opinion. It doesn't even have to be Edison. It could be like hat format. It could be like Malice. Yeah, Malice. Oh my god, Malice too good. They be hacking my hand, bro. Make sure that Lancey is at the bottom of my deck. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't have to make fun of Edison. All right, like Edison actually appeals to me in terms of like the gameplay and like the way you trade cards and stuff like that. But I've made my peace with how the game has changed, and I you know, there's other things about the game that draws me into it. When Konami prints like game original anime support or legacy support and stuff, I find that the most interesting part. It wasn't when set 1 card pass coming to Riot's Legend of Runeterra. Oh yeah. I find it interesting to hear people like well, you're not disparaging it or anything like, but people will outright say to me, as in like, you know, sharing their opinion. They'll be like, I fucking hate old Yu-Gi-Oh! It looks boring as fuck to me. You know, it's like, okay, not that you did it, but I'm just like thinking of other people. And you have to have some kind of stop people from combo. Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's like really, it's a weird solution. Like Charmies aren't perfect, and that's their Maxis. Okay, I'm gonna talk about Charmies. Charmies aren't a perfect solution, but it is the band-aid to stop that. I'm still praying for purely support. I know, what the heck? We need some more cats. That's pretty much what keeps me, you know, because they do, like, each new set does introduce some new, even the deck build packs introduce some interesting, like, well, not all of them are hits, but, like, I'm thinking of, like, Runic. Runic's interesting because it's just, like, you're casting spells as an and then you're using the fountain to recharge, drinking from the fountain to recharge your mana or whatever. You know, Labyrinth is I'm just saying the deck build packs introduce some gimmick that, like, Tempai's come on, I need that new Tempai. You want Feedrala's Harmonia? Heka Hands aesthetic? Yeah. Even the gimmick is kind of, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. The gameplay not so much. Damn. I probably would have enjoyed it because it's similar to what I knew then, but that wouldn't interest me now. I see. Didn't see a reason to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I was already playing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about these past formats. It's still Yu-Gi-Oh! To me, but I don't think, like, there's a lot of things of Modern that, like, keep drawing me. And I played these formats, not Edison though. I played Hat's like I played the formats already when they were like brand new, so I've already had my fun with them. Edison, I could probably return and be like, oh, this is pretty neat. Well, I don't know. I'm generally someone who, like, wants to, like, dedicate my time to something, and I don't see myself dedicating myself to Edison when I'm already playing TCG. See, the first time at JP, I didn't know what it was. Look at the card art, and I was like, Oh, yeah. You're talking about, like, the one locals you went to, right? You ran into Heka Hands. Cool Tone is cool. Nice. The aesthetic of Cool Tone is really good. I like it. I didn't know what it was. I to be honest, I don't even know. Like, I mean, I've read the cards before, but I think I need a refresher on that shit. I just know that there's a big fusion that you can summon off zombie vampire. That's about it. But, like, it just came out? Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Not only does the player going first have the ability to generate card advantage, but then they're able to create cards that and deny the opponents their cards, so that you're up in card advantage and your cards deny them card advantage at the same time.
It kind of gives that vibe, the art.
And this is not counting hand drafts, like, keep it simple. But now all of a sudden, 3 Omni Negates are on the field, so it's really like I have 3 cards in my hand instead of 6 in all reality, right? And I feel like that is sort of like the biggest turning point, because I think that's why a lot of people like Edison, is that it's interactive, but it's not, I'm gonna say this with Royal Oppression being in format, it's not oppressively uninteractive, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, games 2 and 3, it does have its blowouts. Like, there are the DDDs, there are the consecrated lights, like there are, like, the more, I think games 2 and 3 in Edison, you start to see, like, some of the more, like, toxicity.
Yep,
but at the same time, yeah, we've gotten there. But I think when you have a player base that's hyper competitive and trying to win, they're gonna try to use every resource possible to do so, whether it's toxic or not, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and floodgates aren't that good.
I don't know, like, why would this be appealing to someone new, like a hyper competitive environment? That's like another thing. Like, I feel like if I were to pick up Edison, I don't think I'm maybe if I put in the time, I'll be like, oh yeah, I want to become the GOAT of Edison. I'm gonna sweat the fuck out of these. But I feel like I'm in this. Realistically, it's gonna be like some friend's gonna invite me to play a few games or something. Like, okay, I'll pick him up, and then it'll be more like a pickup game rather than like. So like, yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem all that relevant.
No, like, we only have a few that are good, but Edison, you get so many turns that floodgates rarely kill you.
Precisely.
Like, they don't kill you immediately.
Precisely. Exactly. And the thing is, like, we see nowadays, they've limited, like, Rivalry of Warlords, Dozen match and stuff. That's because when those cards get flipped, they're only sideboarded because I do my wombo combo, I set
lack of
you go to start
keywords.
your turn, I flip Rivalry, you can't fucking play the game.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a spell and trap,
Yeah, I can see
Rivalry
that.
can get through a negation.
I don't have any experience with keywords though. Though I actually have played. Well, this was like a more of a not CCG, but I played. Well, people will talk about Slay the Spire, but I played something Slay the Spire at home, which was Monster Train, and they had like keywords, but like you could hover over the keyword and figure it out, so it wasn't like that hard. And I like Monster Train a lot. That game's awesome. Monster Train has sick music though. Yeah. We have a lot of unofficial lingo. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, a lot of it's stolen from MTG too. I think we stole spin and bounce from MTG. I don't know. We don't say exile though. Okay, but we actually have a word for that. Mill, yeah, we stole mill. Tutor, yeah, we stole that shit. Yes, tutor. I think proc. Proc is another one. No one says proc as much though. But mill is another one. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, mill's okay. Mill's probably the most famous example. What's tutor? Yeah. Searching, Yeah. What they said.
Why the fuck are we playing this? And so Edison, while it does have its toxic cards, like you said, I've seen people get DDV'd and win. I'm sure you have too. I've seen people. Yeah, exactly. There are.
No way, bro. Actually, these floodgates are cool.
And like I see people get Fossil Diamond and still win, and like I see people get Oppression and still win. It's like so like we do have these cards, but because the Edison games lend themselves to being longer than just like 2 individual turns, then that's the fact that as Yu-Gi-Oh has aged, the amount of turns.
I think they're saying DDV, Deck Devastation Virus. It's not a floodgate, but it is the lingering effect applied to you, where you where Fossil Diamond. Yeah, Fossil Diamond is in this game, in this format. Yeah.
Has reduced.
I will say, when I was playing around this time, not Edison, but like there were a lot of people playing like stall or back row stuff, and like there was like back row removal in your main deck and stuff, so you could like deal with that. So it wasn't like, and a lot of times the people playing these decks are like not great, so you could like beat them. Heavy Storm, yeah, Heavy Storm. My lab opponent, DDDs, I'm crying from relief.
Makes these floodgate and negation effects even more toxic as a result.
I want to say this
sorry
too.
for my long-winded.
No,
I've thought about this a lot.
You clearly have, and I still think you should do some content on it. I have this to say. So, I said 2017. That's when I got the game. That's when it got to the point where of like no return. If I trace it back further, there's another point I'll never forget. What I consider to be the worst year in Yu-Gi-Oh's history for the competitive player. 2012 was Dino Rabbit format.
I don't know. Royal Oppression doesn't seem like a. I mean, maybe there's a deck matchup that can like deal with Royal Oppression, but it doesn't seem like a deck card I want to like. It's probably around because there's, you want to preserve the format, but it's probably not something I want to get to keep around, or like Dino Rabbit. Oh yeah, Dino Rabbit. That's around the time I was playing Rescue Rabbit. I'm just talking about 14-year-old format. They're fucking old as fuck.
And that is the beginning of you going summon one thing, one card, and it turns into a big Omni-Negate monster. And if that wasn't enough, but if that wasn't enough, on the following turn, you could just go summon Tour Guide, make Levier, bring back Rescue Rabbit, and make another Omni-Negate monster, and it had 2 of them, one for monsters and one for everything else. Like, it was so, and then also that's the same year that you have hand loop windup, so turn 1.
This fucking deck, Dino Rabbit, would flip macro on you too. If you played 6 Samurai though, you fucked them up though. They had trouble dealing with the 2500 attack monster. This yap is not done yet? Yeah, I got caught up. I mean, chat's also like yapping with me too, so. Horizon, the Diddy Bloods don't even want it. What? Oh my god. That's crazy. Wasn't just Playground, it was a format just before Raging Tempest. Oh shit. Right before the zoos showed up.
It was like Gumblar before Gumblar. You take your opponent's whole hand before they get to play turn 1. They literally just lose their hand. Then you have Inzectors. Inzectors literally said, if you play the game, I'll punish you. If you don't play the game, I'll TK you. So like, you put cards on the field.
Inzectors were kind of bullshit, but honestly, I don't know why Dragonfly was printed around that time. It's so fucking interesting to me. Dragonfly is a non-OPT summon from deck, which is kind of crazy. For me, like just thinking about it, like to be fair, we got Spellbook of Judgment around later on down the road, and Wind Up Factory was pretty strong too. Oh, you should oh fuck, Wind Up Shark and Magician. Holy shit. 2 hour vid? Yeah. Couldn't afford barrages. I had this small zoo core, one Dryad, one Bravo, and main deck names.
Executors just popped all your cards, and they gained advantage by doing it. And if you didn't put anything on the field, someone, I don't know if it was Hoban or someone else, they discovered that like if you equip Gigamantis and like Hornet, and you start popping your own cards, you can literally kill your opponent if they don't have anything on the field, and you summon all these guys. So it just got to a point where like 2012 was uninteractive Yu-Gi-Oh to the max. It was like no interaction. Like we're like interacting in a sense.
Oh yeah.
It's that summon turn one log against that solid judgment. And like sure that's interaction, I guess, or solid warning. And like sure I guess that's interaction.
Ghost Ship Break? Okay, Ghost Ship Break. I don't know, Dino Rapid was kind of annoying. And it was kind of format defining, but it wasn't like tier 0 or anything like that. It was just like it was basically a good stuff deck. And it was, let's go.
It's really not. I'm putting you on immediately. You need to out this Logia, and if you don't, you kind of just lose. And that, so to me, 2012 is like when I first started to get the inclination that I do not like the direction of the game. However, they did reverse it. Like we went through formats where it wasn't as bad after 2012. So that's why I always go to 2017. I feel like since 2017, it has never gone back to normal. Whereas with 2012, it was laggy at Dolka. Then it became Dragon Rulers in 2013. But then it even banned the babies. Then Dragon Rulers became very tame. And then it went to like hat format, which is again like Soul Charge, but it's also still very tame. The card has its balance at that time. And you get like
it's so insane to me that we went from Dragon Rulers to fucking hat format.
Yes.
Like talk about like night and day.
Oh my god. Hat format has its like I don't know. I know hat format is still played today, and so I don't know any of the hat innovation since then. But that was definitely where we had like a lot of engine. Like hat was like a bunch of engines. You know, you had Artifact, Trap Tricks. I think Dionea was printed recently. What was the other one? The hands. Yeah. Oh yes, it was Animation Chronicle. The first Animation Chronicle. Oh no, it was Dragons of Legend. Dragons of Legend was what introduced all this shit. It was an interesting power spike. There's also Sylvans. Sylvans was kind of crazy with it with Soul Charge. Soul Charge was pretty strong. I'm talking about whether Babe Ruth was better than Shohei Ohtani, was MJ better than LeBron? True. Yeah, I don't know. Like these formats, I don't know. They're just at the end of the day, they're just gonna conclude Edison is the best format or some shit. You know, like was the Pro Player Secret Goo deck? Yeah. Patrick Hoban. Yeah. He played it. He won quite a few events with it. So. Go is best format. Honestly, if I wanted to play retro format, I would rather play just Go. Okay, like I don't give a shit about Edison. Though Go probably has its issues too. With like there's like reasoning gate decks that wasn't there when when Go was popular. When I was like aware of it, I think it was just being developed around that time. There was like some library FTK stuff too. I mean, it's not like. Go and Edison both are the same. No, they're kind of different. Go's a little bit slower. You have more broken cards like Pot of Greed, Graceful Charity. I think you have Dimension Fusion legal as well. Like, I would say Edison's a lot closer to Modern than it is than Go for sure. Yada format. Chaos best format? That was pretty fun. Oh my god.
And here's where it gets even crazier. We got even better than that. Shadolls and BA and Constellar Knight, like Stellar Knight. Those
Razor,
formats
you have my heart. Stop.
It's just like we played regular Yu-Gi-Oh again. We went back to slow grinding Yu-Gi-Oh. Like we returned back to a.
What the hell? That was a pretty big power spike. Wait, did they not mention Burning Abyss? Fake Duelist Advance. Okay, they did mention BA.
Razor, you have my heart. Stop.
It's just.
All right, so Teller Knight was not interested in grinding you out. I mean, you still had to play. It wasn't OTKing you, but like it basically tried to put you on nothing.
Like we played regular Yu-Gi-Oh again. We went back to slow grinding Yu-Gi-Oh. Like we
You figured out best to do with Cyber Sign OTK? I was wondering what that was.
Special summon Skarm. Overland to Dante. Like normal summon Tour Guy. Make another Dante. Detach like you were dueling and the games went back and forth and you're making your fucking Xyz monsters, you're doing everything, and it wasn't just set up on you to gate win on turn one. You had to be cautious of going your extra because of Shaddoll Fusion. You could just go in your extra.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know its point. Like because Dino Rabbit Omni Negate bullshit, like I don't know, I feel like Omni Negates weren't even that well distributed. Dino Rabbit is a very unique case because you can summon like the Omni Negates responsible were 2 dinosaur specific Xyz monsters. It's not like a trend. It's like I don't know. It's just like, were there any Omnis in hat format? There was Felgrand, but that's not an Omni. But that is like a card that like really puts you on traded with a lot of cards because you could make it so it's unaffected, also could negate your opponent. It's kind of crazy. I'm not joking. You could literally summon a 2500 monster and like cook their shit. Like it wasn't that bad. It was just like a really simple deck. Like I don't know. I didn't think it was obnoxious, but I don't know.
You had to think about it. Am I playing against Shaddoll? Does he have Shaddoll fusion? Do I care? Like, it was just a lot more interaction. And then 2017, I feel like happened. The Spiral U-Link shit started happening, and I was watching like, I don't know what is this? Like, what is this celebrate?
Spiral is definitely where I was like, eesh. I took kind of a break around this game because of my undergrad. It was kind of weird to peel myself off from Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I had a friend who would talk to Yu-Gi-Oh! About with me, but I was actually like legit not engaging with it. Macrocosmos? You get a warning the Macrocosmos. That actually came up. But yeah, Macrocosmos was annoying. But there was back row removal. It wasn't terrible to run back row removal. So that's like the other thing. In modern, if you only played modern Yu-Gi-Oh, not that I'm saying you are, it feels weird to say that though. But yeah, Spiral was kind of weird. I did play Spiral. I think when they got the Link 2, I think I lost interest in the deck because it felt, I don't know why. It was just a me thing. I just had a personal issue with the deck. After the Link 2, pretty much it did everything. I mean, I haven't seen Avatar, yeah. So it wasn't that bad. But it's hard to explain that, like, if someone, especially with the modern concept, where like, well, actually, MST might see a resurgence with Radiant, but who knows? Okay, but the point is, okay. Yeah. Those Go is actual anime boomer. It was better than because the art is better. DM monster iconic, cool to summon. And this card was very generic, 2000 cartoon style. True.
Say that the reason I'm leaning towards going with my original thought of like the Omni Negate as being because it sets the precedent, right? I don't disagree with you that Link monsters were also a tipping point for a lot of people, but the thing is, yes, we did have really good formats like hat format, and we had the triangle format, which should all be a Teller Knight and a Cleave, and like Cleave. Oh boy.
Cyber Infinity Dragon was another Omni Gate. And that was only possible because Satellar Knight Ptolemaeus was printed. So you could actually cheat it out. That was around like Pendulum format. I think Breakers of Shadow. We got all the shit imported. Like Perform Pal. What are the Magician that pops to, so you can add 2 Perform Pal. Joker, Lizard Draw, and Monkey Board. But yeah, you could basically like the pen slop. Does Goat has Yada? Yada's banned in Goat. Well, actually, I don't know. Actually, I feel like it is though. I feel like we didn't unban it until I started playing. Yeah, it's banned. Was it before Goat? I think it might be Chaos. Before Goat. Oh, because of Radiant Typhoon's Visions? Oh, makes sense, yeah.
Cleave is like a whole other bag of words, but the thing is, like, should all be a Cleave was a triangle. Like, Teller was kind of like on the side, like, you know, looking, hoping to be like,
it was the hero beat.
he's in the corner of the party, like, you know, like, oh, can I join in type of thing? Was a triangle. The triangle format, like, should all be a Teller Knight and a Cleave, and like Cleave, oh boy, Cleave is like
No, bro, I think it was Teller Knight that was in the outside of the triangle. the only I don't know. Teller Knight was not that good. Cleese was alright, but like I feel like Klee and Teller Knight were trying to do the same thing, like floodgate the opponent basically. pass on 5 back row. It was not hard to beat. Like you had a bad BA matchup and a bad Shaddoll matchup. You literally had a floodgate. The clean matchup was okay. Like it wasn't like impossible. But no, dude. Clee, I think Clee is a lot better than Simo was giving it credit for.
A whole nother back and forth. But the thing is, like, should all BA Clee was a triangle, and then Teller was kind of like on the side, like, you know, looking, hoping to be like.
I guess you could get floodgated. But Teller Knight doesn't have that much good board presence. Like, you can make rank 4s, you know, turn after turn. But like, I don't know how to describe it. Like you relied a lot on, but you know how like there's decks that rely on non-engine hand traps to force your opponent on a half board. That's what Teller Knight did. You just like put a bunch of back row and then hope like, you know, the back row limited their options so that your shitty rank 4s and shit. When you got to 3 material rank 4, it's actually a lot better. It actually swings super heavily in your favor or whatever. But no, I don't know. I'm not that impressed. I feel like BA could also play better back row than you too. So it's like BA was just goated. That deck is insane.
He's in the corner of the party, like, you know,
Yeah.
like, oh, can I join in type of thing? But the thing is that I think they just set the precedent because they eventually just became so ubiquitous and so problematic. And then, like you said, again, like Shockmaster ended up getting banned. Like these cards ended up getting banned because of like how oppressive they were,
Yeah.
or like restricted or whatever. And eventually, card design sort of helped that. But then, like you were saying, then it just like starts getting into. I was gonna say starts spiraling, but I really don't want to make that fun.
You were
then,
good at the fun thing too, just like casually.
I've done content creation so long, it just happens. And so then we start getting to like Pendulum's pile swap. That just like the whole purpose of it is to just get out as many like unfair things as you can essentially,
Yeah.
and just like win the game that way. Then link something too. But without like the omnis and such, I feel like it actually becomes much more tame and possibly like much more approachable. And I think like they're trying to solve this issue with modern Yu-Gi-Oh by printing a lot of cards that have turn 0 interaction. So that way it's like you have ways to just stop the opponent from getting to like insane end board, because that was the issue with like 2017 stuff. There weren't the tools to combat these boards. Like there wasn't the tools. They had some, like evenly match existed. There were things like that, but most of the time they were just completely blanked by the fact that these boards were just so overwhelmingly powerful that unless you had like multiple answers, you just got cooked. And we know this because when they printed the Megatins in 2019 or 2020, I forget, they specifically gave us Nibiru, Dark Ruler, and Dimension Shifter as like 3 TCG exclusives for going second exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, here you go. We know going first is really good. We're gonna print 3 cards that are specifically good for going second, and all have been very good throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Even more so with Shifter being a fucking problem as the game's continuing to age. But yeah, I think it'd be an interesting video to explore. I think you can make the argument for links, pendulums. What I'm saying, I think everyone probably has their own point.
Yeah.
That they feel like that's when like people might say Dragon Ruler format, right? When I think top level players say Dragon Ruler format is very skill intensive, very interactive, and I personally like it. I think you like it too.
I do like it, yeah.
But a lot of people might feel that because it was like if you weren't playing Dragon Rulers, you got cooked.
Right.
You know, the more casual.
Yeah, you
mindset.
got seriously cooked. I literally even spellbooks cooked you. I was playing like Battle and Boxers, so like my opinion of that format isn't even like that like relevant, I guess, because I'm not a top player, whatever. But you, they were pretty strong. I find it crazy because I think when Spellbook of Judgment came out, you cut most of the prophecy cards and like limited your engine. You basically played like 3 monsters back then. Like, there's this one. What's her name? What's that card called? What's the prophecy girl? The one looks like she looks like DMG. Is it Empress? No. It's not Empress. High Priestess of Prophecy. Oh my god. My stupid spacebar doesn't work. She was the GOAT in Prophecy. Like, reveal 3 spellbooks, special summon this card from your hand, and banish 1 from hand or graveyard, and destroy it. But you cut this shit. Like, everything. I don't know. Like, you just cut everything.
That like that's not fun when one deck is like overwhelmingly dominant over everything else, and I think that's a fair argument.
Fuck spellbooks with Jowgen. Yeah, that was fucked up.
That is because we like Edison. Edison has 10 different decks that can do well and win tournaments and all that. So it's like, yeah, we have our top decks, but we still have a format where you can choose to not play the Dragon Lord deck, whatever Dragon Lord deck to you is.
Right. We have the big 3, and then there's like the 5 or 6, you know, like tier 1.5 that people still top, and then people still top with jank all the time, right?
Yes.
Like that's the best part about this format.
Yeah, that shit does happen. Wing Rhinos has top, like X-Sabers, like all the things that you would think are kind of like, there's no way, and then a way happens.
Against all odds, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, what the fuck is this, right? And
Yeah, whereas in Dragon Lord format, there was nothing but Dragon Lords and the other deck.
Like the other decks, I don't know. Like the other formats don't have Jink that top. Like, come on, bro. I guess I don't know. Base SC, Paderborn 7th.
which is Spellbook, and then there was the anti-meta for Dragon Rules, which was what are they called? The Evil Swarm? Evil Swarm.
Oh, Evil Swarm.
Yeah, that was it. You could play one of those three. If you tried to touch Mermails or Firefist or anything that came out prior to those decks, it just wasn't viable.
And similarly, though, like a lot of people talk about how Fire Water format was so good. Again, right? There wasn't like these Omni negates to like stop you from playing the game. You would like play Mermail. You would do a lot of like combo type stuff, but you would do a lot of like you kind of just build this big board. Like you might Moulin your opponent. That's like kind of unfun. But that wasn't like an Omni.
Yeah,
right? So you build a board of like you have like a couple guys and you would like pass the turn, like set a Sphere. You know, that was like the only like real interaction that you had. And then you have Fire Fist similarly, where all their interaction on the like opponent's turn was locked into like all the back row that Fire Fist would play because it was a much slower deck by comparison, but it was still very good. You know. And so that's like again why people like Fire Water format. And so it's like the formats. I feel like that people are like this is a fun retro format.
The Fire Fist stuff was more interesting because like you did like +1 trades. So like you would Tenki, add Bear, and then Bear would send the Tenki to destroy a card, and then if you attack with the Bear, I think it's when it inflicts damage. Yeah, so then you would set another back row. So like it's not even, I don't even think they had like interactive back row. I think that they would just set Tenki. There's another spell that lets you normal summon twice. Was there another trap that did something? I feel like the traps only gained attack and stuff like that, so it wasn't that crazy. But like you were trying to outgrind your opponent, and like you had a lot of high quality like your other normal summon was Wolfbark, which was a guy who revives a Beast Warrior Fire from your graveyard. So he's a 1-card rank 4 after, you know, you have some guy in grave. And then you make Tiger King, who sets a Tenki from your deck and like negates. There's other rank 4s you could make, but like it was just a very, very compact engine that like there was 1-card combos, but the 1-card, you know, okay, like it had 1-card combos, but it wasn't like combo combos. It was more like, you know, dismantle your board. If you get to inflict damage, you get a plus, and then I don't even think they had like a real end board. I don't know. They played back. I don't know. It's been a while since I played Fire Fist back then, but it was a pretty nice. It's kind of close to Draco Tail, except you don't fusion summon or anything like that. But like you set back row or whatever after trading with your opponent. You know, like kind of similar to like Pan popping a monster and setting a back row. Now you have one card that does all that, like one specific effect monster that can do all that. In Fire Fist, it was more like a chain of events that would lead up to that. But whatever. Point is,
whether it is Edison, whether it's Tengu, whether it's like Firewater, like whatever, the ones that have the larger communities tend to be the ones that have the most interaction. They're very approachable, and they don't have a lot of unfun elements to them.
Interesting how that works, right?
Yeah, crazy, right? We want to interact with our opponents and play a game. Weird concept. You know, can't relate.
It's just like, and I agree. When Omni started coming a thing, like Heracles.
What did he say?
Whether it's Tengu, whether it's like Firewater, like whatever, the ones that have the larger communities tend to be the ones that have the most interaction. They're very approachable, and they don't have a lot of unfun elements to them.
Okay.
Interesting how that works, right?
Yeah, crazy, right? We want to interact with our opponents and play a game. Weird concept. You know, can't relate.
It's just like, and I agree. When Omni started coming a thing, like Heracles is one of the first easy to summon, and at least within that archetype, like you can just secretary your opponent or you can present test tiger. Semi-easy to summon Omni
You're also not Heracles in turn 1, right? That's another.
Right, you're not doing it before you play. That's never a thing, actually.
Right. Okay, sorry,
no, you're right. But like Omni Negates become a thing. Stardust Dragon to some degree is like doesn't cost anything to use this effect. You just activate it, and that's like the beginning of it. But it's really fun because it's such a new concept to have these extra deck monsters. Yeah. But then it speeds up, and Xyz monsters is where like honestly, I just think about 2012, like Xyz monsters 2011, 2012, because technically Lagi and Belka came out at the end of 2011 in Tengu format. They came out at the end of it. And then, like so 2012 that was like Dino Rabbit format, and I feel like that opened the door to making guys that are easy to summon turn 1 before anyone's taking action. Turn 1 specifically, no one's taking action. Here's an Omni Negate, here's some back row that are protected that way. 2012 is like,
it's specifically Dino Rabbit, though there were like I said, there was a wind up which would like generate so many bodies, and then you would end up on like a Shockmaster and lock your opponent out. But like those shitters were okay. Shockmaster was like a V-Jump promo, if I remember. That guy was fucked up. People blame Shueisha for that. But whatever. Point is, I'm not surprised that that card did not give a fuck about like, you know, balanced card design.
Here's some back row. You haven't even taken a turn yet. And like I said, the game goes through valleys and hills of interactive formats that aren't like this, and then back to that same nonsense. Then you go back up again to interactive, then you go back down to no interaction. But I feel like once we got to 2017, I don't think the game has returned to normalcy since 2017 with Spiral format. I think that every single format after that has been toxic to a crazy degree, and I've already named like Cyflock. There's like turn 1 Gumblar Dragon. There's FTKs
It's funny
left and right.
because it's funny because Scythe was released in Primal Origin before Duelist Alliance format, and Scythe was not as oppressive because the game length was still long enough that it's like, oh, I got Scythe, this sucks. I know like Corey McDuffie was like more the one who popularized like Scythe control and stuff. But it's like, oh, Scythe sucks, but I have multiple turns to still play the game, so it's like, oh, I can't summon for the extra this turn. Okay, I'm playing BA, so I'm just gonna set 3 macro anyway, right? So it's like, yeah, it was annoying, but now the fact that most games in modern Yu-Gi-Oh has sped up to the point where it's like the first turn is so important, and you're Scythe blocking your opponent on turn 1, and if they don't have a way to interact with you, you win the game next turn.
Yeah,
Where,
literally.
like when it was initially printed, that wasn't necessarily the
Summon
case.
access to Talker, you're dead.
Right, exactly. So it's this this floodgate type effect too that's problematic as well. It's not just the omnis, but the floodgates is.
Yep, Floodgate Yu-Gi-Oh became really big. People started figuring out that Mystic Mine was a god card and should never been printed.
But more secondarily though, because we have like our Royal Oppression in Edison, we have also like we have floodgates in these formats, but like they're fine.
Yeah,
like, they
they're
actually serve a
perfectly
purpose of like I'm gonna like Royal Oppression's not
This is not convincing, bro.
good against every deck. Fossil Dyna is weak for 1, 2, the game's go on long enough, and 3, it serves a purpose of like, you know, you can stop Gores from dropping.
Yeah,
right?
and like
It's
I can imagine this format if these cards didn't exist, because I swear one of the only things checking some of the crazy special summon decks like Frogs, like the quick draw decks of the world, like the play decks of the world, is these cards. If you don't have them, these decks are just tier 0 basically.
Sure. And to be fair, like it took modern deck building philosophy to sort of get to like Frog OTK and like, you know, Gigavice as well. But I mean, neither here nor there. There are tools in this format
Neither here nor there. All right, bro.
to help deal with those decks. And sometimes you can't out Oppression, and you're just like, oh, I'm fucked. Right?
Yeah, but you're aware that Oppression is a thing that can happen. You can even play around it in certain ways. Like I'm gonna hold my Raigeki Break. I'm gonna hold my Dust Tornado in case this happens. Like if they have
the time to do so.
You have the time to do so. Blackwing Slot, Fisher for Consecrated Light. Like everyone is aware at this point, especially these are the floodgates that I have to be worried about when I'm playing my deck. Every deck kind of has some kind of floodgate to it. You know, even Bayu technically has a Imperial Iron Wall that people can play against you and stuff like that. You just have you have your built-in Raikou, right? You have your outs built into it. I have Unifrog built into Frogs. I have Icarus built into Blackwings.
I think Edison having Raikou being one of the staple cards of the format is so good for degenerate strategies like Stun to not exist. Because having this like ubiquitous generic card that not most, but several of the best decks are playing, it's like, okay, cute floodgate, Raikou pop, right? Like that's amazing. I think that's so healthy.
It is. The fact that Raikou, you can set it and it doesn't feel bad too. Like you can genuinely set Raikou going first and second a lot of times, and it's just fine to do that. Like it's not the end of the game because you set Raikou. The fact that is a quintessential part of Edison format tells you that the format is interactive in itself, right? Like you can do that and not literally say, oh, I lost because I had to set Raikou.
Right. Now to your point though, you talk about how post links that Yu-Gi-Oh was never the same. I would make one argument for that from my experience.
You have more experience on it than I do, so please speak.
I would say Tier Element is definitely an exception to the rule. I haven't played like all of modern Yu-Gi-Oh, so maybe like some other decks would fall into this category. But Tier Element specifically was the deck that got me back into playing modern after I had like soft quit playing modern. Because I soft quit playing modern like when COVID happened. Just because it was COVID, right? There wasn't really like incentive to play. Also, I shifted my whole content away from like being sort of competitive to more just like doing prog and like all the other things. So being like as much of a grinder with modern wasn't as important for me. And so, but when Tier came out, Tier is so funny because I'm gonna take Abyss Dweller out of this argument.
I was like, ooh, that card is so toxic, but
right. But Abyss Dweller out of the equation. Tier was so popular because it was a modern deck that did not, aside from Abyss Dweller, I'm not saying that was a problem. Aside from Abyss Dweller, both players got to play the game and play the game a lot. It was very skill testing, even for like a casino deck, but it was the casino that always paid out. That's what I was like to say.
Yeah, that's a good way to put that too.
Right, and so when it comes to that deck specifically, I think that has influenced a lot of like the modern card design because specifically there's a card called Havness. Havness says when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can special summon her and then mill 3. So she allowed you to start playing.
It works for newbie, yeah. It's not great. I don't know. It's credit where credit is due. Tier is a pretty interesting, deck. I played. When you get around to playing it, you kind of see it, and some of the mirror matches can be pretty fun. But I don't know. It's not something I'm wanting. I don't know. It's not like it's not a format that I crazy about coming back to. So I don't know. It's not a high on my priority list. I don't know. It's just
That's Havness, yeah. Not as a hand trap, right? It was not like, oh, I'm going to stop my opponent from doing something. Havness is the opposite, where it's like, I'm going to let you play on turn 0 on your opponent's turn. And now, a lot of new modern archetypes that are coming out, because I still follow stuff, even though I'm not like...
Yeah, I've heard they do the turn 0 thing.
Yeah,
oh, not the turn 0 bullshit. Oh my god. Havness is alright. Like, I feel like now that the Millers are banned or whatever, like, I feel like it's just better to use it on your own turn. So it's just like, it doesn't even accomplish, like, a lot of the times when people use it against me, like turn 0 or whatever, like the gameplay it promotes isn't even that interesting. Usually they whiff or they generate some interaction, but it's just some bullshit like shufflers, it's like, okay, dude. Or like Herald or Eva or something like that. It's like, I don't really think that's like that. I mean, it's not that like high impact, but it's just like this, I don't know, like I'm not exactly clamoring for like someone to like, hit or not. I don't know. Material, it was open-ended for me. What do you mean it wasn't open-ended for you? What do you mean by that? Sorry, I don't No, feel free to like elaborate, just so I get.
are getting a quote-unquote haveness monster so that they are allowed to start playing the game on the very first turn of the game. And I think we're starting to see a shift away from a lot of the problems with, this is going to be like part 3 or 4 of the Omni Negate thesis.
Kind of started 6 hours? Yeah. I mean, I kind of knew this was going to happen.
They've been on recent ban lists, like the recent ban list just banned Herald of the Arclight. That's been an Omni Negate, it's been in the game forever. It's gone. You know, they banned Barret. Like, they're slowly starting to ban all of the cards that I'm talking about were a problem in the first place. And I think it's just a natural progression of the way the game evolved. And so, it seems like they're
Herald's weird. I don't even consider it like an Omni Negate. It does, like, behave. You know, that is what it does. It, like, but it also has a floodgate effect. It also bridges between two archetypes, and it can be recycled. Like it's so crazy how many it's above average. I wanted to finish in like 3 hours or something because I do have to, but I think at this point I've committed to like staying up. If they went first, it wasn't open, they were going to beat me? Do you mean like, wasn't obvious they were going to beat you? What do you mean by open? I guess that's where I'm confused.
trying to fix it because these are obviously the biggest pain points that the player base is having.
Do you mean like it wasn't open-ended and it was like they pretty much from my experience, going second to tier was like even if I had Bystials or something like that, they could find some way to. They had enough tools to like push through it, but at the same time, I was playing a deck that didn't have that strong of an engine, so it wasn't like a light breeze could stop me. But I couldn't stop them from playing on my turn, so they could like generate enough advantage that I couldn't like keep up.
Game at all, as long as it's currently that way, where Omni Negates are being set up, or one card started that turns into outrageous advantage like that Rizal Ice thing or whatever. Stengo was trying to teach it to me. He was like, you open a Rizal Ice, you end on so much shit off of just opening that one card. And I was like, Snake Eye Ash, Crystal Blanc came on the channel. He was showing me a combo that it took so long for me to do the combo because I was the one piloting. I didn't know what I was doing, so he was just showing me his YCS, his like 6 YCS winning deck. And our opponent quit because we were 10 minutes into our turn and we weren't even done. He was like, now you're gonna put this in the back row and then you're gonna pop this, and I'm like, bro, this is too much. Like, we're still going. He's like, yep, we're still going. And our opponent just eventually was like, bro, this is.
I mean, isn't that just a natural reaction if you're just like reacting to like modern for the first time or whatever? It sure wasn't that strong going first. I don't know what they're trying to say with the tier shit, but yes, it was extremely strong going. Yeah, I agree. I think that's like the mirrors are okay. I think what the saving grace for the mirrors was you did get rewarded for knowing more than your opponent, and most opponents pretty much didn't like. Even if they got lucky, like they would make enough mistakes for you to come back. You started with tier? Oh, him? Yeah, I had to add random. Yes, I had to add Bystials too. Fuck. There's literally a deck list. Okay, I tried to play Math Mech in that format. And I was trying to get to Diamond 1, I think was the highest rank. I had to play like fucking 9 Bystials. And it still probably wasn't enough. I still had to like hope my opponent like was making like bad decisions. Got into it at tier. Yeah. No, I mean that's kind of been my experience too. So I don't know, like I mean I figured they're just saying like, oh, I enjoy tier, but like when you talk to people like that, usually they're talking about tier mirrors and not specifically because
left, and I felt bad because I was like, I don't know what's going on. The guy who I'm playing probably does, but he knows that like he basically loses anyway. Even if I did it like super fast, I was the Jesse Cotton in the fucking dueling book. It wouldn't matter because my opponent's still gonna lose. I went first, I went Snake Eye Ash turn 1 and just like did a full combo. He had no response to it, so it was like all this is going through. The game's over.
Right. And
no link Revo, mate.
Tier,
no.
I think what a lot of people liked about it. A lot of people didn't like tier because that was the best deck by a mile.
Tier 0 format too.
Right, tier 0. But the thing is that
the thing is, all right.
Okay, I'm sorry. The thing is, I think the people who did like that format, the reason they really liked it is because again, Dweller added the argument. There wasn't things precluding. Excuse me.
Dweller isn't even like okay. Dweller was fucking annoying. All right, as someone who played against Dweller, Bystials did a decent job of checking Dweller. Like if you made Dweller blind, your ass, bro. Well, not blind. I mean like people would make Dweller first, and then they would like start milling their shit, and I summon Kelbic from hand and bounce their fucking Dweller. Like your ass, bro. Why are they having they're just unks yapping, bro. They're just yapping. There's like I don't even know what 3 major problems that Yu-Gi-Oh has. Number 1, it's not Edison. Number 2, it's not Edison. Number 3. Because my driver for the game is always playing Ballpark Insects. No, I mean that's completely fair. I think that's like most people's experiences. Like if it like yeah. Abyss Dweller wasn't auto win, but for the most part, it did like if you played properly, you pretty much won. But like there were people who were so ass with the Dweller, I just Kelbeck them for their life savings. They're so bad. They're so bad. The people I lost to were the fucking Gravekeeper's Trap, Exterio, Cyber Sign bullshitters. Oh my god, those guys are too powerful for me.
the opponent from like playing the game, right? You would make a board, and the board would be very interactive, but it wasn't like you don't get to play. It's like I get to shuffle some of your stuff back. I get to pop your cards.
Dude, there were people who played into my Maxi. I'll never forget that. That actually annoyed me so much. Because even at a certain point, there's only so many actions you can perform. Well, whatever.
Stuff in the graveyard away. There's a lot of layers of interaction, but none of it just outright says you cannot play your cards. Again, taking you out of the equation.
This is so fake. It depends on what you're trying to say. Like, if you're saying again, you literally did not have to care. Like, there's a lot of floodgates in the format for a reason. Yeah. Play Graveyard this year? Yeah, no, I bet Toxic would. Maxi at 3? Dude, even when Maxi, they would play through the Maxi. That was like the annoying part, yeah. Bring back playing the Maxi. I pulled a random Maxi on my ult, or I need my draws.
And so, on top of that, being able to play on the opponent's turn 0, it's not like it's just like a hand trap where you fire it, it negates something, and your opponent goes back to comboing all over you, right? Have this specifically.
I don't know. If I'm facing, like, I don't know, like, my opponent, like, when I was tier and with, like, Havness, like, I don't think I needed Havness. It was just nice that I didn't have to play it. Dude, people cut Ashe in the format. Actually, fuck that. You know what? It wasn't even that crazy. Lightning Storm Chain Draw to 5.
But also the millers that would mill 5 for both players allowed people to then start playing in the tier mirror match specifically. Would allow both players to then start accessing their engines and start playing the game. So even though sometimes a tier turn would take like 20 minutes, you and your opponent have had so
One
much
thing I would take advantage of is because people were like, never in the tier mirror, never use your Kelbeck unless you have a Dweller, and they got owned by my Kelbeck. But point is, never mill your opponent's deck if you're going in blind. And like, it depends, but I think if you're going first, you do have an advantage as the person milling your opponent, because your opponent doesn't actually have that many options available to them. You have your entire hand and the stuff you're milling, and if your opponent does have their hand, but not every single card in their hand is usable on your own turn. So you actually had the advantage. But the other thing is, since people were so scared to mill, they actually did not know how to navigate turn, like chain links. From basically, I mean, as I was learning the deck, I would just mill my opponent's turn, and I found out pretty quickly that if you just, I got used to that situation where I would just like mill opponent's deck and then triggered a bunch of chain links. I got a lot of practice with that. So when I actually did it to people, it turned out that like, since other people didn't actually do that, I was managing my my interactions way better than my opponent, and they were making more mistakes because I put them in like a very I put them in a difficult situation more often than not. Can I ask for your opinion on Gradius? The BSS stuff is not something I would play myself. Unless you're talking about like, are you talking about the deck? I like the theming and like Big Viper. I like the one that boosts a bunch of attack. That one's cool. And like the new BSS, I've seen some combos where like you can make a guy unable to be destroyed by card effects and get infinite pops, which is kind of funny. I don't think it's very powerful though as a strategy. Feels like they barely just got enough cards to like work, but I think they need a bit more. Shiny button, yeah. No, I think I forced people to click shiny button and they fucked up. I'm not some genius either. I feel like I was really just preying on people who didn't know better at the end of the day. But it was interesting. It was definitely interesting.
Action and things happening.
Orm? Oh man.
would allow both players to then start accessing their engines and start playing the game. So even though sometimes a tier turn would take like 20 minutes, you and your opponent have had so much interaction and things happening on that one turn that you felt like you played a whole game in that turn, that you feel satisfied that, okay, even though I didn't go first, I still had a fighting chance to stop my opponent from doing something because this Havnis or this Agito or this Kelbeck milled me really well, that I was able to do something that was like very proactive to like attempt to like interact with my opponent.
Yeah, the Bistio's play on each person's turn. There's a lot of interaction. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has shifted too in this way. This is another topic about like how Yu-Gi-Oh's changed, and I don't know if it's for better or for worse. So instead of having more turns, there's more interaction on a single turn now, and that makes games. So people are like, how could games take as long as they did back in the day when we had 10 turns each? Like in Edison, we both get like.
Yeah, I mean, I that's true. Like, whether it's for better or worse, I think like even though the games are shorter, there is a lot more decision making. There's some decks that are kind of ignorant, you know, like if someone almost some Cupsy and all you open was Impervailer or whatever, it's like, okay, you know what, you got this, bro. But I feel like, you know, I'm trying to think of a good. Sometimes Draco Tail will have games like those, but there's definitely examples before that, where there's like a lot of like determining quicker with less turns. That's true. I guess like games no longer are categorized as grind games as much, which is I think is fair enough. It's kind of because you pretty much exhaust most of your actions in the early turns. And you can pretty much figure out who wins pretty quickly after that. But yeah.
Like around 10 turns, let's say. Just arbitrary, it was like 10 turns, let's say. In Modern, you guys are taking like 2 turns each, but the games are still going to 40 minutes or whatever because there's so many things happening in one turn. And if that's good card design or good gameplay, I'm not really sure because I don't partake in that gameplay of having 20 interactions in a single turn as opposed to 10 turns.
I don't even know if there's like an objective. Like you could literally say it could go either way. Like if you don't enjoy Modern, there's a good chance you probably don't enjoy that aspect of modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
Each
Decision making
throughout those 10 turns, or do we do it all right now? Chain Link 9, tier elements. Let's go to Chain Link 9 together. Let's see if we can structure these chain links right. Right.
So fun.
It's very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I think if they could replicate the tier element experience, but with multiple decks instead of being a one deck format,
right.
I think that would be a boon to making Yu-Gi-Oh! Look like a good game. Because the biggest argument
I feel like that just complicates the game though. Like, okay, I think people are just using that because they recognize that tier as a format only was cool for people who play tier. So now they're like, the solution is make every deck like tier. So now no one is left out and everyone can enjoy. But like, that just seems like a very, I don't know, how do you expect to say that? That sounds way easier said than done. But it also like, I don't think tier like complexity is like, I don't know, this huffing and puffing about like, you know, I don't know, maybe it's I just see it as a utopic ideal not worth striving for, so that's why I'm just like not really. Fast enough DK. I don't know, like, I what is my ideal format? I don't even know, dude. I'm not even that consistent with decks that I enjoy. I like Draco Tail a lot. I like Primite Bestial. I'm starting to enjoy Yummy, but it's not like, I don't like the fact that it's normal summon reliant. Kind of annoying. Cyber format. You know what? Dice Jar, Cyber Jar, Coin Flip format. Fuck Rahu. You hate Rahu. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Makes people when they're like, oh, Yu-Gi-Oh's a one-turn game or whatever. That's not inherently wrong. But the thing is, what most people don't realize is that unlike other card games, you play Magic, you have 5 mana, you can only play a 2-drop and a 3-drop, right?
Yep.
But in our game, every card is live. So even though a game might only take 1, 2, 3 turns, the amount of interactions that are happening, ideally, within those 1 to 2 to 3 turns, are the equivalent of playing like 4 to 5 turns.
Cyber Jar,
Yeah, that's true.
when I frame it that way, people kind of have a new perspective. Like, oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was just like, oh, the person goes first, wombo combos and the game's over. Like, there was a time when that was true. You mentioned with like Firewall format and Goki and Spiral and stuff. But I think now they are trying. I think they really learned from like the tier thing that like a turn 0 hand trap is, or a turn 0 engine piece, let's say, is very like net positive for like what modern Yu-Gi-Oh is trying to be. And I could be wrong. Like that's just my opinion on the matter.
Yeah, it's also a preference thing too. Like there are people who do prefer that style of gameplay over the slower style of gameplay, and they both take just as long. Like I go over to modern events and spectate, just stare at back when I was Ultimate Time Wizard, stuff like that. I would stare at their turns and like, damn, the clock has only 10 minutes left, and they're telling me they're in game 2. Like, it's very possible that you can do so much in one turn, and some people do actually prefer like, oh, we just do the most on our turns, and it's not necessarily like a bad thing. You're just doing all the actions that you would have done that take 10 turns each. You're just condensing it down, but you're still getting to a result where you get to show skill, your ability to play through like interactions, like, oh, I knew to play around the Ash here, so I did this specific thing that plays right now. Or Nib is a really big one. People figure out clever ways to like, oh, I play around Nib, but this is my 4th summon, which has a negate attached to it, or something that mitigates it. And it's like, that is really cool that the player base has figured out ways to like make these elaborate interactive things happen all in the span of literally, you guys might take 2 turns each.
Right. Yeah. And like going back to it, I don't think players mind a 10-minute turn if both players get the opportunity to do a lot of actions.
That's
I think the issue, right? I think the biggest issue is when there's a 10-minute turn and it's one person inevitably just getting to a point where they're going to win the game regardless of what the opponent has, but they have to take the 10 minutes to get there, and the opponent might be like, okay, I'm gonna make you do this to make sure you do it correctly, because if you fuck up, then like I win, right? And that's really frustrating, right? Because like I know that there are players like that are like, if they play against a less skilled opponent, they're like, do it, I want to see you kill me. Like you can be like, I know as a pro player, and I know you're probably like this. You will see your opponent have lethal, but they may not have like put it together yet. They're like a hop, skip, and jump away.
All the time, Simo.
Yeah, it's like I want you to lethal me. Like I know you have lethal, but if you do it incorrectly, that's on you. And I'm gonna punish the fuck out of you.
So many extra turns in tournaments, so many turns that I don't deserve. Like that is a very common thing where I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I know I'm dead, but he has to know I'm dead. He either might not know it or he might know how to do it, and therefore I bought myself an extra turn, or like I was given an extra turn and then I win the game. And I think that like a completely different topic, but a lot of games you're not supposed to win in general. Like if the games were played by 2 bots who played perfectly, a lot of games that you end up winning, a lot of rounds that you end up winning, you just would not have won based on the cards that were drawn and like playing at a very optimal level. But we're humans, we're not bots, so people make mistakes, and that's what separates people, right? That's what makes the sizzles of the world, the Marcus of the world, the true heroes, all those people who are like really good.
I mean, I think that's kind of why I like this game. Like dude, if I really wanted a game, I don't know. Chess and Go are games that have like pretty much there's an optimal play. In fact, actually, before, I think for Go specifically, I think before the advent of like AI, there was like this idea of like, oh, a lot of player expression, and then what's called, then like AI came along, and now there's like a focus. It's kind of similar to chess, where there's like a focus on openings or whatever. So okay, what's my point? I like the idea that you could still make mistakes in this game, and I mean you get hella punished for them. But there's no like, I feel like if there was like an AI that like built decks for you and stuff like that, to be fair, decks are starting to get this like homogeneity where like, oh, you play 3 of every good card, play 1 of every card that's like an engine requirement, stuff like that. So we're starting to get that point. But also I think we're at the point where we like also have too many good cards to fit too. So you don't actually get punished for playing what is perceived as like a less optimal card, because the card is still somewhat high quality, or allows you to do something extra. You can ask ChatGPT to build a meta deck. You know what? I didn't. You know what? Thank you for that. I'll make sure to ask it next time. I need a deck for season 50. Just draw Maxi. That's true. Maxi can also simplify things. I don't know. I feel like if the game was like solved, not solved, but like there is, I guess it's like it's kind of fake, like this perception that there's like human expression in play. It's a little fake though, but like I guess there is still a little bit of a human element when it comes to deck building. For the most part, deck building is the same, but like you could also have like 2 top players build the same deck and disagree on certain things, but not necessarily like, but they're just different approaches. Shotgun Maxi? Okay, I'm not gonna shotgun Maxi, alright. Thoughts on Ceremonial Bill Turbo to out VSK9? I don't know if Ceremonial Bell is that strong into VSK9. You would definitely need to pair it with something. And I imagine you could, if you have non-targeting removal, you're probably in a good spot. Like Ceremonial Bell with non-targeting removal, I could see it. Yeah, I mean, like, isn't it a spellcaster? Is this some White Forest goo? Oh, the game gets the Lion 1 faster than you. Reggie always shotgun. That's insane. Excuse me, but I got Lion 1 with Yummy before Genmu. I'm not even gonna mention who was present when Genmu got Lion 1. I did get Lion 1 slower with Mathmech though, but that's because there's no excuse really. I was watching Japanese cooks up some ceremonial White Forest. Oh, it is White Forest. Holy shit. That's so funny. I could see that actually. Then do it with Mathmech. Alright, alright. Chill. I think I might climb earlier. It might be tough though because VSK9 very I'll see. Point is, I think I'll have to play the deck myself again and see how Master Duel changes things. Probably not that crazy. Oh, Soulflux in line with Tenpai. Let's go. That's true. Yeah, you were. Nice job. Anyway, I just went on a tangent about how this game does offer a little bit of expression. It's kind of an illusion though. But like the idea of optimization isn't that crazy. Isn't that like get climb your canine drop? I don't think I'm gonna have time. It's literally in 24 hours. No, 48 hours. I'm probably gonna offline climb with Draco Tail to Master 5 though. I'll do that. Right now I'm Diamond 3. Is Joko the only hit for K9? Yeah, it's Joko the 2. I don't know. Yeah. Kind of like an Illusion. Is that why they made it a type? Illusion was always a type in Yu-Gi-Oh, but only in the manga. It just finally got translated to the game. I think Pegasus used an Illusion monster that got turned into a spellcaster in the TCG. But anyway, yeah, I do like I do like the illusion of like this human element, and there's also potential for mistakes. Even though sometimes if you know your combo well and your opponent, it's very hard to lose from that position. But sometimes you can like catch your opponent with their pants down. What illusion? The type. But I was just also talking about the illusion of like player expression or whatever, like some like human element. We are probably just playing conventionally, if I'm being honest. Like super mundane conventionally. We're probably not even, if we got an AI, we're probably not even playing like crazy optimally or anything like that. Like when Go got AI introduced, like they got trained. First they trained on some grandmasters or whatever, but they also trained with itself eventually after that. Like they introduced a lot of radical plays that were like not even like goes there because it's pure math. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. MD had AI. Okay. We got AI. That's true. I forgot about that. I erased that from memory. First 57 all AI. I remember. Oh yeah. I'm not saying Yu-Gi-Oh will go that route, but if it ever becomes like that, I think I'd lose interest in the game. Luckily, it's not. So, I'm stuck with Yu-Gi-Oh forever. Haha. It looks stupid because as long as it's 50.5, then it's fine. Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh.
That's what separates people. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, it's very interesting how many times you get extra turns because I'll sit there and watch you play and I know I'm dead, but if you don't do it right, then I'm not dead. So
yeah, exactly.
This is a very good time.
Great,
Somebody said, click it.
Thank you for asking me on.
Yeah, I didn't know. Listen, I thought that we were gonna have like a quick little 10 to 15
Yeah. I know what you mean.
An entire.
Well, I wouldn't call it stupid, but it's more like it's just like
our ranting about the state of the game and where it's come from.
Not really that
versions of this topic because
extraordinary.
Is it a little too late?
But yeah, you're right. We're not that capable.
That was when they first announced the full arts. Everyone was like fucking like coming over the full arts. Right? I was like, oh, full arts. Oh, this is like Yu-Gi-Oh's fixed. Like we're back, baby. All this.
We are so back.
Why is he so down on the full arts? I mean, I'm gonna hear what he has to say after that, but like that is not the response. I expected. Like, I don't know. He just doesn't seem very excited that Yu-Gi-Oh is changing. And I don't know when change is introduced, and that's like I would not expect that.
Around too long, I'm just always like skeptical. The first thought in my mind was, why are they doing this now when they've had the capacity to do this for the past 10 years?
Because
Every
every
other card game, every other card game does them except for ours, right? So I immediately started like asking myself these questions of like, why are they doing this now? And like, what are like the repercussions of this? Like yada yada, etc. And so don't get me wrong, I think they look sick. I think they look cool. Like I'm not gonna dispute that. I think it's cool that they're also unique cards and not just a reskin of Blue Eyes White Dragon that you can play, right? That's cool as well. But the more cynical part of me is like, why are we doing this and how did we get here? And I decided to make for a more like in-depth discussion instead of everyone immediately jumping the gun and like saying how
Being like full art because it makes it less value. It's no, well, the example that they were using was like the giant card, DMOC, that was awarded as a prize, kept getting awarded repeatedly. So there was like a lot more DMOC giant cards awarded in circulation. So then the value dropped. Yo, Joshy, thank you for the follow. They doing this now because money? Yeah, like, do we really need a reason? Okay, everyone is so confident that Konami's greedy money. You know, like, do we really need to be like cynical about it? I don't know. I mean, we are being cynical when we say like Konami wants money, but I'm just saying like I don't know, like. Yeah, I don't know, like.
Back and everything like that, because we've been here before, and so I think we've just been around the bush too many times. That or been around the block too many times. That it's hard to get. And I don't want to be this way. It's like I want to be excited for stuff, but I think the problem is that the trust is gone or eroded.
Like it is for TS stores.
Yeah, if his trust is gone and eroded, then like that's like kind of a him issue. I don't know, like I don't know. You can still be cynical about things, but like whatever. I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna just like take your opinion less seriously because you're just like jaded. You know, you're gonna interpret everything as like in a very like negative context, and you know, I'm not saying you have to hype up every freaking change or moment or whatever, but it's just like it's not.
Yes. Exactly, for the OTS stores, like I feel like I'm in their
For example, still doing UI yet? Yeah.
They'll do one good thing.
He just
followed by,
wants
like, 10 bad things, right? And
the game to
I
change for the
they were
better.
doing
He's
things to
criticizing all
develop and
these.
trying to do, but we won't know until it happens. Like,
Yeah, because it's kind of like Ultimate Time Wizard. You remember how the backlash happened when they tried to change the rules to advanced rules and all that in Erratas?
Oh, the advanced Edison thing?
Do you remember how much controversy that caused? Even people who don't do content on retro to do content on retro for like. So that was a big thing in the community. They reversed it. They then announced an Ultimate Time Wizard, but then they decided to run pull and say,
It was
okay,
for Nats, right?
Yeah,
It
it was
was
for
for
Nats. And they were like, all right, we're not doing this anymore. Like, we're done with the whole Ultimate Time Wizard. You guys bitched and complained that we wanted to change your game, and now we're going to completely take it away from you. And so that was kind of interesting.
I think that's the first time the community has typically Konami does something and
Not that
and they're just like,
reason.
take it, like too bad, like deal with it. But this, I feel like this was like one of the first, if not actually the first win, like where the community bitched and complained like a lot, and they're like, oh, like we got to do something about this, and they did. So you know what? Kudos to them. It wasn't like the best solution, but because I think they still do the advanced Edison thing.
I actually don't know if an event was ever run with those rules. That's something that I have never confirmed. I don't think anyone has actually played outside of. I've done it. It's funny. 2 years ago, I decided to do
You did like
advanced.
experiment,
I did an experimental tournament where I gave out like hundreds of dollars in prizes. And it was like we're gonna play with erratas and we're gonna play with like you don't draw going first, stuff like that. And it was fine. I think Black Ones ended up winning anyway. So I was like, okay, well, yeah, I was like, all right. But to the point is like I don't know if Konami ever actually held any kind of tournament where advanced Edison was the rules.
It's ironic though, right? Because they canned Ultimate Time Wizard like right after that anyway.
Yeah.
So like,
think-
what was the point? Like, if like.
I think they
don't understand
fucked
the
it
argument was
up.
to, like, change Edison
One of the
all time,
events
you're
where
gonna
they
get
were
over
going to
it. It
implement,
just
I
seemed
think
like
they
a waste of
fucked up the.
Well,
thank you for having me.
Yes, well, thank you for coming on. I'm definitely gonna turn this into a separate thing. No, it was fine. Like I really enjoyed this discussion. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot to fix. Konami has a lot to fix. 'Cause right
When
now,
you
I think your point of their back
you
against
were
the wall,
younger
they're
and they had
doing
those
drastically
ads on
different
TV
things.
when they
I've
had a
never
guy
seen
speaking
that
at
backlash
Mach
and
10,
they
could
did
you
it
understand
before
him?
that show. The fact that they actually
No, actually.
corrected something for once after backlash.
When they started
was huge for
listing the
retro. Of all things to
symptoms
do.
for like an
Right.
antidepressant
That, to me,
medication
is
or
crazy
weight
because
loss or
I
some
remember
shit
my
like
players
that,
technically.
I had no
And we
idea
complained
what they
all
were
types of shit,
saying.
and we never got anything. And for the fact that retro complained and it got overturned and yeah,
Organ,
Megalith
Megalith Orcas was on low and
But
dust
still,
because I want
Back in the day, you
TVs.
probably remember this. We wanted
Are
them to
there
give us
because it's
explanations for
cheap?
why they hit cards on the ban list. because
Canine
they
Orcas
did
sounds fun?
They did that one time.
Yeah,
and
Canine
everyone
cards
said it was dumb,
are,
and they never did it again. So like, there's a perfect example, right? So.
Oh man,
They slot into things pretty
like, all right,
nicely.
fuck you. I mean, that is, I get it though. Some things are just like we also bite the hand that feeds very often. And
CC?
Vanquish not being
Oh yeah, CC. I don't know what happened. I must have like exited and then take.
TO, I say this all the time. Being a TO is a thankless job. People will shit on you no matter what. But it's just funny to me that like I don't know. We complained about the way they gave us explanations. Like these explanations are fucking terrible, and they were like, all right, now you don't get those anymore. It's like, god damn it.
I think also something that I hope people understand, even though the majority like to think I'm just Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest hater because someone has to be, is that I complain because I care. If I didn't give a fuck about this, the worst thing you can do.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? He complains because he cares. I mean that is true, but it's just like. What did I tell you? Oh Oh my god.
From a company perspective, you would rather have people rioting in the streets over a decision you make over not saying shit at all.
Yeah.
Because if they're not saying shit at all, then that means you're irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
And so the thing that frustrates me the most is that like I am passionate about this game, and I think you could agree with what I'm about to say. When Yu-Gi-Oh is peak, nothing beats it. Nothing beats this game
Yeah.
when this game is at its best. And I think that's why so many of us like Edison. I think that's why we're always chasing that high of like when Yu-Gi-Oh is great. The amount of games I've left playing in Edison format, I've Time Wizards, I've RBT, everything. The amount of games I've left just thinking to myself, that was just some fucking good Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Are countless. And I feel like a lot of people in your chat might express that same sentiment. And so it's like if I didn't give a shit, I wouldn't be trying to yell out into the void for things to change because I want them to be at their best. So that see now you're doing it.
Oh no, I can't help it now.
I want these changes and I want these things because like I want not just myself but other people to enjoy the game that I enjoy. And it just sucks that when decisions are made that are like against that belief, that it's like all the more reason I just like take a further and further step away. And I think a lot of people have over the years. I think again like with the sales numbers and stuff, they're seeing that people are like, why am I going to invest not just my money but my time, my effort, everything, just anything? Why would I invest into this when I can play other games that are going to treat me much better, whether it's monetarily, whether it's like from the community, whatever you get out of it. Right? Why would I invest that in Yu-Gi-Oh when there's a million other ways I can invest that time and effort into something that's going to feel fulfilling? And so I want to feel that fulfillment with Yu-Gi-Oh again, but Konami just makes it harder and harder to do that. And so again, for anyone who's still listening to this, it's like I complain because I can't. That's like the thing that I just like underscore.
The other thing is that now I feel like more than ever, Konami has real competition. Like
they do.
Like they really have Pokemon is popping off. People really like these Riftbound and One Piece and Lorcana. There's so many card games that people do have an option to play now. Before, here's the problem. Before Konami, Pokemon and Magic were the big three, and basically new card games would come up, but then they would just die after like 3 years. Like every card game that came up would literally just die after 3 years.
They call it the 2-year curse. Yeah, it's very common.
2 or 3 years, the card game just completely nosedive. No one plays it. The cards lose all their value, and then it's done. And then everyone comes back to
Oh
Yu-Gi-Oh!
yeah, One Piece is at a pretty peak right now. But who knows? Like right now it's at in a good spot. But I don't know. I'm still kind of like wondering like if it's like gonna Kagurabashi peak. Let's go. I think I got spoiled on one of the chapters because someone made it their PFP. I'm not gonna spoil it, but like I think it was the couple previous chapters. Like a person got cooked. No WTF. Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's all good. I don't care too much about spoilers. I'll forget. Don't worry. Like when Kagurabachi finishes and I finally start reading it, they only work because of IP. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, MJ the Gamer, thank you for the follow. Speaking fast, there was this thing 1990, 2002. You could use payphones to make collect calls, and it would allow you free of charge to speak your name to the recipient. So speak very fast, send a message instead of saying their name. Oh, I didn't know that. That's super funny, actually. I didn't know how collect calls worked. But so I kind of know what you're talking about, but that makes sense. When it comes out, it's gonna be so hype. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that. I don't know if I would watch the anime. Look, I'll watch the anime, but I think I'll just start reading the manga if the anime adaptation comes out. Best-selling list popular manga? Holy shit. Without anime? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's pretty good.
One Piece and Lorcana, these are big IPs. They're not really going to go anywhere. Because like right now, Steve Silverman is texting me telling me to buy tickets to a Rutgers game in Jersey because they're getting a One Piece promo that is going to be worth $300 or something like that. And like, there's so much going on with these other IPs that are big. Like One Piece is huge. Lorcana is Disney. They're fucking Disney. They're not going anywhere, right? Like they want to continue their card game, they could continue their card game. And so they have real competition for once. And the hubris that they used to be able to get away with of saying we don't really care, we're going to do this like we want to do it, and we don't have to take feedback or suggestions in the account. That is not really possible now. You will bleed players and lose people over, even if it's not to the other card games, you'll just lose people because they're like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Like,
I agree. And look at it in the greater context, right? Yu-Gi-Oh came out in America in 2002, and let's even be generous and go up to 2005, like when Go format was around, right? What was around at that point? Magic and Pokemon were around.
I have to remember, but there was like a decision that Konami recently made, and Jesse mentioned that he suggested it like 9 years ago. They could just be really fucking slow. He might not. I don't think he was the only one to suggest it either. But I forgot what it was. I think it had to do something with like the. You had a Regieleki named My Body's Reggie after Reggie Gigas joke? Yes. Regieleki's cool. I like him a lot. I never got a chance to use him, but I like him a lot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so my name is based on Reggie Fizumi. When he tries the Wii Fit and declares my body is ready. What's up, my Gigas? Shut up. What's up, Magic? Reggie 2 was my favorite. Reggie Gigas, yes, okay. Don't need to care about other TCG. Yeah.
are like the big three. You have the graveyard of card games that all sucks that like aren't around anymore. And YouTube, for context, like had basically like just started existing. Let's keep in mind, smartphones didn't exist yet.
Phil
Like, the mobile gaming
Samey?
did not exist.
I think it's
We're still dealing with the
Fizami,
Game Boy
but,
Advance, right? I don't think we were at like the DS at this point. I'm just trying to give people a picture of like when Yu-Gi-Oh was peak and like a top 10 IP of all time. The competition was a lot slimmer compared to what they have now, and what these companies have learned and built these massive IPs, whether it's League of Legends for Riftbound, whether it's Bandai picking up One Piece. I could go on and on, right? And it's not even just within the card game space. There's other things that are fighting for people's attention that are outside of the card game space that you want to invest your time and effort into. That's like, why am I going to pick Yu-Gi-Oh out of all of those things? Like, what are you selling me as a game to get me to play your game? And I think
Oh,
as
it
these
is Phil
decisions get
Zamey.
worse and worse over time. Again, they are trying to correct it, but historically speaking, as they continue to make these worse and worse decisions, I think a lot of people just became very jaded, and they're like, why am I dealing with this when I can just do anything else? Essentially,
Fizami?
I think as we're getting older, a lot of
Fizami?
companies are realizing that value.
Why is he talking so fast? Because this is a 2-hour video, and I put it at 2 times speed. One piece way bigger than he just late to the party in TCG. That's fair. They pretty much have the blueprints too of what works too. So it's like not even like that surprising that they're able to capitalize on that. Kind of short react, yeah. Well, I mean, chat was engaging, and I was like kind of, you know, chilling.
Is the best way for player retention. As someone who plays fucking old school RuneScape for some reason, probably because I'm autistic, but as someone who plays that game has 250,000 people playing it actively. It is the third biggest MMO in the world, and growing and growing. And their biggest thesis that they just came out with is we value the player's time. We value the effort and time you put into your account, and we are never going to devalue that.
Oh wow,
Where
never
a lot of
going to
other
devalue it.
games,
That's big because you know how Yu-Gi-Oh gets.
Exactly, and devalue in terms of like your gear progression and stuff. They're a lot of other MMOs. It's like the next big wave of content comes out, your current gear is like irrelevant. All this game has done a lot of effort to make sure that like at all points in progression of playing the game, your time and effort is like worth playing. And so I think that is something that a lot of companies can learn from. Because
only Yu-Gi-Oh, specifically TCG,
Why would you play
right?
this when you play anything else? I feel like playing this game, I'm playing right now, so we're talking, which is hilarious, is that my time is valued, and the investment that I'm putting into it is worth it for me to have a great experience either by myself or with my friends. And I think that card games, or any game for that matter, can learn from that in terms of, especially as now there's so many different things, everything's fighting for our attention. We want to put our attention into the things that matter, and the things that we feel the most, we're getting the most value out of, whether it's our time is being valued, our money is being valued, etc., right? And so I think Konami has sort of dropped the ball in that in a lot of ways. And I feel like a lot of people now feel like their time isn't being valued in the same way, and that's why you see this sort of mass exodus of people. A lot of top Yu-Gi-Oh players went to One Piece because they're like, why am I going to invest into Yu-Gi-Oh when I can invest in
has
One Piece
anime
and get
people.
rewarded for it,
Okay.
right? And so you can extrapolate that across a million other examples, but that's just like the easiest one. I know so many people that went to One Piece or Pokemon just because they're like, this is way better. They may not think it's as good as Yu-Gi-Oh, but in terms of investment, they feel like it's worth their time to invest into that because they get rewarded for it.
Because as we get older,
it matters a lot.
Yeah, and as we get older, time is more valuable to me now in my 30s than it was when I was in my 20s. Like, I didn't give a fuck in my 20s. You know, I stay up till 4 a.m. practicing Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever.
Exactly.
And, like, I had the time to do that, you know. But now I don't have the time, nor do I want to spend the time investing in something that genuinely doesn't have any return to it.
You
Like,
still go to locals?
No.
I don't either.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
Because we
completely
value our time now.
support
It is not about, our time is more valuable than going to sit at a locals for 4 hours playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Even as much as we love the game, right?
Are you serious? You guys are grown ass adults, of course. Like, okay, like if you really like this game, you're gonna make time for the hobby. Like that's like I can't, oh my god, I'm joking, bro. What they said, our time is more valuable. Just here, I'll just repeat it.
when I was in my 20s. Like, I didn't give a fuck in my 20s. You know, I stayed up till 4 a.m. practicing Yu-Gi-Oh, whatever.
Exactly.
And, like, I had the time to do that, you know. But now I don't have the time, nor do I want to spend the time investing in something that genuinely doesn't have any return to it.
You
Like,
still go to locals?
No.
I don't either.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I completely-
My time must have an ROI to it. Okay, it is true your time is valuable, especially as you get older, right? Like, it's okay. Like, we don't have to go to events. At a certain point, you probably have to stop, you know? I've had people stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they got married and, you know, they had a kid too. So it's just like, are they making money from their hobbies? Not all the time. You don't earn that. Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh cards aren't that like valuable. They lose their value pretty quick, and you have to like the price support. You'd have to get like top. You there's expenses to travel too, so it probably doesn't add up to like a profit. Maybe you could if you go to like grind locals or whatever. Maybe you pull the ulti from the OTS or some shit. Oh, that's true. He is probably getting a bunch of donations while doing this. So I don't know. I feel like Josh, you know what's interesting? I'm not saying Josh is like, he doesn't engage in this kind of stuff though. But I find it interesting because Josh also, Josh is very fortunate because he doesn't actually have like a regular day-to-day job. So he can subsist off his earnings from Twitch and YouTube. I mean, he's a very, very unique case. All right. Y'all can make it like repetitive. Yeah. I mean, people like. I mean, I'm sure people like those. Because it probably reaches more people, but for other people who aren't making, no, they're also talking about themselves as they're talking about specifically like competing as well. Like, there's no reason to compete because you know, the pricing or whatever. There's no reason to go to locals because even though locals are short or like not, it's also very, you know, it's not that serious. It's even for 4 hours, it's not even worth it. Did they quit their 9 to 5? Yeah, it is. But it's just like, okay, this isn't like some crazy revelation. People like, you will probably make time for it, and like expecting a return on investment of your time is like kind of silly. I just think that's just like really dumb. Toronto quit Yu-Gi-Oh! That's news to me. I did not know that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Took a huge loss in value for singles. I didn't know that. I never bought from Troll and Toad though. Go to locals and events for fun. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, well, they're talking about themselves, but I think if they get to the point where they project this idea, like, oh, this must be like happening, you know. Oh my god.
Our time now. It is not about our time is more valuable than going to sit at a locals for 4 hours playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? Even as much as we love the game,
Yeah,
right?
I
I
love
haven't done
it,
locals
right?
in years.
Yeah, we love the game. We're
But
content
LDS,
for it.
in LDS,
Okay, but yeah,
like,
these
you know,
aren't even the best like examples. Simo is like a well-known Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator. Why would he go to locals? Like, if they're gonna use their example, like he's pretty successful at the YouTube game, and he probably has to like juggle scheduling with collabs and stuff like that. So it's just like, of course, it doesn't really make sense. I'm the most famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Hater. Welcome, Orbs. Welcome. You're in the right place. I'm the most famous Yu-Gi-Oh! Glazer. No one glazes Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I do. We will do battle. Money Magic. Why are you playing? So like, these aren't even the best examples. I don't know how. I don't think Frazier mirrors Simo's success, but he's probably doing all right. Like, he's a square up. We don't care what Yuki Boomer's saying.
It's worth it, right? Back in the 20s, we had no issue going to locals every Saturday. As we get older, our time becomes more and more valuable.
Yes, this is true. Yes, this is why I was able to play RPGs when I was a kid, because I had nothing better to do. Like, yes, like, okay, the time valuable stuff. Okay, it depends. Okay, like, but there's nothing wrong with going to locals for like no return. All right, like, I'm not going in there to like whatever. They're not the best examples, I think.
And our priority shift.
Fight,
So anything
right.
that is
Let's
going to
go.
value your time and investment, I think, pays dividends in the long run.
No, it's very true. Everything you said.
I'll
It's
activate
time-
circular, sending Sigma.
It is, man. And as I get older, I think about my mortality more often, not to get all like dark, but I do think about
You're telling me, Frazier? You're telling me we're talking about mortality?
Right,
huh?
probably
Mr.
ironic
fucking, fucking come back from the grave
Yeah,
twice. Talking
yeah.
about mortality?
You got the premature burial. It's just
I
like
got the premature burial and the call.
Keep using
I'm
air
glad you're
fryer.
still with
Let's
us, and I
go.
hope that everything works out. Honestly, you are a treasure to the Yu-Gi-Oh community and to just the online YouTube.
Logo
community
playing
as well.
Sun. You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything mean or anything. I'm just like, you know what? I hope you win. I hope you win. I hope you.
And yeah, I'm rooting for you in everything, all your journeys with chemo and cancer. Fuck cancer, always gonna say fuck cancer. I lost family members to cancer, and I don't want to lose more people to it. So I'm hoping to God that like, everything, everything works out. Again, not to get all morbid, but I do think about mortality a lot as I get closer and closer to being actually 40 years old. I know the joke is that I'm 40, but
Say it. I wasn't going to say
And
anything.
like, just think about it. Like, my parents are older now. I still have my mom and my dad. I still have a grandmother, still have a grandfather. But they're getting so much older. And I'm just noticing, how much time.
Kali Yuga
so
son. Okay
going back
then.
to Yu-Gi-Oh,
I hope you Kali Yuga every single person.
It's just hard to spend time doing shit all the time.
Right, but there's so much more to life, right? And I think that's why we're getting very existential with this talk. I don't think we expect to go that direction, but that's why I
Feels like
propose that I
TCG
said,
player doesn't
just take a step
accomplish.
backward.
Oh,
I
that
suppose
makes
that's
sense.
like,
Yeah.
no, but I really just
Yeah,
again,
that's
coming back from
fair.
the fucking grave, being at death's door twice.
We all thinking it, so I might still say it. What? Who's we? I literally said.
Right, like, that's obvious. So it's still how I live. But
I
in terms of
literally
dedicating- in terms of dedicating the amount of time I
gave
do when
them
I'm really on the grind, trying to, like,
Genmu
make
my
myself,
blessing
it's
about
different now. I
Kali
mean,
Yuga.
would I like to keep being on the grind?
I'll stop talking
At the
about it.
same
You
time,
can
I
feel
just
free to
think that
share.
I feel like I've
I'm just not
accomplished a lot in my career,
too.
and I feel like I'm okay just kind of taking it easy so I can heal and get better.
You probably know more about it than I do, so it's like not a like. You might need to explain, but I think that I understand. Good. I'll say it. There's a lot to it. I'll stop talking about it. There's a lot. Okay. My bad then. Good morning, friends, and Ray. Hello, Don. How's it going? Okay, I don't understand what the three major problems were. They weren't very delineated. I mean, it was just a, phone call, Discord call of two unks yapping. I don't know. My buddy was teaching someone modern next to me, showing him all the Blue Eyes combo lines for over 2 hours. I was teaching someone GO, and I just told them, just watch out for Torrential Tribute in Mirror Force. You should be good. A little bit of nostalgia bias. Yeah, I wish, like I said, I've made my peace with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I buried the hatchet. Like, I do prefer, like, the older, older Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's not like... There's a lot in modern that gives for me to chew on. So I'm not too... Just like I've made my peace with Pokemon introducing 3D models. I feel like instead of the, pixel art from Gen 5, that I fucking love those. I made my peace with those too. Majors, how are you supposed to get more MTG players to try YGO for YouTube content? The YGO, you like Edison? Oh, okay, I think that's everything. I don't think I'm gonna go to sleep though. I have to wake up in like 2 hours. I'll take a nap or something. No, actually I have to wake up in 3. Yeah, Gladbeast, how that Lightstorm, that stuff was cool. I like I played Gladbeast, a little bit of Gladbeast and Edison. Just a little bit. Oh, you're talking about Teledad. Oh, this is Edison. This is the Blackwing frog shit. And now that turns asleep, wake up at 3. So I think that's everything. Let me see. 2009. Okay. More reaction? Okay. I'll throw this one in for you guys. This is old 2 hours and times 1. This guy's, I'm 90% sure this guy has nothing new to say. You guys want more Yu-Gi Boomers yapping? Trap cards have been erased from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game has lost the plot. You guys want more of this shit?
So, if you've spent any time...
For those who don't know, this is Tier Zoo. He has a very, very... it's kind of... I got bored of the gimmick. It was good, really good. But he, like... What plot? Yeah, Tier Zoo does those, like, metagame... This is Tier Zoo. He still makes this shit. Are crows overpowered? And basically the whole gimmick is like translating, biology, ecology facts into video game terms.
But generally, what I say in this video should apply to most Corvids.
Like here. Crow skin
Neither
selection.
Grant the user that strong of a stealth bonus. In fact, in snowy areas,
look, life
jet
bar.
black feathers are actually one of the least effective
Metal Gear
choices when
Solid
trying to remain
reference.
hidden. A dark appearance is most effective
I don't know what
as
reference this
camouflage
is.
at night, but crows and other Corvids are arguably some of the least.
Well,
stealthy
basically,
birds in
all
the
his
game.
dialogue is all game
Which is to
related.
say
Look at
not
this.
great.
Look at the stats, bruh. Intelligence max, mobility super high, defense, gamification, yeah, anti-intervention. Majora's Mask? Oh, okay. Look.
Doesn't use any
Boss
lagging
battle.
moves. This synergizes well with the Corvid's
Yeah, Casual Geographic also. When I used to watch him when he used to do Hood Nature. When he used to be called Hood Nature. I don't know why he changed, but like I didn't really. Yeah, Casual Geographic. Look at those intelligence.
Strike moveset. Having high intelligence grants Corvids access to a lot of
I think it's a
other
fishing
powerful
minigame.
techniques too, including the ability to use tools.
This is the guy's entire gimmick. It's pretty good, I would say. But yeah, I got tired of it. So I stopped watching. Look at this. Select save file. Isekai with status board, yeah. I think you guys will find it interesting. Like it's a funny way to digest I'm not the target audience. I used to be. So anyway, that's this guy. He actually has played. I think he's mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh before. I don't know. He's also played MTG, so I don't think there's any surprise that there's an overlap. This is this guy. Yeah. This is the same guy. And yeah. His channel name is Tier Zoo, and then I guess this is his personal channel, Zier2. Ooh, a clever misdirection on his part.
On Card Game YouTube, you've probably run.
Wait, well, who
across
did he
him
have?
On Card Game?
Tolarian Community College, MVT, Dual Logs, CMO, Slay the Spire. Fuck, I read. Oh, I forgot his name. This guy's like he's in every show I watch. He's like a voice actor. Okay, whatever. FroZD, yes. FroZD. Yeah. Farts crashed out at NR. What's Farts crashed out?
YouTube, you've probably run across some sort of video in the genre of like
Farfa crashed out at MVT.
Card game.
How come? Team APS. Card market.
Cards from a different card game, and these videos are great. They're super fun to watch. As someone who is proficient at least in basically all of the card games, they're really entertaining because you have this like sense of dramatic irony where you know the answer and they don't, and you know it makes for a great watch. But I think what
that's a conceit of those vids, right? Like you basically watch someone who's clueless and you'd be like, ooh, I know the answer and he doesn't. For me, it's a little bit different. I do like, it's more like how do they navigate that situation? Like they don't know shit, and like I'm interested to see, you know, how they tackle that. A lot of times it's like saying basically for reaction, yeah. Only MTG and Hearthstone, yeah. That's why they're popular. Like I like seeing, I mean, I'm not interested in being like, actually this guy should have done this or whatever. That's not what I'm interested in, but you can comment to correct them? Okay, I'm not that person. I actually hate those comments. Because there's, when I used to watch like progression series for SEMO and Gage or whatever, there were super fucking annoying comments where like, oh, you should have done this misplay. Oh yeah, you should have. Oh, why'd you do that play? I don't know. They're fucking around, bruh. That's the target. Yeah, I know the target ends. Yeah, they're farming those people. Oh my god. But anyway, they can be interesting. Sometimes they're a bit trite, you know. Sometimes modern YGO bad. Spoiler, he's that person. Yeah, whatever. Point is, are you doing it off screen? I don't comment on YouTube, bro. I barely comment on Twitch as it is. I'm only like active in like Ray's chat and Arya's chat and Gamlu's chat because like, well, I mean, they read my shits. That's pretty much it. Like I can't like anytime I do something on Trish, I get ignored, so I just stopped. There's also like 5 billion people who are like trying to be funny in Trish's chat too, so like it's only natural, you know? So it's nothing. Do you review the chats and just watch version? Can't wait so I don't respond. Sometimes I say off screen? Yeah, no, you're good. Chris reads my comment? Which Chris? Chris Urena? I'm talking about Trish. Trishula TTV. Can we have 1,000 so I don't respond? It's crazy. Well, no. Chris Urena has been... I don't talk much in his chat, but he'll say something. He'll say like, "Oh, what's up?" I mean, he probably says it to everyone, but he's not like... No, I'm talking about Trishula TTV. There's like... His chats used to be really chaotic. You think of Ray's chat where they're trying to all be funny, but times 10. Like all the like the jokes and the like, you know, bald, you know, all those jokes, they stem from like I think they there's like a root in like Trish chat. They do try to be funny. I'm trolling in here. Yeah. So like Trish chat that's where like I first saw it, and then there's an overlap between the audiences too. So like. You're trolling here? That's OG? Well, Trish has been streaming for a long time. It's just changed a lot since then. They were talking about preschool. Oh yeah. Now, I don't mind your trolling ass here, alright? Oh my god. Okay. We're not even starting the video. It's only been 40 seconds.
When you watch a lot of these, is just how weird Yu-Gi-Oh is and how unapproachable and how like indecipherable it is, even in comparison to all the other card games, which have their own weird complexities and have their own.
When they were rating, okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh is like
okay, yeah, I forgot to mention that Trishula's redeems were diabolical. That's like you could like just troll the whole entire chat. Now they're gone. Trish has like completely turned them off, but. There was so many like, oh my god, I don't know how to start. Just think of ADHD like filling the screen with loud noises and cutting the VOD for like a clip or something like that. Yeah, they're kind of funny. There's someone who would like, you had to pay money for this, but there was like an orgasm redeem that someone would troll. Aros? Kind of close to Aros, actually. I think yeah, actually it's. But this was before Aros. This was before Aros. Organism, yes, organism. Organism redeeming you had to pay money for. But yeah, this was way before Aros. Trish has been streaming for quite a while. But I credit him to like a lot of the chat culture that Ray has. There's some overlap. For better or for worse, I'm not really gonna. There are some weirdos that say some insane shit though. The goon jokes are one thing. The ball jokes are another too. They're not they're the ancient ormism. Yeah, ancient ormism. But yeah. Now I think Eros is probably like. Yeah, you're right. Eros does have those ADHD redeems.
One for even pros from the other card games to understand. And I think there's a lot of reasons for it that become pretty obvious once you watch a lot of these videos, and also when you're familiar with.
I'm gonna be honest. If you watch these videos and you like are learning Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think they like actually do a good job of like it's selected for, right? Like Covert Go Blue is trying to guess what a tier limit card does or whatever, or what this floodgate is. This good or not? I like. They're just picking and choosing certain parts. like CGB's not even that bad at that, all right? Like he's not even like I don't know, like I never got the impression that he was like struggling. It's just like he's missing one key piece of info that's withheld, but if he had known about it, he probably, he gets it. Also not an audience for those. Yeah, that's fair. It's just like I mean, I stopped watching them. I thought they were interesting at first because it was just like, I could see, but they ended up becoming, and then like Simo kind of uses them opportunity to make fun of modern Yu-Gi-Oh or something like that. So I was just like, okay, bro, that's kind of annoying.
So there's a ton of different ways I could approach this. This is going to be kind of an unscripted video, but that's kind of where I want to start, which is that when it comes to pros interacting with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, the thing that they like that none of them expect.
I did like watching Josh talking about MTG, because like Josh ended up getting most of them right. It was very interesting to see him. I'm not an MTG player though, so if you probably got more out of it, but I think that was more of a Josh thing than really MTG being approachable or not. There's a reason why Josh is like one of the goats at Yu-Gi-Oh. So, like it's like something that probably translates to other card games. I'm pretty sure if he switched to like Lorcana or Pokemon, I think this video, if you don't get anything right, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean it wasn't like yeah. But to me, that was more like, you see, that's kind of what I look for. Like, I'm not really looking for him getting things right, but like the way he gets to that point, like his reasoning, his logic. That's like my favorite part. But yeah, but whatever. Like I'm not. It's not like a whatever. I'm just,
none of them anticipate is the fact that there is no turn 2 basically ever. Like turn 2, turn 3, completely irrelevant. And so cards are always
yeah, you get the comment engagement.
How useful they are either on turn 1 when you're trying to combo off and go crazy and build the most insane board possible, or on turn 0 where your opponent is taking their first turn and you haven't even had a turn yet and you have to play on that turn. I don't even know how to describe it. Like turn 0, you have to be able to respond to what your opponent is doing. That's the power level of Yu-Gi-Oh! And so like cards are evaluated pretty much exclusively through that lens, where if you can't play them on the first or before the first turn of the game, they're completely useless, which is like, I think, a really strange headspace to try to get in if you're used to playing like Magic Gathering or Hearthstone or even Pokemon, where like there is a pretty obvious track and like a curve, a mana curve or whatever, where, there are some good cards that are good because they're really powerful early game pieces, and there's good cards that are really powerful late game pieces, and there's bad cards in each of those categories too. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, that's not the case. In Yu-Gi-Oh, it is purely like a turn 0, turn 1 game. Obviously, there is like games do go to turn 3.
They have draw 7.
You're not allowed to attack on the first turn, but usually turn 3 is kind of a formality. Like you have to be able to just bulldoze someone on the third turn with all the monsters that you've already stacked up ready to attack them. If you're not already prepared for that, like turn 3 is like not relevant. You've already lost. So it's a super interesting card game. It's very unique. I don't like it, to be honest. I think it's very weird, and it has resulted in a lot of things becoming just completely irrelevant about the game. And the number one thing that bothers me about it is that trap cards fall into that category. Trap cards fall into the category of things that have been completely erased by the speed of the game. Trap cards you cannot use on your first turn of the game. You have to set them down. There's a few exceptions to that, but we're not talking about those. In general, trap cards like work as you have to set them down, which means they're not useful when you're trying to go crazy first turn, and they're not useful interrupting your opponent when you haven't even had a chance to play yet. And so they've been basically like kind of stealth replaced by something called hand traps. Now, hand traps are basically like, they're usually like monster abilities in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you discard them to activate their ability, and that ability, that effect, is itself basically a trap card. Like the most important...
I'm pretty sure he's not even aware of Impulse and Imperm as he's talking about this. I think I got that impression. Imp Orm. So like it's kind of funny. Okay, I actually thought he okay, you don't want to know something? I looked at the comments. Responding to the main criticism I'm seeing for our top Magic decks, doing still fact play trap cards. Look, fair enough, I should have elaborated more. Normal trap cards are essentially unplayable, but lately Konami's printed a lot of cards which have an effect where you can set your trap cards directly from your deck, which skirts the main drawback of them being a dead card on your first turn. This wasn't news to me, as one of my favorite decks in recent memory was the Millennium Exodia archetype, which uses its main fusion monster set Fires of Rage and Obliterate. broader point I'm making about why Yu-Gi-Oh's one-turn game is still true. Just about every trap card not printed with last word is still unplayable, but a few archetypes have been specifically designed to be able to make them work. Okay, I don't know where I read that he wasn't aware of it. I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know if, like, okay, I can understand if people, like, don't count Imperm as, like, a trap, because people probably are thinking of, like, reverse card open, and then, you know, it flips face up, and then they're probably thinking about that. We still have, like, Malice. Even in that case, we still have Malice. Malice traps just have the hand trap is a trap. Yeah, we actually have Lab. Lab is actually another one. Normal traps are gonna use like Solemn, but maybe not as much. I think they have to be searchable for people to even consider them. Like stupid factorial. Like if it Tisubu. Okay, floodgates. There's floodgates. Paleo kind of fraud. But I'll give you Paleo. Paleo would be eating grilled cheese off the radiator if it wasn't for Josh. What's Tisubu? There can be only one. The floodgate with the skull servants on it. The one that says like stun slot. The one that says you can only have. Oh, you got it. Okay, yeah, you got it. All right.
The most important trap card in Yu-Gi-Oh is a card called Ash Blossom, which basically says counter the next time, like negate the next time your opponent would try to search their deck. The next ability, the next whatever spell, or like spell card, monster effect, whatever. If
I seen that shit. Yeah, they'd be
or even just drawing. I think you can shut down.
Floodgating your Tempais.
But in general, like the fact that that is one of the most important going second cards is pretty weird, and I think it shows pretty much exactly how insane Yu-Gi-Oh has gotten. But there's a lot more that I want to say about Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, the turn 0, turn 1 format of it is, I think, a big problem that keeps players away from the game. But there's a ton of other weird things about Yu-Gi-Oh that I think I want to talk about too. So I watched a video recently by a channel called Team APS. These are a group of dudes that make Yu-Gi-Oh content, and one of the
I didn't really pay attention to. I can go back to the Ash part.
Like negate the next time your opponent would try to search their deck. The next ability, the next whatever spell, or like spell card, monster effect, whatever. If it results in them looking through their deck.
Tomorrow's empty update? No, I think it's in less than 48 hours.
But in general, like the fact that that is one of the most important going second cards is pretty weird, and I think it shows pretty much exactly how insane Yu-Gi-Oh has gotten. But there's a lot more.
I guess if you compare it to MTG, a card they don't have like a card like that where. I guess in MTG it's like a counter spell, where you're able to activate it early in the game because your opponent is going to perform like a decisive action. Maybe that doesn't happen early in the game. Saying crazy. Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, the turn 0, turn 1 format of it is, I think, a big problem.
Compared to Go? Okay, I guess that makes sense. I was thinking more of like other card game, but yeah, that also would be a fair comparison.
I want to talk about too. So I watched a video recently by a channel called Team APS. These are a group of dudes that make Yu-Gi-Oh content, and one of the ones that they posted recently was a sort of long form, almost like podcasty type video titled "Which Summoning Mechanic Killed Yu-Gi-Oh?" And it was interesting.
What is that Joshi.png? Do you see this Joshi.png art? This is really cute though. Also, I can already tell this is like bait. This is bait. There's no way they're just trying to farm the negativity farm here. They're just gonna do history lesson of every type. Yeah, you posted it? Oh, okay. It's pen or link. No, don't get baited. Don't get baited. This is a history lesson of when these cards came out. You're getting baited. Look at this, 50 minutes. You think this is even discussion? That's right, it's a history lesson.
Mechanic killed Yu-Gi-Oh, and it was interesting to see them kind of run through all of the different like summoning mechanics and how they were received upon release and that type of thing. Let me get some water. Just kidding. Water's for losers. We got A&W 0, and it's tasty. Anyway, okay, so The summoning mechanics. These are, I think, the most unique and special.
I'm
things
not
about
getting
Yu-Gi-Oh!
baited.
I said before. And I
Don't
said,
worry.
like, turn 0, turn 1 format thing was unique. That's uniquely bad. What's uniquely good about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the extra deck. The extra deck mechanics are what make it definitively unique and cool and special. I think it's one of the most innovative aspects of the game that other card games, as far as I know, don't really have. Magic.
That's why these.
Like it except
That's
for
why
kind of like
chat is
the
making
Command
me
Zone,
watch this
which is
shit.
one card. I don't think Pokemon has anything like that. Hearthstone.
I'm not watching that though.
Over the years, they've introduced a ton of new extra deck mechanics.
Just to preempt that one.
And in doing so, I think they've kind of like lost the plot a bit in terms of like what they're actually doing. So the first two mechanics, the first two summoning mechanics in Yu-Gi-Oh, right from the get-go, right from the jump, was ritual summoning and fusion summoning. So ritual summoning wasn't from the extra deck, but I'm gonna include it anyway because it should have been, and also because it is like one of the first unique mechanics. Anyway, those two things, fusions and rituals, made like intuitive sense. So diegetic game mechanics are game mechanics which like have in-universe explanations for why the code in the game.
We can go like I didn't want to watch this video because on Twitter he's like, okay, here, check this out. Let me find the tweet. Tribute to, oh yeah, the advanced summon. You cannot ignore the advanced summon. Here. This is what I was just like, you know what? Maybe I'll pass on this. He replies, I've always wanted to beef with Yu-Gi-Oh! Twitter. Here we go. And then I guess, how does this card make you feel? So, I don't know. He's just farming, all right? So, I was just like, okay, dude. I mean, YGO has the most clout. Yeah, they're trying to... He ends up getting a video with, like, basically a Discord call with, or I don't know, just some podcast or something with Team APS. So, he got his, he got it, you know, his time in the sun. I mean, he's already, like, a pretty successful... like natured fucking YouTuber, so whatever.
Game is written a certain way, or why the math in the game works out this way, or that sort of thing. Like for example, like in I don't know Call of Duty or Halo, the sniper rifle does more damage than the pistol. Why is that? Like why are the numbers higher for the sniper rifle bullet than for the pistol bullet? And the reason is because that's meant to reflect the real world reality, which is that sniper rifle bullets can do more damage than a pistol can. They can travel faster, they can travel farther. They have
Okay. I'm going to be honest. It's not like this doesn't exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! I know what he's trying to say. He's like, naturally you would expect, you know, I mean, like, like, if you ever look at the stats of Purely, right? It makes sense that they're like little weenies, right? Like, because they're just cats. And they, you know, when they go into their Xyz or whatever, they start to, you fed them or whatever. Like, Beos Envoy and Helosaurus? Oh, true. Yes. So, I don't know, like, I think he's gonna try to say, like, oh, okay, fusions make sense because it's two guys fusing into one fusion monster. Rituals make sense because you're offering them as a tribute to special summon a bigger monster. You know, you're literally sacrificing them or whatever. Synchros and Xyz don't make sense because I don't know. Like, so I think that's where he's going with this. Pendulums, okay. The pendulum stuff is weird, but whatever. I'm not even going to touch pendulums.
More kinetic energy in them, and so they take out more of your health bar when they hit you, that type of thing. A similar thing is true with Yu-Gi-Oh! So like fusions, it's in the name, everyone understands what's going on with a fusion. You're taking two creatures or potentially more and combining them into a new one. Like Gaia the Fierce Knight and Curse of Dragon combine into Gaia the Dragon Champion, which is literally Gaia the Fierce Knight riding Curse of Dragon instead of riding his usual horse. And this makes him slightly stronger than usual. A similar thing is true of ritual summoning. Like, it's a little bit more high concept, but I think most people get the idea of like doing a sort of dark ritual. I think it makes at least sort of intuitive sense that there would be some monsters that have like a higher expectation of what's being offered to them in exchange for being able to call them forth in battle. It's not exactly as like obvious as fusions, but it's way more obvious than any other ones. Okay, so like those two right from the jump, people got what was going on. Like most high level monsters, you had to summon by just tributing lower level monsters, or any monster really. So to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, summon Skull, Dark Magician, you had to sacrifice monsters on your side of the field in order to bring them out. Okay, like that on some level makes sense that some monsters like expect some level of like honor or like sustenance or something in order to grace your board with their presence. And the ritual monsters are just like kind of an extra step on top of that. Like you had to really go through the motions if you wanted to be able to bring them into the fight. Like if you wanted to summon Blackluster Soldier, you couldn't just sacrifice like 2 little chump monsters. You had to sacrifice at least one like really big monster. You had to sacrifice a level 8 or higher creature or multiple.
In the manga, he sacrifices Griffor and fucking Guy of the Fierce Knight. Griffor? Who the fuck is Griffor, bruh? He's just some like little chump. But I guess he's trying to say, okay, like more than one.
But like the offering had to be sufficient or whatever. Like you can kind of make a diegetic in-universe explanation as to why those monsters could only be summoned through that type of means. But as far as I can tell, like none of the other summoning mechanics have any sort of explanation. Like, okay, so first there's synchro summoning, which uses a tuner monster, which is just like a new mechanic that they've...
I think there is an explanation. I never bothered to look it up. I kind of just accepted it. But like, they're like, it's like resonance, you know, when 2 monsters are in sync, you know. If you guys are familiar with constant with like resonance, it's like, you know, it's like a vibration that happens. Hence the name tuner, by the way. But like if you vibrate something at its like harmonic frequency or whatever, eventually it starts to vibrate. Like you can amplify the vibration, so it gets like, it's, you know, so like a vibration, oh man, a vibration is just like an object going back and forth, right? It's like it, you know, if you think of like a long stick that stays straight and you tilt it back and forth, you're vibrating it basically. And you know, its response to the vibration is how far it leans away from its original, leans forward or away from its original position. However, if you like shake it at a certain frequency, meaning like you know, like if you shake a bottle, you're shaking it at a certain frequency, or at that frequency, you know, you shake it back and forth, you know. Resonance is when you shake it at a specific timing, so that the what's called, you know, like its response, like of it moving back and forth, gets amplified more than it would have had. And it's like very, very unique. It's very hard to achieve that. Tempo. It's very hard to achieve this. Or like it's very specific to achieve this. So that's my understanding. I don't think it really explains what a synchro summon is, but like if you see the symbol for tuner, they're using this, like the tuner symbol is, it's like, I forgot what it's called. I forgot what it's supposed to be. A tuning fork. That's what it's called. And MD, you can see it like under the tuning symbol, and you can see it like vibrating too. Like it even has like a little symbol of it vibrating. So I get the sense that like if you look up the resonators, I think the resonators are holding tuning forks. Okay, the point is they're like in sync, like vibrating or something, and they vibrate at a specific, you know, they vibrate so fast or whatever at a specific point, they become a bigger monster. I think that's the point of synchros. But I don't think you really need like a specific reason for synchros to make sense. I think it's just 2 little guys make a big guy. When we get to the trap, why are we talking about summoning methods on top of it? He said it's weird and he doesn't like turn zeros. This is why I don't like it when I go with ABS to learn more and change my mind. We're 11 minutes in. Yeah, there's no trap cards. I think he literally just talked about trap cards and moved on to new summoning methods.
That they added to the game after the original series had its run. You know, they got through the Duelist, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! They got through Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and they're like, well, we need to do something else. We're going to add these tuner monsters, and these tuner monsters can be sacrificed from your field alongside other monsters, and as long as they're level on the monsters, which, if we're being honest, the levels, like, the levels also never seem to really matter.
What is bro? Okay, this bro needs to shut up, okay? This is stupid. I'm not saying, okay, there is a lot of homogeneity in the way Pokemon, it's not Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Designs archetypes. Like Ryzeal, I don't think the level matters. They're all level fucking 4s. It only matters in what you can't use with them, right? Which isn't that, like, crazy. But, like, the levels do matter. Like, literally in ritual summoning, the levels matter. like uncooked they are. Like even his previous example about rituals, you know, rituals are cool, but you actually have to pay attention to them. For the most part, a lot of rituals say you tribute shit that at least equal or exceed, so you don't have to be that like you know, you don't have to. Good, I hate all this farming shit. Yeah.
Once you hit a certain level, you had to sacrifice, and once you hit a certain level beyond that, you had to sacrifice more. That's all that there was. Like, there was no meaningful difference between, like, a level 5 and level 6, or a level 7 and level 8, or...
Oh, 6, 7.
Tuner monsters, it was never really clear what made a
But
monster
for the tuners, it does matter. Like, the levels do matter. It is true that, like, level 4 tuner and level 4 monster is basically a level 8 synchro, which is, like, a really common...
tuner. And it
You YouTuber took the bait? Yeah, they
to
did.
Be sacrificed alongside other monsters of a particular level in order to bring forth Stardust Dragon or whatever else like synchro monster you wanted, you know, Ice Barrier Dragon or whatever. Like, what was it about them that made it so you could do that? I assumed at first that it was like, so they were called tuners, and so it was tuning as like you would tune an engine. You know, they were like mechanics. They were the little grunts that like would take apart other creatures and then build on themselves. I think the first synchro monster I saw was Junk Warrior, which used junk synchron, and so it was like they were synthesizing the junk onto themselves to become a more powerful creature. And so it wasn't really like a ritual, and it wasn't really. It was more of a fusion, but.
I mean, isn't that what it is? Like, isn't that kind of, I don't know, like, maybe, like, that's not what a synchro summon is. But I think it's pretty clear that Junk Warrior requiring Junk Synchron, and he's, like, an evolved version of Junk Synchron is, like, all you really need. So, I don't know. You just need another guy.
It was like more of like improvised fusions. Like the tuner monster was like kind of just grabbing whatever it could get around itself from the scraps of other creatures that you just sacrifice in order to build on itself to become.
I think that is what it is,
for
though.
a few of the monsters, like Junk Warrior, but
It's just fusion. Yeah, it's basically two guys become one big guy.
Any two monsters, as long as one of them was a tuner and their levels add up to 8. Why? Why does that?
Are we really questioning?
Stardust Dragon out of any
Okay.
two monsters, as long.
That's just what the mechanic is. Like, you can take two random guys to poop out another random guy. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know where he's going with this.
As one of them was a tuner and their levels add up to 8. Why? Why does that matter? And I think so. My assumption was the whole tuning thing, like you would tune.
They want to draw 1,000 to show that.
Because it's called synchronization.
No, I
it's
get
more
that.
of
Like,
the
I'm just
the
like.
idea of like tuning a song or like an instrument or like a tuning.
But like,
it's about
even that,
synchronizing
even
the
they still do
frequencies,
take the
like,
time to show evolved forms. So it's like, it's not even like they. That's like.
For a sound and like matching the resonance of two different entities in order to like. But why does that result in a totally different thing? That's it. Never really.
There's literally fusion monsters where you fuse two of them together. You guys know Sandwich? Not Sandwich. Sandwich is clearly Witch of the Black Forest and Sand. Witch of the Black Sand, I think? Witch of the... There's literally fusion monsters that don't make sense. It's like sand or... Fuck, I don't remember her name. Why is that? I don't know.
Intuitive sense. I don't know. I've asked Yu-Gi-Oh players like, so what are you doing when you're synchronizing, synchro summoning? What does that mean? Like, you know what fusion means. You know why 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons makes Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, a 3-headed Blue Eyes White Dragon. You get what that is about. You know, you get why Dragon Master Knight, a fusion of Blackluster Soldier.
Oh my
and Blue Eyes
god,
Ultimate
this is
Dragon.
so like, come on, bro. They stopped printing these types of fusions too, so he's gonna be super surprised when he finds out.
Literally just Blackluster Soldier riding Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. You get what's going on there. You know, it's not. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out.
I don't know. They still do that with synchros too. Like, like, does he really like the Junk Synchron example is literally just Junk Warrior.
Okay, but synchro summoning, what is it? You know, and it's a similar thing with.
I've been checking that. Yeah, oh yeah, Garura. Yeah, Garuru's fusion brand. Is it Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, because I decided I'm gonna stay up and be like, so like I kind of ran out of videos. Yu-Gi Oracle, what is the queen or king? He's not even the Yu-Gi-Oh! He's doing worse.
Xyz summoning, XYZ.
Xyz summon? This one I kind of know. I think it's like it's XYZ because it's representing 3 dimensions. You like basically like the 2D plane is like the cards, you know, you're about to overlay, but when you put them on top of each other, you create the 3rd dimension, which is the Z. And then it's just stacking guys. That's it. You just, but again, it's still the same thing. Like two little guys become 1 big guy, and you know, big guy, SpongeBob, Pants, okay. But like it doesn't have to be that deep, okay? Like if you like your mechanics to have like lore like that. Kind of short react catch up 7 hours, yeah. Well, that's what Xyz for 5 minutes. Yeah, he is. Like it's literally 2 guys make 1 bigger guy. I think okay, like
not exactly sure how to say it. I think it exceeds something, but it's like you overlay 2 monsters that have the same level. Again with the levels like never meant anything at first. They were like a sort of ad hoc like or post hoc addition to the game because they were meant to like reflect mana in Magic the Gathering, because Yu-Gi-Oh itself was basically just like an anime version of Magic. That's how it was in the original like manga. I'm not exactly a manga expert, I've never read it, but that's the explanation I've read from other people, is that Yu-Gi-Oh was just heavily inspired, and yeah, you get it. But the levels themselves never really meant anything, and they were really more meant to reflect like a mana cost, similar to Magic the Gathering. But they never, because there's no mana in Yu-Gi-Oh, they couldn't really do that, and so they had to like figure out, even though like all these cards had level values that were mana values, because there was no mana, they had to figure out something else to do with that, and so they just like started using it in other summoning mechanics.
I don't see how that's a bad thing. That's just like using existing mechanics that you've established, repurposing them for other things. So if anything, I think it's more confusing with like when Xyz introduced ranks. I think I understand they had to differentiate it from like synchros or whatever. Or like, but that to me is more like they just made this shit up, you know.
Like use it as like not quite a resource, but a sort of thing you had to finesse around and something you had to keep track of, even though it also wasn't super intuitive. You can totally see how the level system on the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh was meant to be mana. If you play any of the early video games, one of my favorites is one called Duelist of the Roses, and in that game, like you literally like accumulate mana every turn. If you spend it, it goes away, but if you don't summon any monsters for a turn, you gain more the following turn, so you can bring out an even bigger monster the next turn than you would have been able to previously. Yeah, like it's clear that's the direction they originally wanted to go, and it's, you know, they kind of screwed themselves by implementing their first.
Duelist of the Roses is like a very specific game. Like it's not even like the TCG or OCG, but like that's not even like
rulebook, which didn't really involve levels hardly at all. But the developers of the video games were able to kind of rectify that issue and make a much more playable, much more intuitive version of the level system in the video games. And I wish that they'd gone in more of that direction for the real game, because it makes way more sense. It gives them way more freedom to design cards. You know, there's cards that like in the game literally like give you mana. Like there's like I think there's like a flip effect monster that like gives you bonus mana. There's like spell cards that do that. So it totally makes sense for the level system to be mana. It doesn't have to be like literally exactly like Magic the Gathering where you play a land and you have mana, or like Hearthstone where you just get an additional one every turn. There could be a cool way to do it, but like there being a resource in the game was clearly like the intention.
Dude, no traps mentioned. You literally just brought them up at the beginning and then just moved on.
Summoning also like that I have no idea. Like I know what synchronization. I know what the word synchronization at least means. I know what tuning at least means. But as far as I can tell, XYZ is just a made up string of letters. You know, the last 3 letters of the alphabet makes a new word, I guess. And so
I mean, okay, even if it didn't mean anything, it's still like there's rule of cool is present in like a lot of like video games and like card games. Like okay, there was like I was playing Vanguard and they call shit like Counter Blast or like Stride or oh fuck, there was another one. Like they just call shit. They just say shit. You just look at Battle City. Yeah. I don't know. I guess you could say like, okay, I don't want to say intention, but there were some balancing around tribute summons. Like it wasn't like that crazy because you had like Summon Skull being a 2500 you could tribute for 1 tribute versus like Dark Magician tribute 2 for 2500. Blue Eyes White Dragon was 2 tributes, I guess, but it wasn't like that like crazy deep or anything.
Not sure. And it's just like there's so many other directions they could have gone with Yu-Gi-Oh in order to like make new ideas for new card.
Yeah, I know it's not
If they
mana.
wanted to do the whole space thing,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
could have
yeah.
done,
I know
like,
that's not
a sort
mana.
of Gundam like mech warrior type thing where like you could have certain creatures pilot this like mech creature, mech beast robot thing. You know, you could like put creatures inside of the driver's seat of other cards. That would make sense. Magic the Gathering eventually did something like that. But no, it's just like a new creature type that has like limited use abilities, and the number of times you can use them is like the number of monsters that you stacked under the card. So, like, why? Again, it's just like, who decided?
I mean, okay, when I watched the anime, I wasn't really confused. I didn't really even question that because it's like, okay, Xyz is two guys. Okay, in the anime, it's like two guys turned into little orbs. They go into this overlay network dimension thing. They emerge outside of that dimension. A new monster appears. So to me, it's very clear that it's just like you're combining two guys into a bigger guy, and then you could see the original orbs of them, of the you know Xyz material orbiting the original monster. Sorry, the new monster that emerges from the whatever galaxy. So it's like, okay, this is kind of sick. This is kind of cool. You never watched the anime? I know. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, okay, even if he didn't, I don't know, like, I don't think if he watched the anime, he'd be convinced. I'm pretty sure it's over for, you show the secret process? Yeah.
How does this make any sense? What are we doing? You know, it makes it all the more difficult in order to explain to a new player, like, why are you allowed to do this? Pendulum summoning, I'm not even going to get into because it's too silly and nobody likes it. Even the people who made the game have basically tried to bury it. And then beyond that, there's links.
That's not true, actually. They still support pendulums. People just, like, evaluate every, like, card that, like, fucks over pendulum as, like, a Avengers level threat. I don't know. I don't think that it's just pendulums are a weird thing to design for.
Summoning, which, as far as I can tell, is just tribute summoning from the extra deck, which
It is.
really
That's
makes-
crazy. That's crazy.
it
I've
shows how
never
far
have heard
Overpeak
that
has gotten,
before.
Where like you don't even have to draw Summon Skull now. You just always have it in your hand. Except it's not Summon Skull. It's like the craziest, most overpowered creatures the game has ever seen, and you just always have access to them. As long as you got the materials on the field, you can just bring them out from.
Can't protect your
you can have
background.
some
There's not much
overpower.
recursion.
So, and again, it's just like, why is it Link? I'm not really sure. It has a sort of like cybernetic. Like,
Yeah, it depends.
You're pulling something from
Like,
the internet or like the cloud, like the digital space. It's not exactly clear why you're able to link two creatures together, two monsters together, and then that becomes, I don't know, Nightmare Phoenix or whatever the heck. But it's so far beyond like, I tribute 3 monsters to bring out Slife the Sky Dragon. That took me 15 turns to set up. Like, now you just do it whatever. And there's so many creatures that like when you play them, it just happens. You're able to get another one from your deck. It's a whole mess. It's totally wild. But as a whole, Yu-Gi-Oh's extra deck mechanic is really cool, and I feel like if they were to start over, which they really should start over, like trying to build on the
No
mistakes-
way. Okay. They should start over, and okay, I can't wait to hear his amazing suggestion.
Yu-Gi-Oh it feels impossible, and I know it sounds ridiculous to ask a major corporation to start their game over, but they've done it before. Like they've tried several times with like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Rush Duel and Speed Duel and all these other things. Like they've reset the game back to nothing and added new rules, changed rules, removed rules. They've done that several times, and it's like they've come close several times where they've made it good. Like Duel Links was really good when it first came out, and then they just couldn't help themselves and had to let things spiral out of control again. But anyway, like they could start over with the extra deck mechanic and just have everything be like an extra monster right from the jump, okay? And I think if they were to do that, a lot of things would make way more sense. There's always been creatures that like there's never really been a place for now or ever, because they had to go in the deck because there was no other designation they could be. There was only at the time there was only fusions, only rituals, and regular main deck creatures. But now, if they wanted to like remake, I don't know, Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon or Dark Sage or whatever, they could just be extra deck creatures that like are allowed to be summoned when a specific condition is met. It would be that simple. This is something I honestly wish Magic the Gathering would do too. I think that would be a really, really cool mechanic. What I would compare modern Yu-Gi-Oh to is like if you were to try to play modern Pokemon with Mega Evolutions and Z moves and Dynamaxing and Terrestrialization and whatever the next
Hey.
big mechanic.
You never know. Pokemon Champions might introduce all those mechanics at once. There has been confirmation of like, I don't know if both existing at the same time, but like I think they confirmed Mega Evolutions. I think they confirmed Gigantamax. So hey, what's the word? You gotta be as normal, yeah.
Is like all at the same time. Like you have to keep track of everything. You have to be aware of how all these weird things from a decade and a half ago, how they worked and how they work now, and all the weird interactions between those that the creators of the game never planned for, and trying to make that all work. Like it's such a mess. Like, and this is the issue. And I think this might be why they've stopped making new types of cards. Is because every time they release a new type of card, it always like skirts the rules or like skirts the built-in restrictions of previous cards. Like they'll always like when they released Synchro Monsters. They put
Is he just? I do get the impression it seems like he is just parodying the APS, a video he watched. I didn't watch the APS videos, but
out that like summon new monsters, but you can't use those for synchro summoning because that would be.
He's played Master Duel before, so it's like weird. I mean, it seems like he is talking about his experience as Master Duel player, but I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. He's played. It seems like he's played the game before, but like
broken. Now that there's synchros, but now that there's Xyz and links on top of that, those restrictions no longer really matter.
Okay, I know what he's talking about here. Okay, back when Xyz were introduced, they kept printing this restriction of like, this card cannot be used as synchro material. If you read Tour Guide from the Underworld, it summons another guy, but it also has additional text saying it cannot be used as synchro material. And I think they just kept putting that restriction to encourage you to Xyz summon with TGU instead of synchro summoning. Because I know what he said about Pendulum. I see. Oh, who Disunk? Tears Zoo. If you ever watch his videos, he's talking about. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is incredible. This guy is just talking about the I don't know. It's just like the most. I'm not even. I don't know. I don't want to get like on his ass or anything, but. It's a little bit misguided. 6-7. Where is it? Traps he said we're dying? He didn't really. He just mentioned hand traps. How they've been cycled out in favor for like Ash Blossom or whatever.
No one's playing synchros now. Now they're playing Link monsters. They're probably playing both, but you get the idea. Like
those two
they
traps.
Planned for that in advance. And they made these new creatures that just naturally like, well, sure you can't sacrifice them, sure you can't synchro summon, sure you can't overlay, sure you can't,
Yeah, so they literally put restrictions, so you couldn't synchro summon with any of them. I think Kagero Kage has a synchro material restriction. There was a lot of like also Xyz summon can only be used as I think Kagero Kage literally says cannot be used as synchro material. So they did apply those restrictions, but I don't think it matters at the end of the day because. Yeah, they'll introduce a new mechanic, like, but the original restriction was stupid anyway. Who the fuck is gonna synchro summon with Kagero Kage, bro? We've been baited to game bad video. It's not even like game bad. It's more like trying to explain to a general audience what Yu-Gi-Oh is, but not very like. It's not even. I'm not even. He's like. He's. I don't know. He's not doing a very good job. Who submitted this?
So they're kind of just a body to defend with, unless we release a whole new mechanic, in which case they're extremely overpowered.
Who submitted
this? To just do whatever the heck you want, because now you can just link something, and now that new thing that you
I will not.
Restrictions, and now you can use that for.
I'll protect them.
So I'll
protect their identity.
There's so many weird things that I think just resetting and trying to do.
Tell Solemn Judgment's so good.
Would solve a ton of the issues. Anyway, I would love to know.
Uncle would tell you Solemn Judgment's bad because you have to pay half your life points. Okay. I don't think that's gonna work.
Yu-Gi-Oh players think about this little ramble of mine. This was a first for the channel in that I'm not scripting this at all. I wrote a few notes over here, but unscripted totally, and which is why it's a lot less structured. Similar to the game itself, which also seems very jumbled and messy and all that. Yu-Gi-Oh is something that I wish I could be more into, but it's just so totally unapproachable. I hope this video wasn't the normal, usual complaints that Yu-Gi-Oh players hear, because
I did say I'm pretty sure he's not gonna really add too much anything new to the conversation.
Because I know like everyone always brings up that silly like Endymion creature that has like a billion words on it or whatever. And
bro didn't even talk about Pendulum, bro. He was like, "Oh, it was too much for me." So like he didn't even give himself a chance to talk about Endymion. All right.
Look, this is what's wrong with Yu-Gi-Oh, and like that creature never really was important anyway. And so, like, I hope these are more like a more realistic dissection of the game and a more adequate description of like what the common person thinks of your game, because it's not the card text. Yes, the massive complexity is.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone questioned whether. I'm pretty sure people were like, "What the hell does synchro summon mean?" But I don't think anyone was like that crazy worried about what it means for the game. I'm pretty sure if as long as you tell people it's like two little guys make a big guy, and that solves 90% of all the mechanics of.
Like the fact that in order to properly respond to someone's plays, I have to know what they're doing. Like I don't know whether or not to try to stop you from doing something because I don't know what you're searching for until you've already searched for it, that type of thing. You really have to like already know the ins and outs of every card. You know, in Magic, you kind of want to know too at the really, really high levels. Like, yeah, okay, they're probably gonna play this card next. But like, you don't have to know their entire card's archetype. Like, oh, this card allows me to search for a Beast King type creature or like Fire King. That's archetype, right? Fire King.
Fire Fist, Fire Formation cards.
I don't know. Like if you have a card that says
crazy
Fire King card from your deck, like I have no idea how big of a threat that is because I don't know off the top of my head what every Fire King card does. You know what I mean?
You're blocking.
Anyway, I was in the middle of concluding this video and I decided to go on another whole other rant. You get it. The game is a mess, and I hope one day that they.
How powerful is he in the tourist power levels? Trevor Allen. How is he above or below Trevor Allen, MD?
It's like an anime Magic the Gathering is really cool. A game where like you're playing with your main game pieces, your main deck, but then like if the situation arises, if you can manage to arrange to allow the stars to align, you can bring out an extra deck monster that's like really, really strong. That's like a really cool gameplay loop. Whereas now it's just like it's effectively your only time to play with the billion card, the 15 extra deck cards are basically just cards you all you have access to. And
I just needed someone to say it, okay?
Towards that. Whereas,
I just needed
how it should be
I
is,
just
like,
needed
you're playing
someone
your
to
main deck,
compliment
and then
Trevor, okay?
Maybe you can sneak in the scenario where you can bring out an extra deck thing. But if your opponent can disrupt that, then you're stuck just fighting tooth and nail with your regular creatures. And that should still be feasible and still be fun. Yeah, anyway, those are my thoughts. I hope you liked it. If you're a Yu-Gi tuber, I'd love to know what you think. If you're a former Yu-Gi-Oh player or current Yu-Gi-Oh player, I'd love to know what you think as well. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And
yeah, he was Rose said, I'd rather have misinformation than misinformation. Yu-Gi-Oh themes. It's the, okay, I understand, yeah. This isn't even true. Like, a lot of the archetype mechanics, or like like I mentioned, runic, you're literally some guy casting spells, and then you drink from the fountain to recharge your like mana or whatever. Like it could not be any clearer. I guess MTG, it's the entire conceit of you accessing your library of spells or whatever. But I think this I think it's just unique to Yu-Gi-Oh, where you can like literally find a card, a deck that literally you LARP. It's not that crazy though. But like I think it doesn't take a genius to figure out if when you're playing purely, you're literally taking care of the cat and feeding them and making sure they're happy, and then they grow because their these materials get bigger, and then they, you know, like there's other things, you know, like I've mentioned, like Dragon Maid, you know, you're like cleaning up after your opponent. That's why they bounce and shit, and they return cards to hand. You know, you're literally cleaning up. There's other ones, like I think one of them was more. I'm not gonna talk about Clown Crew, but some are just like summon guys. Guy searches a guy that summons a guy that searches a guy. You know, and it's not that interesting, I will say. But like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have to be MTG. You know, it could have its own. Oh yeah, Valance, true. Yeah, it's like tabletop gaming or whatever. Kind of true, there's still clearly an attempt that the mechanics seem diegetic at first. There's a reason Millennium Shield has high defense. It's because shields defend things. Bruh. Vanquish also has like the button combinations with the revealing. You're performing like Oh, okay, so this guy just said the XYZ thing. Or XZs. Red alert, we have an Ackman situation. This is not Ackman. Ackman was more powerful. Ackman, like... This is like some... I don't know. If you don't know who Tierzu is, he is kind of just some random. Honestly, I didn't know who Ackman was. But Ackman... Bro, Ackman was going crazy, alright? You gotta watch a whole hour video. He actually said things, you know? He said some interesting things. And by interesting, I'm trying to be polite. But, like... He actually, like... It's just his version of what the game should be is just not... What a video. I think I will call it. Yeah, I think oh yeah, Valmonica, that one's like you have an angel and a devil, like on that's what the pendulum scales represent. You have like an angel and devil. I think the roles are reversed though. I think the angel is actually evil and the devil, the one that represents the devil, is actually the good one. Thumbs down it, please. No, I'm good. I mean, this guy got his time in the sun, all right? He got his look, Yu-Gi-Oh! Expert APS. There you go. Gotta wake up soon regardless. I know. YouTubers, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you said Yu-Gi-Tubers. Yu-Gi-Oh! Hot takes? They're not even that hot. Okay, they're just like, bruh. Okay, I think I'm gonna send you guys out. One more? Okay, if you guys have something, I'll do it. This was kind of fun. I should have mostly done with the queue, though. If you guys don't got anything, it's all good. But this was pretty fun. This was worse than I thought. Okay, it was like... I don't think I cared for, like... Have a good nap? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna sleep in the car. It's okay. I'm a passenger princess, so it's okay. Yeah, this was really bad. He barely talks about trap cards. It's just and like the points he thought were interesting were like basically, why aren't synchro summons like fusions where it makes sense? I guess if you play MTG does do like more, like if you read any of the MTG cards, the lore is like baked into the card effect. So it's actually pretty impressive. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty unique for the way it themes cards too. So it's like, you know. But yeah, this was not great. And if it does turn out to, maybe I'll look at the APS video. If it does turn out that he's just parodying, he's just like parodying the same information he received from watching the APS video. I don't know. This guy makes structured vids too, so maybe it would have taken too long to structure everything. Probably not worth making a script. Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna assume no one has anything, so I'm just gonna raid. No, do you have something? Emma was like, no. If you have something, I'm down. Wait, okay, I'm down. This was pretty funny. Oh my god, what is this? That's a royal. That's a royal. Finding something now, okay. Okay, this will be the last one though. It's like the I can't emoji right here. Okay. You obtain What is this song? Is this from Castlevania? Or is this from Kirby? It's a Cyber Dragon song. Oh, it's from Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh. Oh no. Massage. Oh my god, this is like the... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's pretty sick. What the hell am I looking at? That's pretty good. Oh. Oh my god, okay, that was random. You look kind of funny. There's a Jaden Payton. He saved it. Yeah. Oh my god, it's this guy. The crazy Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist.
So, alright, so we go to 2,000. How much your boy at? 28? No, 38. 38? Yeah. You played two? God. Ah! Ding, 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 ding. Okay, that just sits on the field for no reason. So,
Okay. Alright. Y'all are good? Can I be free from this eternal react hell? Let me see. Okay, Plushie. You guys say hi to Plushie. Yeah. Don't go. I have to go in like an hour or so anyway, so doom scroll? Time to doom scroll? I'm not doom scrolling. Plus, I'm not even logged in on my account here. This is like my alt. So it's like, okay, well, like, okay, hopefully I don't get any, like, it's just some random okay. Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Some guy who's excited for Dragon Link. The Urocrony, advertisement. What we have? What do you mean what we have? Oh, okay, we got some Phoenix right. All right, peak. K9VS. Oh, okay. This is the. I saw this. This is like a JJK skit. You saw the yummy plushie, bruh. This is weird. What the fuck? What is this, bruh? Oh yeah, I saw this. Jokul. Okay, like the machine translation translated this as York, but this is clearly Yokuru, like in Kana or something. So it's like, I think like it's taking some liberties. How's the JJK manga sequel? Modulo is very good. I like Modulo. Right now they're doing some aura farming shit, and they introduced a new there's a new development. It's kind of huge spoilers, but I think I'm more interested. I was more interested in the attempts at coexistence between the aliens and the Earthlings or whatever. Unemployed MMs be like, damn, I gotta do my gacha dailies. Nuh-uh. I don't think MD players are ready for the K9VS and K9 Crystron experience. Alright. I don't think I'm that worried about K9 Crystron, right? Like, what the fuck is this? Is this Michael C. Hall? My boss asked me in my coworker if we have ever played Yu-Gi-Oh! And I legit felt like this. Okay. Alright, I think you guys... This was fun, like I said. It was supposed to end way earlier, but I think I was having fun. Thank you for joining me. When do we... Oh yeah, I guess... Nah, I'll keep it to myself for a bit. Click on Von Karma one more time. I don't have it anymore. Oh, I think I can go back. You know about this one, right? Dexter? Yeah, Dexter. There you go. This will forever crack me up. Oh my god, the response to this is crazy. This is so good. I don't know when I'll do Ace of 23. That thing takes like 21 hours to complete. So that's like 2 10-hour streams or shit. If I want to do it within 2. But I could just break it up and just make it easier for myself. But that's still like 3 7-hour streams. So whatever happens, whatever, well, I'll decide. I think I'm gonna, the Yu-Gi-Oh pack is coming, the new Master Duel pack is coming soon, so we'll probably stay tuned for that. Okay, bye-bye.